It was very early in the morning when the next part of his life began. The sun had just risen, and the air was still cold. 100 men and women stood in 10 rows with 10 people in each row on a large open field. This arrangement made them form a neat little square formation of people. They were all standing on an open grass field some distance from some buildings. All 100 of them were wearing white robes with the insignia of a 4-pointed star on their chest. This identified them as fresh lambs in the 4-direction sect. In front of them stood a man with black hair, black eyes, fair white skin, and blue robes. His robes also had the insignia of a 4-pointed star on his chest. The color of his robes and the insignia identified him as an instructor and a rank 3 cultivator of the 4-direction sect. The man's eyes were unfocused, and he was looking at something unknown far into the distance as he said to them, "I am Muni. I will be the one to initiate you and turn you into tools fit for the 4-direction sect." His voice was calm and detached as he spoke. His tone, combined with the fact that he wasn't looking at them, made them feel as if he was talking to himself, not to them. He said in that same detached voice, "But before we proceed with the awakening ceremony, I must ask you something very important. What are you willing to do to achieve your goals?" After asking this question, his eyes became focused, and his attention shifted to them. He turned his head to the side and let his eyes wander as he glanced at all of them. He spoke with an air of solemnity and had a look on his face that showed that he was dead serious as he said, "This is a very important question. You should ask yourself this question and answer it before you decide to go ahead with joining the 4-direction sect. Many of you are here to earn your freedom, and some of you are here to grow stronger. But just how serious are you about achieving your goals? This is an important question because by the end of the year of training, at least half of you will be dead. Some of you will be killed by me just as the weak, sick, and crippled animals in a herd or farm are culled." This statement caused the heart rate of many of the people in the formation to spike. Some of them didn't know the danger of the initiation process, so they were caught off guard when they heard that half of them would be killed by the man standing in front of them. But some of them didn't feel anything strange about a survival rate of 50%. Loki was one of these people. He already knew the danger, so he wasn't surprised by this information. Besides, the survival rate of his previous identity as a slave is even worse than 50%, so he didn't have any reason to panic. Muni continued his speech with that same intense focus, saying, "I won't necessarily be the one to kill the weaklings. Some of you will be the ones to kill each other when you fight to survive. And sometimes, after 1 year of training, more than 70 of you will die. Not just half of you, so anything is possible." He raised a single finger as he said to them, "But one thing is certain, and that is that by the time I'm done with you, only the best of the best in body and mind will remain. So if you don't think you have what it takes and want to give up now, you still have the chance to. You should give up now because once you start the initiation, there will be no going back for you." Silence was what he received as a response to his words. It seemed no one was willing to give up the chance to join the 4-direction sect. This made Muni chuckle and say, "People are oftentimes asked this question, or they even ask themselves the question. Many times, these people reply to the question saying they are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their goal. But many of those people are lying." His eyes wandered over them again as he said with a stern tone, "They themselves might not know that they are lying to themselves. They might think that their goal is truly their highest priority, so they are deceiving themselves by believing that they would truly prioritize it above all else. But no matter how dedicated to a goal one can be, most people just can't give their all to achieve that goal for many reasons. These reasons could be because of personal discomfort, laziness, pride, reputation, morality, or religious reasons. If you're deceiving yourself, you will pay the price soon enough. So answer that question now and step back if you're not willing to do all it takes to survive and excel." He spoke at length, but at the end of his speech, not one person stepped back or retreated. It was the same response as last time, but instead of getting angry, he grinned at them with all of his teeth. His teeth were displayed to them, so they were able to see that his teeth were too sharp and too many for a human to have. so his wide-faced grin made him look like a shark pretending to be a human. As he grinned, he said, "It is a good thing that you didn't step back, or I would have killed you for wasting my time." His words were spoken with a chilling light in his eyes and a careless disregard for life. This sight made them realize that Muni was not their friend. No matter what they thought about him before, they knew now without a doubt that he was capable of killing them at the drop of a hat. Even the usually calm Loki felt a chill at the sight of Muni's visage. He even felt the urge to step back in fear because his instinct honed from years of navigating danger was telling him to create some distance between himself and Muni. He wasn't the only one who decided to step back. He also wasn't the only one who was thin and scrawny. There were many people who were gaunt like him, but not all of them had an edge of desperation in their eyes and the way they moved their bodies. The white lambs stepped away from him as if he were the plague. But Muni didn't seem to care about their reactions. His eyes examined them again, but this time he was looking at them with the gaze of a predator. For the first time since they met him, Muni smiled and said to them, "On behalf of the Four Directions Sect, I welcome you." After saying this, he pointed to himself and said, "I went through this process and so will all of you. I survived and grew strong enough to get the opportunity to initiate you. If you're lucky enough to survive this process and grow stronger, you might also have the opportunity to initiate a new group of people, too." Then he turned towards the building in the distance and said, "That is all for now. Now we go to awaken, you lot of white lambs. If you're lucky, you will awaken a talent. If not, you can only rely on your hard work." With that said, he led them to the building in the distance. This building was called the Awakening Room. It is a one-of-a-kind facility that can enable people to become capable of cultivating. The Awakening Room is a very rare facility in the Blessed Heaven realm. Only sects possess them, and as far as Loki knows, there are only 5 orthodox sects in the entire world. That means there are only about 5 places in the whole world where anyone can safely acquire the power to cultivate and gain the authorization to cultivate after awakening. From what he has noticed, the control of the opportunity to cultivate is perhaps the main reason why the 5 sects get to control and enslave the whole world. After all, without strength, no one will be able to resist the power of sects pressing down on them from above. What's worse is that sects don't just take anyone. They have strict requirements for background, conduct, or talent, or all of the above. Only the Four Directions Sect is willing to take just about anyone with the potential to cultivate. As long as one has a potential of 10%, the minimum requirement to cultivate, the Four Directions Sect will take them. This willingness to accept anyone is why he chose to come to the Four Directions Sect and why no one chose to give up despite Muni's impassioned speech. That and the fact that the Four Directions Sect is the closest sect to his area is why he is here today. It is unlikely that he would have made it in one piece to the sects further away, but if the Four Directions Sect had been any farther, it was most likely that his slave master would have caught up to him and killed him for trying to gain his freedom. Fortunately, he was able to make it and is now about to begin his cultivation journey. However, the danger from his slave master has not disappeared yet. His slave master is still hell-bent on killing him for his insolence. As he glanced at the other people in his group of initiates, he saw anticipation and excitement on their faces. Some of the emotions he saw on their faces mirrored the emotions he was feeling. But he also saw Slav's face, which immediately damned all of his emotions. Slav made eye contact with him and swiped his hand like a blade across his neck as a gesture to Loki. He didn't speak, but the look of hatred in his eyes and the gesture he made were enough for his message to be understood by Loki. As if that wasn't enough, Slav mouthed to him, "You're dead." His voice was silent, but this still made Loki's heart, which had been beating in excitement earlier, begin beating in fear. Slav's face alone made memories of other slaves being beheaded or being brutally whipped into bloody rags flash through his mind. He was truly afraid of Slav and the Rain family. Slav is one of the sons of his slave master. After he ran away from home and came here, his slave master was unable to do anything to him. So his slave master sent his last son after him. Slav was still too young to participate in the initiation of the Four Directions Sect. He is only 14 years old, but he still chose to participate so early for one reason and one reason alone. Even if he were blind, it is clear to Loki what that reason is. But despite knowing all of these, Loki didn't cower. He gritted his teeth in anger and said to himself, "At most, I'll fight to the death with you. As long as there is the slightest chance, I will keep fighting. I won't surrender and live as a slave to anyone ever again." Not that he has another choice in the matter at this point in time. After everything he has done, there is no chance of surrender. So he can only fight. His slave master won't take him back and let everything be bygones. He either has to become powerful and worthy of freedom, or he will be killed. This is the third reason why he didn't choose to back down despite the maximum 50% rate of survival of the initiation process. After all, a 50% chance of survival is always better than a 100% of death as a slave. At the very least, joining the Four Directions sect will give him the chance to choose how he will die if he is to die. This is a privilege he never had as a slave whose life and death were at the whims of his master. It is true that his heart is beating wildly because of fear and because he senses danger to his life. It is also true that this has put him in a fight or flight mode. It is even more true that this has happened to him many times in the past, and he had mostly chosen to flee. But this time he has chosen to fight. He is determined to fight. What matters is how he will fight and what tools he will use to fight. This is why he thought to himself with some anticipation, "I hope I will awaken a strong talent." He is sure that not only will he awaken as a cultivator, but he will also awaken a talent. This is because he could sense the void in his chest yearning to be filled and liberated. The void in his chest is the telltale sign that he has a potential of at least 50%. So he can surely awaken a talent. He might have been a slave for most of his second life, but he was a slave with high self-esteem and an unwillingness to remain a slave forever, so he tried to learn as much as possible in order to gain his freedom. In his search for knowledge, he learned that everyone has the potential to cultivate. This potential can be as low as 1%, or it can be as high as 90%. He read that everyone's existence has a limited size that can be quantified as a total of 100 points for humans. Of these 100 points, some of them will be physical might, intelligence, vitality, spirit, or the void of potential. Potential is called a void because it is the empty part of one's existence that can allow one's existence to change and improve. So the more the emptiness in one's existence, the more suitable their existence will be for cultivation. Those with a potential of 50% and above have an emptiness that is 50% of their existence. This large, empty hole in their existence makes them yearn for growth. It makes them feel unfulfilled and lacking. The void makes it difficult for mediocrity to satisfy them. Only by cultivating can the hole be filled, and will their existence find its purpose. This feeling of emptiness and the constant yearning for a greater purpose, aside from pride and high self-esteem, are another set of reasons why he made up his mind not to continue living as a slave. It was why he risked his life to escape from his slave master and why he came to join the Four Directions sect. Even if he didn't have the yearning, there was no way he would be content living as a slave after knowing that he was made for great things and could awaken a talent after becoming a cultivator. He couldn't bear to waste his life away like that. A 50% potential is good, but even a 10% potential would have been good enough for him. He would have taken anything that he could get to achieve his goal of ultimate freedom. What matters to him now is complete and total freedom. He wants freedom from his master, freedom from the sects, freedom from the gods that rule the sects, freedom from sickness and freedom from death. And he is willing to do anything to get it. He had this thought on his mind as he marched into the awakening room with the others. During the process of awakening, his fist was clenched, and his heart was full of hope for the future. But no matter what the outcome of the awakening is, he has made up his mind to die rather than to become a slave. The awakening ceremony didn't take long to complete at all. This was a good thing because his heart was in his throat the whole time, and he was in danger of failing because of his anxiety. All of them in the group were locked in a room with a high concentration of a special energy. That special energy broke the barrier blocking them from cultivating and opened an energy well in the existence where the void used to be. The energy well was a transparent ball that appeared to be made of glass. It sat just beneath their navel and was full of a transparent liquid similar in appearance to water. All of them had been tested before to have at least 10% cultivation potential, so everyone successfully became a cultivator. But a few of them were lucky enough to awaken a special talent. No one knew who was especially talented and had awakened a special talent. This was because the initial test could only determine if someone could become a cultivator or not. The test didn't measure their exact potential, so everyone remained ignorant of each other's circumstances for now. This ignorant state didn't last long, though. This was because some of them couldn't control their newly awakened talents or were too excited and couldn't hold back from using them. One guy's eyes sharpened with a deadly light after he awakened. They didn't see anything different about him, but those close to him could sense a sharp aura around him. It was as if he were pointing a sword at them. The people he was looking at felt as if a sword had been pressed to their necks, while the people he wasn't looking at felt as if he had drawn a sword and pointed it at them. Some people didn't know why this was going on, but Loki knew that this was a sign that the guy had awakened a special talent. He had also awakened a talent, so he shouldn't be jealous. But the nature of his talent made him pay more attention to this man and everyone else who was showing signs of awakening a talent. The talent that he awakened is a Metac that looks like a white wolf but with a black python as its tail. The white wolf and black python appear to be independent beings joined together because they possess different abilities. The Metac within him felt like a long-lost organ to him. Felt intimate and was easy to control and understand. He only needed a thought to activate it, as it was like an arm that he didn't know he had a long time ago. From the little he knew about Metacs, he expected that a Metac would possess a single ability or two abilities that were related to each other, but his possessed two different abilities. This is already a sign that the Metac is special. But any doubt that he had about this claim disappeared when he understood the abilities of his Metac. The white wolf within him has two abilities. The first one is power identification, while the second one is tracking. The power identification ability can help him determine who is prey and who is predator. As for the tracking ability, it can help him mark a prey and make sure that he can easily find the prey regardless of the distance between them. He used the power identification ability on the man with the sword aura in order to test its capabilities and see if the man was a predator that should be left alone or a prey that should be hounded and cornered. Race human. Energy quantity 54. Energy density 1. Energy rank 1. Body 0.5. Soul 0.6. Metac sword heart. The ability provided him with a vague picture of the state of the man that he had to decipher in order to understand. Eventually, he was able to deconstruct the vague information into concrete data, which he arranged into a more pleasing form for his mind. What he saw through the power identification ability made him understand why the man was producing a dangerous sword aura. The sensitive eyes and nose of the white wolf in his energy well were telling him that the man possessed a Metac that increases his affinity with swords. The information from the ability was also able to let him know that the man's potential for cultivation is 54%. After all, the only energy he can access within him right now has to be the energy that occupies the empty space in his existence. These two pieces of information constituted the direct and inferred information from the power identification ability. So his curiosity about the man was thoroughly satiated. He turned his attention towards the other people in the awakening room. They ranged in shapes, sizes, and sexes. They also ranged in age from 14, like Slav, up to 33 for others. But one thing that they all had in common was that their energy level and energy rank were at level 1. As Loki examined everyone around him, he felt a soft stirring in his chest. This sort of stirring usually manifested as yearning for purpose and restlessness, but now it manifested as hunger. He had found his purpose and his path to greatness, so he didn't need to look for a purpose anymore. But now that his path has been found, it demands to be fulfilled. This was why he felt a hunger within him. The sight of so many prey stirred the second part of his Metac into action. The black python's dongade tongue flickered within him with eagerness and anticipation. This anticipation spiked when he saw Slav's power. Race human. Energy quantity 95. Energy density 1. Energy rank 1. Body 0.4. Soul 0.9. Metac. Rewind. Divine. Not only was Slav extremely talented, possessing 90 units of energy within him while he only had 77 units of energy, but Slav had also awakened an extremely powerful talent. Loki was so surprised by what he was seeing that the white wolf of his Metac snorted its nose many times in order to make sure that he hadn't seen wrongly. After confirming the ability of the rewind Metac many times, Loki made up his mind to kill and eat Slav. The hunger within him wasn't just because of his Metac anymore. He now wants to eat Slav at all costs because of the great power that he can acquire. At this point, it is no longer about revenge. What matters now is that Slav possesses something that he wants. If anyone else had been the one in possession of the rewind Metac, he would have made a move against them. The fact that he hated Slav enough to want to eat him alive was just a bonus. So he didn't hesitate to begin to hunt Slav. To kick off the hunt, he used the tracking mark on Slav. This is a must because his second set of abilities won't take effect if he doesn't mark a target as prey. After marking Slav as his prey, he chose to calm down and wait for an opportunity to get close to him. It was very difficult for him to restrain himself as he truly wanted to eat Slav as soon as possible. He wanted to attack Slav now, but there were too many people around that could interfere with his hunt, so he decided to wait for a while. As logic and desire battled for supremacy in his mind, Slav turned to him and caught him looking. Loki didn't back down from the stare like he usually did as a slave, but his defiance didn't move Slav at all. Slav stared him down, sneered at him, and gestured again to show what he intended to do with his neck. He didn't care at all that Loki had suddenly become confident because he had gained something from his awakening that granted him supreme confidence. The two of them glared at each other like that for a while, but they eventually looked away to do other things. After the awakening event, all of them were made to assemble on the field again. Muni stood in front of them and began addressing them. He said to them with a smile on his face, "Congratulations on your awakening. Today, you've become the initiates of my glorious Four Directions sect." He was smiling, but no one was fooled by the smile on his face into thinking that he was genuinely happy for them. If anything, they were looking at him as if he were a great enemy and were wondering if the elimination process had begun and if they were in danger of dying soon. As if he could hear their thoughts, he said, "Don't worry. Your competition for survival won't begin until tomorrow. Tomorrow is also when your training will start. I just want to tell you some things that you should know before the training begins. You will be trained in the four main arts of cultivation. These are energy refining or cultivation, Tao heart refining and Metac studies, and the skillful utilization of Metac. These four will also be the major criteria that will determine your elimination. But you might also be trained in physical fighting and body forging, mental fighting and mind refinement, curse offensive and defensive techniques, and many more. When you're done with this training, you will have completed the initiation program and become worthy members of the Four Directions sect." At this point, he stopped smiling and became solemn. His voice was calm yet full of deadly intent as he said, "The initiation and training will last 1 year or 52 weeks. During these 52 weeks, an evaluation will be carried out every week or every month. Some of you will be rewarded for excellent performance, while some of you will be eliminated for performing poorly. That means at least one of you will die every week or 4 of you every month. Think about that as you go to your lodgings. Let it motivate you and let it drive you to achieve greatness." After saying this, he paused to give them time to think. A few seconds later, he said, "Don't think that the Four Directions sect is small for only having this many initiates. You 100 are not the only ones currently undergoing the initiation program. There are many other groups who have begun the program recently or long before you. In total, there are at least 10,000 initiates like you in the program. Some sects look down on the Four Directions sect for accepting every riff-raff with enough potential to cultivate. But the initiation program will separate the wheat from the chaff and give those of you who are truly worthy a chance to rise to the top, even if your talent is lacking." He looked at everyone and chuckled as he said, "I know some of you awakened a talent, but don't let that make you smug and let down your guard." He pointed to himself and said, I only had a potential of 45%, so I didn't awaken a talent when I awakened. Yet here I am. Many more talented people didn't survive the initiation or died ahead of me after the program. This is because I am both lucky and hardworking. Talent is not everything. Luck and hard work are important too. In fact, potential can be improved later on. So, a high potential will only grant an early advantage right now. It is what you do with this advantage of talent that matters. Since luck can't be changed, you should focus on hard work. Trust me, if you're hardworking and diligent enough, you will be able to make your own luck. That is all. With that, Muni led them to their accommodations. Along the way, Loki had wanted to use the power identification ability on Muni, but he didn't want to risk anything that could jeopardize his hunt for Slav, so he didn't try it. He doesn't know what cultivators are truly capable of. The little he has heard of cultivators is terrifying, so he decided not to risk drawing the ire of Muni and instead focus solely on Slav. This was also why he didn't rush to pick a room after they reached their place of accommodations. His eyes were on Slav and Slav alone. His behavior was noticed by Muni, so Muni warned them again about how fighting and creating disturbance were forbidden in the accommodations. Loki only half listened to him, but he made sure to nod in total agreement. This rule has saved him from Slav's wrath, but at this point he couldn't care about it anymore. His mind was made up on hunting Slav. His white wolf was even crouching within him while the black python was hissing with expectations. He was truly full of expectations and didn't care about the consequences of breaking the rules, because he knew that once he got the rewind Metac, the consequences of breaking the rules wouldn't matter to him. With his mind made up, he followed Slav up to their room. He didn't do a job of hiding, so Slav knew that he was following. But Slav didn't care. After they reached a small house that Slav liked, Slav turned to him and said, "Why are you following me? Did you awaken a talent that gave you the guts to approach me now?" Then he sneered at Loki and said in disdain, "You are a slave." He patted his chest and said, "You are my slave. No matter what talent you awaken, you will always remain a slave." Loki didn't refute the claims that Slav made. What he did was to bow his head and say, "You're right. I came here to apologize." His words made Slav laugh. Slav was so amused that he couldn't withhold his laughter and had to hold his belly just to restrain himself. He was so amused by the situation because he thought Loki was foolish to believe that apologizing would save his life. After everything that had happened, there was no way that Loki would be spared. After all, if Loki is spared, other slaves will get strange ideas of freedom and think that they, too, can escape servitude. Such a precedent couldn't be allowed to exist. Loki's death is a very important matter to his Rain family, or his father wouldn't have risked his life by sending him to initiate so young. So Loki must die. But he didn't say any of these to Loki. Instead of coming clean, he decided to take advantage of the situation by saying, "Crawl over here, bow down, and kiss my feet. Then I may plead with my father to spare your worthless life." He wanted to humiliate Loki one more time before he shattered Loki's hope. Loki knew this, but he didn't mind. He quickly crawled over to Slav to kiss his feet. It was very easy for him to crawl over, and his movements were smooth during the process because this was something he had done many times in the past. In the past, he had crawled and groveled like a worm to avoid being whipped or to beg for food in order to avoid starving to death. Now that he was doing it to grow stronger, he was even more eager to crawl and scrape like an animal before his master. But just as his crawling was smooth, so was his sudden lunge at Slav. He rose up in one smooth motion and plunged a sharp wooden dagger into Slav's throat. This too is something he has done many times before. At first, it started with fighting other slaves for the scraps of food that their master threw at them. At that time, they fought like rabid dogs for food. But it was just a fight for survival. No one actually wanted to kill each other. But later on, their master paired them to fight with weapons for the entertainment of guests. At that time, the slaves fought to kill each other. So he is very familiar with wielding weapons and killing people. Slav had seen what Loki could do, but he was caught off guard by the attack because he never considered that Loki would attack his masters and because fighting was forbidden in this area. So he did nothing as his carotid artery was severed. But even though he was dying, he was not alarmed or anxious at all. He calmed down after his initial surprise and said, "Good. I didn't expect you to be capable of this. I didn't think you would be willing to give up your life to kill me. But despite your courage, you still fail. I will be back. And this is all because you are a slave and will forever remain my slave. I will lord over you for all of eternity. Next time, I will make you have an experience that is worse than death." Loki didn't listen to him. He continued to stab with his wooden dagger. And when the wooden dagger snapped after it struck bone, Loki resorted to punching Slav's face in a bid to smash his face in and quicken his death. At this point, he had forgotten what he came for. All he had on his mind was to kill Slav. This was something that he went to bed thinking about many times. It was an achievement he usually had in good dreams. So now that he could achieve it in real life, he became lost in it. A few seconds later, Slav died under his violent ministrations. He knew exactly when Slav died because he felt it. He felt it deep within him in his energy well, where his awakened Metac resided. Fenrir howled deeply within him. It was a silent howl, but it was full of happiness and joy because of the successful hunt. Fenrir's happiness was actually Loki's happiness. He was so happy that he teared up and began to cry. He had many reasons to be happy. There is the fact that he had just won a great victory against an oppressor. There was also the fact that for the first time since he was reborn in this world, he felt a taste of freedom. His joy was so immense that it clouded his emotions and almost blinded him to the changes that his Metac was undergoing. But his Metac was a part of his existence, so something this monumental couldn't be hidden from him. After Slav died, the mark that Loki had planted on him rushed into his energy well and snapped shut around the rewind Metac within him. The mark was a small black snake, while the rewind Metac was a transparent crystal butterfly. The black snake engulfed the rewind Metac and prevented it from activating after Slav's death, so Loki was able to retrieve it. This is the function of the second portion of his Metac. This second portion revolves around the black python and will only work when a hunt is successful and the target is dead. The abilities of the black snake are Seal and Devour. Seal transforms the tracking mark on a dead target, while Devour can be used to devour the target that has been sealed. Loki touched Slav and activated Devour now. As he did, the black snake rushed out of Slav's energy well into his hand. Along the way, the black snake took the rewind Metac. The small black snake entered his energy well through his body and fused with the white wolf. The fusion of Fenrir and the rewind Metac made the white wolf grow a transparent crystal wing on its back. After the fusion, Loki immediately felt that Fenrir had gained the rewind ability. Just as this happened, Muni appeared beside him. Muni's face was full of disdain as he said, "What a disgrace! What an embarrassment!" He sneered and said, "You let your emotions cloud your mind into doing such a stupid thing. If you're not ashamed of yourself, I am ashamed for you. Was it worth it to give up your life for him when you could have bided your time and grown strong enough to fight for your freedom?" Then he shook his head and said, "No matter. This is the end for you, so nothing else matters to you. But at least, this will serve to teach others a lesson to never let their emotions control them and to never break the rules of the sect." After saying this, he waved his hand at Loki. There was a blue crescent mark on the hand that he waved. That mark glowed briefly as he waved it at Loki. This was a sign of the activation of a Metac. A blue and curved water blade jumped out of the mark on his hand and slashed at Loki. The water blade decapitated him cleanly and even went on to cut Slav, who was beneath him, in two. Loki died just like that. The loss of his head caused Loki to begin to die. His death caused him to experience a tremendous amount of pain that made him roar in anguish. His roar was a silent scream of pain, though. This was because his larynx had lost access to his lungs, so he couldn't force air through his mouth and produce the appropriate amount of sound needed to express the pain he was feeling. Fortunately, his death caused his newly acquired ability to activate. Once the rewind ability was activated, Loki's consciousness detached from his body and anchored itself to the Fenrir Metac within him. This caused his pain to cut off. The activation of the rewind ability also caused the world to fade away, and for a colorful river to appear around the Fenrir Metac. Since he was the Fenrir Metac, it looked as if the whole world had been replaced by the colorful river. Upon closer observation, he noticed that the river was made of tiny, colorful strings. The colors of the strings were different, and some of them even possessed colors that he had never seen before or could name. Each string didn't even have one color. The color of the strings was changing along their length. The changes in color were chaotic, but the river, as a whole, had a beautiful kaleidoscopic appearance. He was mesmerized by the appearance of the river. Thanks to his innate understanding of the rewind metac that he gained after consuming it, he knew where he was and what he was looking at, so he didn't panic. He knew the colorful river of nets to be the river of time. He also knew that flowing forward along with the river is the correct way to flow and how everyone else moves in relation to the river. However, despite knowing the normal way things should move in the river, he didn't panic when the Fenrir Metac began to flap its wings and swam upwards against the flow of the current in the river. In fact, he cheered on the Fenrir Metac. Of course, his cheer was silent. After all, he still didn't have a body. He was only a consciousness. Unfortunately, no matter how he cheered Fenrir on, Fenrir couldn't avoid being eroded by the river. The friction caused by moving against the flow of current was wearing Fenrir down. So it quickly became clear to him that Fenrir couldn't continue going upstream forever. Aside from the friction, there was also the need for energy. Flapping his newly acquired crystal wings consumed a lot of energy. So even if there was no wear and tear from the friction of moving upstream the river of time, Fenrir will still have to stop at one point in time. Fortunately, Fenrir was able to arrive at the point in time when he awakened it. It didn't stop here because it ran out of energy or because the river of time wore it down. It picked this spot because it was as far as it could go. Loki wasn't sure why Fenrir couldn't go past this point in time, but he believed that it was because Fenrir didn't exist beyond the point that he awakened, so it couldn't exist beyond this point by moving backwards in time. He didn't mind anyway. Besides, he had a more important matter to deal with now that Fenrir had arrived at its destination. After Fenrir reached its limit, it plunged into the portion of the string that contained the scene of him awakening. This caused it to descend from the river of time into reality. The Fenrir from the future entered his energy well and fused with the Fenrir in it. The two Fenrir merged and became one. This series of events shocked Loki. Loki had just awakened and had just created his energy well when another Fenrir suddenly appeared within. He was understandably surprised by this. But his surprise didn't last long because his consciousness from the future fused with his consciousness from the past. The fusion of the future version and the past version caused Fenrir to gain the rewind ability, while Loki himself gained the memories of the future. This made his shocked expression change to that of a smile. He was so happy he had to fight the urge to shout. He could only grit his teeth and clench his fist with subdued excitement. As he did these things, he thought to himself, "Nothing can stop me now. Not Slav or his father or anyone else." The people standing around him noticed his excitement, but they thought it was normal because they thought that he was happy with what he had awakened. Most of them thought that he had awakened with good potential, while a few of them thought that he awakened with a good talent. But no one could ever imagine the true cause of happiness, no matter how wild their imagination may be. Loki himself hadn't displayed any outward sign that he had awakened during his first life. But the events that happened since then were enough to break his composure. In order to make sure that he hadn't hallucinated the whole thing, he decided to use the power identification on himself to see if he had truly changed. Age: 19/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 times 2 is equal to 154. Energy density: 1. Energy rank: 1. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.5. Will: 4. Skill: 10%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking: seal. Devouring. Rewind. Fenrir was able to display information that was higher in quantity and accuracy about himself than what he saw about others. This wasn't surprising to him because his body won't resist the power identification ability, while the existence of others would resist it. He knew without being taught that the amount of information that he could gain about other people would be highly dependent on his strength and the strength of the target on whom he was using the power identification ability. Even so, he was still surprised by the information that Fenrir provided to him about his state of existence. He was so surprised by what he saw that his eyes widened in surprise. This was because not only had he confirmed that he had truly gained the rewind ability from Slav, but he also gained something else that he didn't expect at all. His source of surprise is his energy quantity. He had checked it when he awakened in his last life, and his energy quantity was only 77. But after devouring the rewind Metac, his energy capacity had doubled. This wasn't something that he knew was possible. He can sense that within Fenrir, there is a space for energy. This space is exactly the same size as the energy well containing Fenrir. This is why he has twice as much energy capacity as he should have. This made him ask himself, is the extra capacity specifically from rewind because the rewind Metac is special? Or will Fenrir gain an extra space for each Metac that it devours? He didn't know the answer to this question, but that didn't stop him from smiling. As he smiled, he said to himself, fortunately, there is a way to confirm which is which. He smiled because the question of why he gained an extra capacity of energy is something that he can easily confirm by repeating the actions that led to him gaining the energy capacity in the first place. Things are even easier for him because he has the resources nearby to repeat his experience. According to his observations in his last life, there are 3 other people who awakened aside from him. So he has 3 choices to pick from, but he still looked towards Slav first. Slav will always be his first choice for devouring. This is because of his hatred for Slav and the fact that Slav gave him a great present in his last life. His hatred for Slav has cooled down after he killed Slav in his last life, and because killing Slav now is only a temporary death since he can rewind time. But no matter how unpleasant killing Slav can be, he is still looking forward to gaining another boon from Slav. But as he turned his gaze on Slav and used the power identification ability on him, he saw something that made him surprised for the second time in a row. Race human. Energy quantity 95. Energy density 1. Energy rank 1. Body 0.4. Soul 0.9. Metac. Danger sense. Divine. So not only had Slav awakened a new ability, but the ability he awakened is also very powerful. What he saw made him open his mouth in shock before he asked himself, how? Why? To be specific, he wanted to know why the rewind Metac disappeared and why Slav had awakened a different ability. He also wanted to know how abilities awaken and what determines the abilities that will be awakened. But no matter how curious he was, the truth is that those questions were too far ahead of him right now. Besides, he still had more pressing matters to deal with. He still had the previous question of extra energy capacity to answer. So the shock on his face morphed into a grin as he said to himself, no matter, I'll just take this one too and see if I gain an extra amount of energy and if he awakens a new divine ability. He planned to do the same thing he did in his last life. But just as he thought of this, the danger sense Metac within Slav sensed the danger and activated. The danger sense Metac alerted Slav to the danger and even pointed out the source of the danger to him. This made Slav turn to look at him with surprise on his face. In the last life, Slav had been smug when he awakened. He had thought that the entire world was his to ride on, however he wished, so he had looked down on Loki. But this time, he knew that Loki was willing to disregard the rules and kill him, so he couldn't be careless. After he became surprised, he became wary of Loki. Loki saw how he was behaving, and he knew why Slav was behaving like this, but he still couldn't stop thinking about killing Slav. His face became grim as he thought to himself, damn it, he already knows that I want to kill him. I want the danger sense Metac even more. He knows that he shouldn't think about killing Slav because of the danger sense, but this only made him think about killing Slav more so that he can get the danger sense Metac. This led to Slav becoming more and more wary of him. Loki even thought about killing Slav now, right in front of everyone. Since he now had the rewind Metac, he thought that he had nothing to fear. If he failed, he could just restart. But his thoughts were sensed by the danger sense Metac, so Slav took steps to avoid danger. The steps he took were to move closer to the front of the room to where Muni was standing. While he was doing this, his face was full of fear. He might have come from a powerful family, but he had never experienced danger, and he wasn't strong himself. So he was very afraid of death. He even had more reasons to be afraid after knowing that Loki was willing to sacrifice his life to kill him. After all, the worst enemy is someone who is not afraid of death and is willing to sacrifice their life to kill. But amidst his feelings of fear, there was also the feeling of confusion. He was confused because he couldn't understand why Loki would choose to behave this way. As he stepped away from Loki, he asked himself, why would he throw his life away now that he has gained access to the Four Directions sect? Does he hate me so much? Or does he think that the Four Directions won't kill him if he kills me? Loki's intentions to disregard everything to kill him were perplexing and incomprehensible, to say the least. Can even be called stupidity. But no matter what he thought of Loki's intention, he breathed a sigh of relief when Loki stopped looking at him and stopped trying to kill him. Loki had indeed given up on killing Slav. It was not a ruse that he made up to deceive the danger sense Metac. He had no way to deceive the danger sense Metac. As soon as anything could endanger Slav, the danger sense Metac would notify him. So instead of wasting his time dealing with him now, he decided to grow stronger. The quickest way for him to grow stronger now is to devour another Metac. So he began checking out the two remaining people who awakened an ability. The first one is a young man with the sword heart Metac. The second option is an older man with the beautiful woman Metac. He already knows what the sword heart Metac does, so he focused on the beautiful woman Metac to see what it was capable of. After learning what the beautiful woman Metac can do through the power identification ability, he decided to give up on it. This was because the beautiful woman Metac turns the target into a beautiful woman. He doesn't care for beauty, and he definitely doesn't want to turn into a woman, so he decided not to bother with the beautiful woman Metac. He decided to focus on the sword heart Metac and acquire it as soon as possible. With his decision made, he left the awakening room with the others. Then he listened absent-mindedly to Muni's speech about what they will be taught for the 1 year of their initiation. After Muni finished his speech and led them to their accommodations, Loki followed the young man to his place. As for Slav, he decided not to live in the dorms at all. He can't rely on the rules to keep him safe, so he decided to stay in the city where it is safer. There is a city beyond the sect grounds. This city belongs to the Four Directions Sect too. In fact, the entire Central Plain, an area that is 10 times the surface area of the Earth, including its oceans, belongs to the Four Directions Sect. The sect grounds that the initiation program is holding on is just one of the many outposts of the Four Directions Sect, and the city it is standing in is also one of the many settlements under the control of the Four Directions Sect in one way or another. As for the core of the Four Directions Sect, that place is still too far away. Loki could never have reached it alive with his current level of strength. He could only come to an outpost of the SEC that was nearby. The proximity of the outpost of the Four Directions Sect to where he was living as a slave also means that the Rain family, the family that used to own him, is close by. So it is easy for Slav to return home. But Slav isn't going home yet. He decided to stay in the city with his elder brothers. Only someone like them, who is powerful and will always protect him, can make him feel safe when he is up against someone who is willing to sacrifice their life to kill him. Of course, the option to stay in town is a privilege that not everyone can enjoy. He can only enjoy this privilege because he is here to acquire strength, not to buy his freedom, and because he is rich enough to pay for the permission slip to leave the sect grounds. People like Loki, who are former slaves, don't have the opportunity to leave the sect grounds at all. They will have to earn their freedom by becoming members of the Four Directions Sect, or they will be killed. The best that can happen to anyone like Loki who fails to join the Four Directions Sect is to be enslaved by a cultivator. But that rarely happens because no cultivator will want to enslave a useless person who couldn't even pass the initiation program. What is most likely to happen is that he will be killed and his corpse will be butchered and used to feed the beasts and pets that the true disciples of the sect raise. While Slav escaped, Loki continued his hunt like a wolf stalking prey. He hasn't forgotten about Slav. He has just decided to let Slav go until he finds a way to deal with him. This time, His prey isn't aware that he is being hunted, so the prey wasn't wary or careful regarding the people who could approach him. In fact, his designated prey is allowing just about anyone to approach him, and there are a lot of people who are doing so. He had awakened an innate metac, and some observant people noticed this. Since some people know about it, everyone else might as well know about it. After all, the only way that something can be a secret is if only one person or no one knows about it. The people who discovered that the young man had awakened an innate metac told other people, so nearly everyone now knows that he is incredibly talented. This made some people jealous, but it also made some people try to approach him to get in his good graces. The fact that he awakened an innate metac means that it is highly likely that he will be strong and will survive the initiation program. So if they can get in his good graces or become his friends, he might help them survive the initiation program. At the very least, as long as they are not his enemies, he won't go out of his way to make them fail. He might even spare them when he doesn't need to kill them. So they all came to him to congratulate him and give him gifts. Some people also wanted to chat with Loki to confirm if he had awakened an innate metac. They had witnessed his outburst of emotions during the awakening, so they suspected that he awakened an innate metac. He lied to all of them and said that he didn't awaken any innate metac. The fact that he was also trying to get close to this talented young man made his words believable. They thought that he, too, was trying to ingratiate himself with the talented young man. Unfortunately for Loki, he was just one of the many people who wanted to meet the young man, so he had to wait his turn. But he didn't mind the wait. Instead of being anxious or impatient, he smiled to himself and said, "I have all the time in the world." No one knew what he truly meant by saying that. They only thought that he was being humble by claiming that he could wait for as long as needed. Just like that, Loki followed the tide of people who came to befriend the young man without being suspicious. Just like everyone else, he also brought a gift for the man. But unlike their tangible gifts, his gift was secret information that only he knew. In order to receive this gift, he asked to be alone with the young man. The young man felt nothing amiss with the request, so he agreed. After all, killing was forbidden, and a secret is only valuable when there are few people who know about it, so he didn't think that there was anything to worry about. He thought that the request for a private discussion was perfectly normal. Unfortunately for him, he realized just how wrong he was to think this 2 seconds into their meeting. Loki moved close to him as if to speak into his ear. Then he stabbed him in the throat with his wooden knife. He always keeps his wooden knife with him because it is his only weapon and means of self-defense. He uses a wooden knife because he can't afford a metal one. That's how poor he is. But his poverty is perfectly normal for a slave. After all, a slave is not allowed to own anything and doesn't have the money to own anything, even if they were given permission to own anything. What isn't normal about all of these is killing someone on the sect grounds. And even more abnormal is that Muni was able to notice the transgression and appear at the scene of the murder a few seconds after it happened. Fortunately, he had devoured the sword heart Metac before Muni appeared. The new Metac also caused Fenrir to change the way that the rewind Metac had caused it to change. The sword heart Metac was a round, white, silver ball. It seemed to be made of metal because it had a metallic sheen to it, but it was also light and felt hollow to Loki. After devouring the sword heart Metac, it fused with the white wolf and took up the space right in the middle of its chest. The entire body of Fenrir also took on a metallic sheen after the fusion. Loki was savoring this change when Muni appeared. Muni appeared behind him and looked down at him and his bloody handiwork. This time, Muni was confused by the situation. His confusion was obvious in his tone as he asked, "Why did you kill him? Did he offend you somehow? Were you jealous of him? But why would you be jealous of him? Did you not also awaken an innate Metac? Was his innate Metac better than yours? Or did you do this because you are just plain foolish?" He chuckled and said with derision, "Or maybe you thought that because you awakened an innate talent, I won't kill you for breaking the rules. So you thought that you had the right to eliminate a competitor. If you thought so, then you must be more foolish than I thought." As he spoke, he became angrier and angrier. This was because a talented person had died on his watch. He didn't like this at all. His lack of understanding regarding Loki's motive for killing the talented young man, combined with his anger, is like fuel being thrown into a fire. He felt that what Loki did was unreasonable, so he became angrier than usual. His anger made him gaze coldly at Loki and say, "You think you are the only one who can be unreasonable. I'll show you that I can be unreasonable, too, when I make you wish for death. You will beg me for the sweet release of death, but I won't give you the privilege. Let us see if you can remain unreasonable then." As he said this, he waved his hand at Loki 4 times. Each time he waved his hand, the blue crescent mark on his hand lit up and produced a sharp and curved water blade that shot at Loki. The curved blade made of water struck Loki in 4 different places with an extraordinary precision that ensured that they didn't cut anything too important to maintain Loki's life. The 4 blades of water struck his limbs and severed them at the joint, which caused Loki to scream in pain. It was clear that Muni didn't want to kill Loki, and if his words are to be believed, he didn't want Loki to die an easy death either. This made Loki decide to activate the rewind ability now instead of letting death force him to rewind. The activation of the rewind ability caused the Fenrir Metac within him to flap its large crystal wings and ascend from the physical plane of existence into the metaphysic domain of time called the River of Time. Fenrir took his consciousness with it as it ascended into the River of Time. Once it got to the colorful River of Time, it made its way upstream to the past with his consciousness. When it reached its limit in the River of Time, Fenrir plunged back to the physical world. During this process, all Loki saw was darkness. He was a little bit disoriented, but everything was mostly fine. A while later, he awakened at the moment in the past when he just awakened the Fenrir Metac. But this time, only the Fenrir that had devoured the Sword Heart Metac descended from the River of Time and fused with him. After absorbing his memories of the future and getting his bearings, he hurriedly used the power identification ability to see his situation. Age: 19/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 times 3 is equal to 231. Energy density: 1. Energy rank: 1. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.5. Will: 4. Skill: 10%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking:
Cell.
devouring. Rewind: Sword Heart. After seeing the result of the power identification ability, he clenched his fist and grinned as he said to himself, "So it is confirmed. This means that the sky is the limit." The sight of his power, specifically the part that shows that he now has 3 times as much energy capacity as he should, made him elated. But it isn't the extra 77 units of energy that made him so happy. It is the fact that he now has a verified method to increase his energy capacity in the future that made it difficult for him to control his emotions and display his happiness for others to see. The people around him noticed that he was usually happy. This made them start guessing what could make him so happy. Most of them guessed that he had a high potential, while a few of them guessed that he had awakened an innate metac. Loki didn't care about what they were thinking or that they were looking at him weirdly. He continued to focus inwardly into the Fenrir Metac and saw that the 2 extra spaces for energy were within Fenrir. So the extra energy used Fenrir as its foundation, not his body. He didn't understand the significance of this arrangement, but that didn't stop him from thinking about increasing the extra energy capacity. So he turned his predatory gaze to the people around him and began plotting how to hunt and devour them. The first person that he checked out as a possible candidate for devouring was Slav. But just like his last life, Slav had awakened the danger sense Metac and was able to sense his ill intent. Slav glanced at him in surprise when he sensed the danger from Loki. This made Loki grumble before looking away. This time, Loki had only briefly entertained the thought of killing Slav, so Slav only sensed that Loki wanted to kill him. This made Slav sneer in disdain after he overcame his surprise. He was both surprised and disdainful that a slave would think of killing him. On the other side, Loki had turned his predatory gaze to the young man whom he killed in his last life. What he saw overturned what he had experienced so far. Race: human. Energy quantity: 54. Energy density: 1. Energy rank: 1. Body: 0.5. Soul: 0.6. Metac: Sword Heart. This made him ask himself in confusion, Why did Slav awaken a different metac while this guy only awakened the same metac? What's the difference between them? Is the difference between Slav and this young man? Or is the difference between the types of metac that they awakened, or both? Fenrir couldn't tell him why the young man had awakened the sword heart metac in this timeline, while Slav awakened a new metac, so he could only count on himself to figure out the reason. As far as he can tell, the difference between Slav and the young is the gap in their talent. The young man has a potential of 54, while Slav has a potential of 95. So there is a massive difference of 41 units of potential between them. There is also a difference in the types of metac that they awakened. Slav awakened a divine metac in every timeline, while the young many awakened a normal metac. It could be that the difference in potential is why Slav awakened a different metac, but he doesn't believe that this is the case because Slav only awakened a different metac after his first one was devoured. Slav didn't awaken a different metac when Loki left him alone, so even if having a high potential means that the kind of talent that one can have isn't fixed, Loki is more inclined to believe that there is something special about the rewind metac that made it impossible for Slav to awaken it after he had taken it. At the end of the day, he shrugged and said, "I've only reversed time 2 times and experienced 3 timelines, so I don't have enough sample size to draw a conclusion. For now, I should just eat what I can eat and see where it leads me." He decided to hunt the young man and eat his sword heart again to see if the young man would awaken a different metac or continue to awaken the same sword heart metac. So he did the same thing that he did in his last life and followed the young man until he killed him. After a series of identical events, he activated Rewind and returned to the point he awakened in the past. The first thing he did was to check his power. He did so with excitement and anticipation. Age: 19/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 times 3 is equal to 231. Energy density: 1. Energy rank: 1. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.5. Will: 4. Skill: 10%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking: seal. Devouring. Rewind. Sword heart. The result of his investigation left him disappointed. He even had to check within Fenrir for its energy chambers just to be sure that he hadn't seen the wrong thing. Unfortunately for him, an in-depth investigation into the Fenrir state only revealed 2 energy chambers within it. This confirmed that devouring the second sword heart didn't increase the number of extra energy chambers in his possession. This unfavorable situation made him grit and grind his teeth in frustration. His bad mood only increased when he checked Slav and the young man and discovered that their state was identical to the previous timeline. Both of them still possessed the same metac. As he gritted his teeth in anger and glared at the young man, he thought to himself with immense frustration, "I ate the rewind metac and it refused to appear again, but I ate the sword heart metac twice but it only provided 1 benefit to me. So I'm willing to bet that there is something special about the rewind metac, or it would have appeared again like the sword heart metac." The people around him saw the look of anger on his face and came to the unanimous decision that he had failed to awaken an innate metac and might even have poor potential. No one considered that he awakened an innate metac this time because he looked angry and because he was glaring at someone who appeared to have awakened an innate metac. So some of them snickered at him while others felt a feeling of kinship with him. Many of them were sad, and some were even angry about the result of their awakening. But only Loki was angry at other people for having a good talent. At most, they were jealous of the guy who awakened an innate metac. The fact that Loki could be angry, and was even angry enough to openly display his anger, could only mean that his potential was very poor. For the people with poor talent, Loki's poor talent is heaven sent to them. His existence made many of them sigh in relief that there was someone else in a worse situation than they were. Muni also noticed Loki's behavior. So he smiled at them and said, "Just a friendly reminder. Fighting and killing are prohibited on the sect grounds. Breaking this rule will most likely result in receiving the punishment of death. You might even be unlucky enough to be tortured until your mind breaks. And you can't beg for death anymore. So, for your sake, I advise you to control your emotions. Don't lose hope because your talent is poor. Talent is not the greatest determinant of success in the initiation program. There is also hard work and a strong will. He didn't look at Loki and spoke as if he was addressing everyone. But Loki knew without a doubt that the words that Muni said were all directed at him. His source of confidence lay in the fact that Muni didn't say these words in the previous timelines. But he didn't care about the targeted admonishment because he had more important issues to deal with. After venting impotently about the uselessness of the sword heart Metac, he began to contemplate targeting the beautiful woman Metac. The beautiful woman Metac is the only Metac in his vicinity that he has never devoured before and can devour now. But he wasn't sure that it was a good idea to devour the beautiful woman Metac. As he thought about this option, he rubbed his chin with his hand and asked himself, will the conversion into a woman be immediate, or will it slowly occur over time? Will the conversion be temporary? Will I be able to change back into a man if I deactivate it? Or will I remain a woman even if I reverse time and return to the past? The thought of turning into a woman permanently made him shudder as if a cold draft had just blown over him. He shook his head and said, there is no need to risk it. I'm sure that there are many metacs out there. There is no need to risk turning into a woman when I can get something else out there. Didn't Muni say there are other people participating in the initiation program? And there is Muni himself. I can get him when I become powerful enough. The more he thought about his options, the more he nodded in agreement. Eventually, he declared to himself, saying, I'll just wait. Waiting is a good idea. With his mind made up, he sighed in relief. It was as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. This reaction made him chuckle inwardly and say, Muni was right. I need more dedication. Apparently, I am not willing to turn into a woman in order to acquire power. But then he shook his head and said with a wry smile, then again, it is because there are other, more palatable options for me. So I have the right to be picky. After he said this, he raised his eyes to the roof, hardened his gaze, clenched his fist and said, but if I didn't have the option to be picky, I would only hesitate slightly about becoming a woman. After all, being a free woman is better than being a slave. Meanwhile, the world continued to progress around him. His internal conflict and the ensuing resolution were unknown to the people around him. They ignored him as they filed out of the awakening room. Since he had made up his mind not to get the beautiful woman Metac and decided to wait for a better, more masculine option to show itself before he takes action, it meant that he wouldn't be reversing time anytime soon. Loki went along with the subsequent events without thinking about how to cause trouble. He listened to Muni's speech without paying much attention and then followed the rest of the class to their lodgings. This time, he didn't stalk any prey and didn't have any intention of eating Slav. So Slav didn't leave the lodgings as he did in the second timeline. Loki didn't try to take advantage of this situation and instead went directly to the lodgings without causing trouble. But when he reached his accommodations, he spent the rest of the day walking around and scouting his environment. It was through his scouting that he noticed that there was a transparent barrier beyond the walls of the accommodation. He doesn't know how deep into the ground the barrier is or how high up into the air it is, but he knows that in his current situation, the barrier has effectively cut off the accommodation from the rest of the way. Apparently, the area for accommodation is at the edge of the Sect grounds, and there is only one passage that leads out of it. This passage is the gate that they passed through when they entered the lodging area. The lodging area itself is a large area filled with small, standalone buildings. Each trainee like him picked one house and will stay there for their 1 year of initiation. As for the matter of food, someone brought it to them 3 times in the day. Loki spent most of his day examining his environment and learning as much as he could about his situation. He had wanted to see if he could leave, but since he couldn't break the barrier, he decided to be patient. So, instead of trying to run away at night like he did when he was a slave, he slept peacefully in his bed. And when morning came, he went to the first class with the others. All 100 of them went to class together. They passed through the only gate into the area where they awakened yesterday. But this time, they were led to another building. There were seats and tables in the building they went into. Upon entering, Muni asked them to choose a seat. After they had all sat, Muni began to address them. Muni let his eyes roam over them before saying, "This morning, I will be taking you through the fundamentals of cultivation. The fact that you've awakened and built your energy well is just the start of your journey. There is still more to go. And those who fall behind from here on out will be in danger of being culled like informed sheep. So I hope for your sake that you will pay close attention to what I have to say. I will start from the beginning. What is cultivation? After he asked this question, he turned to the blackboard behind him and wrote something on it with a white chalk. The sound of the chalk grinding against the blackboard was a piercing, high-pitched sound that made Loki wince, but he made sure to continue paying attention with a laser focus. Even though he could rewind time and learn this again, he didn't intend to relax and waste his time. He intends to make full use of every time he gets, so he was both paying attention and mentally engaged with the class. Muni wrote the word cultivation on the wall. Then he wrote the numbers 1 to 9 in front of the word. After doing this, he drew an arrow underneath the numbers. The arrow went from number 1 to number 9. Once he was done, he turned to them and said, "Cultivation is the process of ascension. It is a process of profound change within a person that elevates that person to a higher state of existence." He paused for a short while before saying, "Everyone can cultivate, but not everyone can cultivate at the same speed and with the same efficiency. This is because everyone has different potential for change and improvement. The requirement of potential to enter other sects and cultivate is usually at 40%. This is because this is the minimum requirement needed to advance to rank 3 in one's lifetime. Other sects believe that if someone can't even reach rank 3 in their lifetime, they will be a waste of time and resources. But that is not the case in the Four Directions sect. In the Four Directions sect, we believe that everyone can serve a purpose. This purpose might not be personal cultivation, but even if you can't cultivate to a higher level yourself, your existence can serve as fuel and resources to help others advance to a higher level. This is why we accept anyone with a potential above 10%. After he said this, he paused to let the implications of his words sink into their minds. His gaze made some of them shudder, but this only made him smile. As he smiled, he said, "We believe that everyone can be useful. Even talentless mortal slaves can also be useful. At the very least, they can be used as high-protein meal packs for beasts or ingredients to forge pills or materials to forge weapons and puppets. No matter the talent, you can be useful. That's the essence of the Four Directions sect. In this sect, we have fully embraced the concept of the survival of the fittest. It is why we are the greatest sect in the blessed heaven world. The only reason why we don't accept people with a talent lower than 10% is because those people can't advance past rank 1 and won't be much different from mortals who haven't cultivated. So instead of wasting our time on such people, we use them to do other jobs that cultivators are too good for and for bearing children that might one day enter our sect to serve a higher purpose. As it is, you're at a crossroad. Will you become the fire that blazes and ascends to a higher state of existence, or will you be the fuel that helps another fire burn brighter? Only time will tell." At this point, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Muni laughed as if he found something immensely funny, while the students below him watched on with tightening chests and an increasing blood pressure. After laughing to his heart's content, Muni coughed into his hands and said, "Let's get back to the matter of cultivation. Since we already know what cultivation is, the next matter to deal with is how to cultivate. The answer to that question lies in the energy well and the energy it contains. I said earlier that everyone can cultivate. This is because everyone has an empty part of their existence that allows them to change and improve. When we awaken, that empty part becomes the energy well. The energy well is a container for our internal energy, and our internal energy comes from us. At least that's the case now. I've heard that, in the past, the energy for cultivation didn't used to come from us but from the environment. This is said to be the case for ancient cultivation. At that point, the talent for cultivation was determined by the quality and size of the connection between cultivators and the energy around them. While it is still true that there is energy present in the world around us, it is no longer true that we can use it to cultivate any way we want. We must instead rely on our vitality and stamina to cultivate." After saying this, he slapped his lower stomach where his energy well should be and said, "You should know what stamina is, right? If you don't know, I'll tell you. Stamina is essentially the capacity to do work before getting tired. The more stamina you have, the more work you can do before you get tired. This is common sense. But have you ever asked yourself why your stamina has a limit? Why is it that no matter how much you rest and how much food you eat, your maximum stamina will remain at a certain level? Then he chuckled and asked them, "It doesn't matter if you've asked yourself this question or not. What matters right now is if you've noticed that your stamina has increased since you awakened yesterday." His words caused some people to gasp in surprise while others entered a state of quiet contemplation. Loki was one of the people who began contemplating the relationship between the energy well and maximum stamina. Fortunately, Muni didn't let them waste their time guessing. He said to them, "Your maximum stamina has increased because your energy well contains energy that can be used to do work. This energy is called life energy. It can be used to move your body and to activate metacs. We will talk about metacs next week. For now, we will focus on life energy. So we will discuss how life energy is replenished and how its quantity and quality can be increased." After saying this, he began to pace back and forth in front of the class. This forced everyone to move their heads back and forth so that they could remain focused on him. It was a little bit troublesome to do so, but no one was complaining about it. Muni caressed the area above his energy well and said, "The life energy within the energy well can be replenished from the energy we gain in food. It is similar to stamina in this way. But unlike stamina, life energy can also be replenished by using energy stones." As he said this, he took out a small, gray crystalline stone and showed it to them. He moved the crystalline stone around so that everyone could get a good look at it. Then he said, "This is an energy stone. Some of you might already be familiar with it. If you're not familiar with it, don't worry about that because you will become extremely familiar with it very soon. This is because energy stones are very important for cultivation. Cultivation is the process of increasing the quality of the life energy within us. This works by nourishing the energy well with life energy. The process of nourishing the energy well with life energy to cultivate will consume our life energy. Because replenishing life energy by resting is slow and will take too much time, cultivators use energy stones to quickly replenish their life energy and speed up their progress of cultivation. You can think of the energy well as a muscle. The more you use it, exercise it, and nourish it, the stronger it will become. And the stronger it becomes, the higher the quality of life energy that it produces. This is the process of cultivation. After he said this, he paused to put away the energy stone. He placed it in the pouch hanging from the belt on his waist. It was only when he was done that he continued the class. He said, "Cultivation will involve different kinds of things at the various levels of cultivation. But for now, cultivation is the increase in the density of the life energy that you can produce. As for increasing the quantity of life energy that your life energy can contain, that is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, for most of you. The size of your energy well is determined by our potential. The size of the energy well, in turn, will determine the maximum capacity of the energy well, the rate of natural energy recovery, and the efficiency of cultivation. The larger the energy well, the larger the surface area, the faster it can recover its energy on its own, and the faster it can be nourished by life energy, so the faster the cultivation will be. The size of the energy well is clearly very important. Unfortunately, the size of the energy is the most difficult thing to change." At this point, he sighed and said, "The only thing more difficult to improve than the size of the energy well is lifespan. I have managed to increase the size of my energy well by 5 points, but I had to sell everything I owned. I even sold off my metacs." Then he smiled and said, "My lack of money is why I have become desperate enough to do the work of handling the initiation program for you guys." After smiling, he shook his head and said, "You won't understand how difficult it is to increase the size of one's energy well until later when you're informed. But I want to tell you that while the natural limit of the potential of us humans is 90, some other creatures have twice as much as this. I've even heard that dragons awakened with energy wells with an energy capacity in the thousands and tens of thousands. Can you imagine that? How envious." Muni had asked them that question with a look of awe on his face. The look on his face made them contemplate the question seriously, and no matter what they thought of him, they all agreed with him that it was envious that dragons had an energy capacity in the tens of thousands. But Loki wasn't thinking about dragons and how large their energy well was at all. He was thinking about what Muni had said about how the limit of the energy capacity of humans was 90. He found this difficult to believe because Slav had awakened with an energy capacity of 95 units. He thought to himself as he glanced briefly at Slav. If Muni is right, then Slav can't be a human. Or at least, Slav can't be a normal and natural human. While he was deep in thought, Muni was still continuing his impassioned lesson. Muni said wistfully, "It is said that dragons are the darlings of energy, and if one can find and absorb the energy well of a dragon, one will be able to increase the size of their energy well. Unfortunately for me, I have not been so lucky." Then he shook his head to put away thoughts of his relatively unsuccessful quest to increase his talent and returned to the matter of cultivation. He said to them, "Let me explain how to nourish the energy well with life energy and cultivate. This is very important, so you should pay attention. If I am willing to spend most of the day on this matter, then the least that you can do is to pay attention." After saying this, he began explaining the process of cultivation to them. As he explained, he prompted them to try out what he said and ask him questions about things that they don't understand. Loki paid attention and did as he was told. He was focused on the work, so he quickly realized that cultivation was exhausting both mentally and physically. In order to nourish one's energy well, one must focus on the energy well and use one's mind to swirl the life energy within the energy well in a clockwise or counterclockwise direction. So in summary, cultivation is stirring the life energy in a well like one would stir a soup in a pot. The swirling motion of the life energy will force it into the walls of the energy wall and refine it. The more energy in the energy well and the larger the energy well, the faster the walls of the energy well will be refined, so the faster the cultivation will be. As cultivation progresses, the transparency of the energy well will slowly disappear as the walls of the energy well become cloudy. According to Muni, once the glass walls become completely foggy, they would have advanced to the next stage of cultivation, which is the middle of rank 1. They are all currently at the early stage of rank 1. They will have to go through the middle, late, and peak stages of rank 1 before they are ready to advance to rank 2. In general, the more talented someone is, the faster their cultivation speed. But another important factor is the speed of the swirling motion during cultivation. Muni said that the faster the swirling motion and the longer the life energy is swirled at a time, the better the refinement of the walls of the energy well. So, longer cultivation sessions are better than shorter cultivation sessions, even if one cultivates for the same amount of time in a day. The matter of the capacity and size of the energy well can't be changed or influenced. But the speed and duration of the swirling motion can be influenced, and it is determined by hard work and diligent focus. Life energy is consumed as it is pushed into the walls of the energy well and used to refine the energy well. In order to replenish the lost life energy, the body will transfer its energy into the energy well. This makes cultivators become hungry fairly quickly. As cultivation continues, the energy from the body is siphoned into the energy well, which makes the body feel weaker and weaker. Only diligent people can continue to cultivate despite the hunger and general body weakness. In order to swirl the life energy and swirl it at a fast speed, one must also focus. So cultivation taxes the mind as well as the body, which was why he became physically and mentally tired during the process. After cultivating for a few minutes, Loki got a headache, and his body felt tired as if he had just run a marathon. The tiredness of his body wasn't a problem for him because he was no stranger to being hungry, but the headache was very troublesome to deal with. This is even though his mind seemed to be stronger than the minds of others. He didn't notice that he could focus longer than others, though. It was Muni who noticed this and pointed it out to him. Muni walked up to him and said to him, "You don't get headaches as much as others, and you seem to be able to focus more than others, so I suspect that your mind is twice as strong as that of your peers." Muni didn't quietly say this to him. He said it out loud so everyone was able to hear the remark. No one was happy to hear that his mind was stronger than theirs, as that meant that he would be a strong competitor. Slav, in particular, was most unhappy to hear that Loki's mind was very strong. The young man snorted and said to himself, no wonder he was able to escape from the slave shackles. His mind was too strong to bind him. Then his eyes glinted with murderous intent as he said, it is all the more reason to kill him. I'll do it as soon as I get the chance. He didn't actually need more reasons to kill Loki. The fact that Loki escaped, dared to yearn for freedom, and embarrassed his Rain family is all that he needs to kill Loki. But more reasons to kill, especially the fact that the slave who escaped was too talented to be a slave, are always welcomed. Loki didn't know exactly what Slav was thinking, but he could guess it when he saw the way that Slav was staring at him. There was literal murder in Slav's eyes, and he would have died if Slav's eyes could kill, so he was able to guess what Slav could be thinking about. But instead of being afraid, Loki felt indignant. He felt like cursing and saying, you lucky bastard. If you weren't so lucky, I would have killed you already. It is because of your unnatural luck that you have the chance to be cocky with me. But he didn't say this. He kept his complaint to himself and bottled up his indignation as fuel to be used to cultivate. However, what Muni had said about his talent made him begin to pay attention to the situation of the other people. He wanted to see if Muni was right and also wanted to identify the most serious threats among the group. After paying attention for a while, he noticed that he was able to make the whirlpool in his energy well spin much faster while others were complaining about how they were struggling to move the life energy within them. If Muni hadn't pointed out that he was more talented than others, he would have thought that the others were just being lazy because it was too easy for him to spin his life energy into a fast whirlpool. After Muni pointed out the difference between them, he realized that the fact that it was easy for him to do didn't mean that it should be easy for everyone else to do. So he began tracking the performance of everyone and comparing them to the information about their power that he gleaned from the power identification ability to see why they were performing better than others. What he noticed was that those with higher souls were able to focus longer and didn't complain as much about headaches or slow spinning speed. Since Muni allowed them to ask questions, he decided to clear his doubts by getting more accurate information. So he raised his hands to signify that he had a question. When he was prompted to speak, he said, what exactly makes one focus better? Is it the power of the soul or the power of the body? Muni replied, it is actually the power of the mind. For now, there is no difference between the power of the mind and the power of the soul for you, so you can also say that the stronger one's soul is, the easier it will be for them to focus. Another important factor is the power of one's will. The higher the willpower of your mind, the easier it will be for you to control your life energy and the faster you will be able to spin it. The power of one's will is also important for other things, such as controlling metacs. But we will talk about that later, probably in your 4th week here. For now, what you should know is that entities like you at rank 1 have a body, soul, and mind that range from 0.1 to 1 units in power. The average value and what most people have is 0.5. So I guess the power of the soul is above average. As for the power of your will, I can't say for now. It all depends on your life experiences up to this point and the strength of your determination. It can be greater than 1 and should, in fact, be greater than 1 since you're cultivators now and have come into contact with your life energy. But not to worry. We will find out what it is when I test the will of all of you later on in the initiation program. Loki thanked him for the answer and tried not to let slip anything from his expression. He was struggling to keep a straight face because he was heavily impacted by what Muni had said. As he sat down, he thought to himself, I am definitely abnormal. He quickly used the power identification ability on himself to confirm. What he saw made him widen his eyes in surprise. Age 19/77. Race human. Energy quantity 77 times 3 is equal to 231. Energy density 1. Energy rank 1. Body 0.6. Soul 1.5. Will 4. Skill 10%. Fenrir, divine power identification. Tracking, seal, devouring, rewind, sword heart. According to what Muni had said, his body is slightly above average. This wasn't surprising to him, considering all the hard work he had grown up doing as a slave. What would have been surprising would be if he had survived all the hard work and fighting with a body that was weaker than average. So his body was normal. What was abnormal was the strength of his mind and his willpower. Apparently, his soul is 50% stronger than the limit of normal people at rank 1, while his willpower is 3 levels higher than that of a non-cultivator. He can easily confirm this by using the power identification ability on the people around him. Through the power identification ability, he saw that the soul of everyone was between 0.3 and 0.9. Even Slav, the most talented one with an innate potential of 95 units, only has a soul with a power of 0.9 units. So his situation with a soul power of 1.5 units is definitely abnormal. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell what the willpower of other people was, so he couldn't compare the power of his will with that of his peers. But even without seeing the definite amount of willpower that others had, he was sure that his willpower was top-notch, too. What was most interesting to him about what Muni said was the statement about how their willpower depends on their life experiences and the strength of their determination. He found this interesting because when he had first awakened in the first timeline, he had checked, and his will was level 3. So it was after he killed Slav, gained the rewind Metac, died by beheading, reversed time, and came back to life that his willpower increased to level 4. This made him chuckle to himself and say, "That's a lot of life experience for a single boost in will, though. I guess the strength of my determination is weak." Then he rubbed his chin and said, "I wonder what counts as the strongest determination and how I can achieve it. I guess I can only find out when we begin to train the strength of will in the 4th week." After thinking about his special situation for a few seconds more, he returned his attention to cultivation again. But he did indulge himself with one last thought of fancy. He said to himself with pride, "No wonder it is so easy for me to cultivate. I guess Slav is not the only talented one." With that thought, he returned to cultivating. When he became tired, he rested for a while. But his need to rest his mind wasn't as frequent as his need to rest to recover expended life energy. This was because he ran out of life energy faster than he could become tired. This was a problem that only he ran into. Almost everyone else ran into the opposite problem. They became tired before they ran out of life energy. Only a few people ran out of life energy at the same time that they became tired. Slav was one of these groups of people. He was also the most talented one in this group. The rest of the people in the group had a potential that was about the same as the power of their souls. He considered using the power identification ability on Muni. Since he didn't have anything to lose now, he decided to give it a shot. He sneaked a peek at Muni. What he saw made him somewhat exasperated. Race? Energy quantity? Energy density? Energy rank, equals or 3. Body? Soul? Metac? He was exasperated because Fenrir couldn't tell anything about Muni aside from the fact that Muni's energy rank is at least rank 3. Fenrir couldn't even tell if Muni was a human or not. This made Loki frown and say, "What the hell? Isn't it clear that he is a human?" He could understand if Fenrir couldn't tell how strong Muni's body and soul were because Muni is too powerful, but he couldn't understand why Fenrir was stumped by Muni's race when he could tell with his eyes that Muni was a human. As he thought about the possible reasons for this abnormality, he thought to himself, "Is race not determined by sight? I guess not. If Fenrir doesn't determine race by sight, then it would make sense that the difference in their power is interfering with how Fenrir can tell power. And Muni might not be human. He does look a little bit like a shark, a little bit. He even has blue scales on his neck." While he was thinking about this, Muni stopped walking around the classroom and became still. Then Muni began to look around for something. His head swiveled left and right as he checked every direction. When he didn't find anything, he shrugged and continued walking around to check up on his students and give them short advice to point out their mistakes and correct them. This made Loki sigh in relief and say, "So he noticed something, but he didn't find me. It seems I was right to be wary of powerful cultivators. Fortunately, I don't have to start again." The class resumed without any more problems. Aside from the brief interruptions when people asked questions, most of the class was spent focusing on cultivation. One of the questions that someone had asked was if cultivation would grant a longer lifespan. Loki had paid attention to this question because he, too, was interested in having a longer lifespan and living forever. He was also interested because the person who asked the question was the young man who awakened the Sword Heart Metac. The young man asked the question, saying, "I heard that cultivators can live longer. Is that true, Instructor Muni?" Muni chuckled as he replied, "That is true, but don't expect to live longer until you reach rank 6. And from what I know, there are more or less about 100 people in the whole blessed heaven world who are at rank 6 and above. So, considering that there are more than 100 million cultivators at rank 1 in the world, your chance of ascending to rank 6 is 0.0001%. That means that you should forget about it." But the young man wasn't discouraged by the low odds of success. Instead of giving up like Muni said, he clenched his fist in excitement and said, "As long as there is a chance, then it is good enough for me. I will give it my best shot so that I won't have any regrets when I fail. And if I succeed, then I would have achieved a great feat." Many people felt encouraged by what he said and were full of admiration for him. But Slav began to laugh after he heard the young man's words. As he laughed, Slav pointed at him and said, You think you can advance to rank 6 and become a divine being? What gave you the confidence? You think just because you awakened an innate metac you have the right to covet more lifespan?" Slav asked with pure, unadulterated mockery. "Do you know the number of people who awaken an innate metac every year in the Four Directions Sect? There are more than 1,000 of them. I won't even be surprised if there are more than 10,000 people with a talent greater than 50%. Even so, there are only 100 divine beings in the whole world. So it is definitely not by talent." After saying this much, he stopped laughing and sneered at the young man before saying, "You're shit. You're just an ordinary person who got lucky. You're worth nothing more." Then he patted his chest and said, "Even I, with a powerful family, don't dare to covet a rank 6 divine power. What more? You are a lucky fool." The young man became angry that a young boy had derided him like this in front of everyone. So he stood up and said angrily to Slav, "Shut up, boy. If you don't shut up, I'll beat you up." But Slav didn't back down. He sneered at the young man and said, "If you have the guts, why don't you come and beat me?" The young man was truly indignant and very angry, so he took a step forward towards Slav. It was clear that he was ready to teach Slav a lesson. But Muni intervened at the last moment. Muni said calmly to the young man, "Sit back down immediately." His face was cold as he gave that order, so even though he didn't shout and appeared calm, the man took him seriously and quickly returned to his seat. After the young man sat down, Muni said sternly to him, "Next time that you do such a thing as to try to break the rules right in front of me, I will make you wish for the sweet release of death." Then Muni turned to Slav and said with a frown on his face, "You troublemaker, don't make trouble for me, or I will be forced to fine you." He was frowning, but it was clear that he was more frustrated than angry with Slav. This was the opposite of his reaction to the young man. Slav also didn't cower and instead smiled at Muni as he said, "I'm sorry for the disturbance, Instructor Muni. I just couldn't withstand his ignorant boasting." Muni snorted in response before saying, "If not for your powerful father, I would have given you 10 lashes for speaking in my class without permission." Loki watched all of these happen with a growing realization that Muni didn't dare to actually punish Slav. This was because Muni had threatened to fine Slav, while he had threatened to make the young man wish for death. This was even though Slav was the one who caused the trouble. The young man also recognized the preferential treatment that Slav was receiving. It made him feel cheated. Then he heard Muni say that Slav's father was powerful, so he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Only time will tell. Only time will tell who will have the last laugh. Is it not power? I too can be powerful." On the other side, Muni continued his class as if nothing had happened. He said, "Young Slav is not entirely wrong. He was right to say that the chances of advancing to rank 6 and becoming a divine being aren't dependent on just talent. There is also a need for hard work, luck, and powerful connections. This is because there is a limited number of people who can advance to rank 6 in the world. So the competition for rank 6 is stiff. After saying this, he paused and sighed before saying, I heard that in ancient times, things weren't so difficult as this. I heard that cultivators could gain extra lifespan right from rank 1. I heard that rank 1 cultivators can live up to 150 years, rank 2 cultivators can live up to 250 years, and some rank 5 people can live for 2,000 years. Then he shook his head as he said, I find it difficult to believe that such a thing was possible. If it is true, then those days are long gone. It is nothing more than a fairy tale now. His voice was gloomy and despondent as he said these things, but he quickly cheered himself up and continued the lesson. Just as Muni had said, they spent more than 8 hours learning how to cultivate. When they became tired, they napped or rested. Then they resumed after a while. Muni didn't have many expectations or require much from them. He allowed anyone to sleep if they wanted to. As long as they didn't make noise and create a ruckus in his class, he didn't mind what they did. The reason he was like this became known to them after the class. Muni didn't bother to hide it because he thought there was no use in hiding it. Muni woke everyone who was sleeping so that he could address them before he called an end to the class. He glanced at the yawning Slav briefly before saying, Aside from the young ones among you, all of you are adults, so you're free to make your decisions and deal with the consequences of your decision. I spent 8 hours today helping you learn how to cultivate. Such a thing will never happen again. At least not for free. At most, we will have 1-hour classes per day for cultivation from now on. So I hope you took advantage of what I gave you today to learn as much as you could. Then he smiled at them as he said, That aside, it is time for your assignment. I will give you 1 month, after which I will test your cultivation. The 4 weakest of you will be eliminated after the test. No one was surprised to hear this because Muni had informed them right from day 1 about the dangers of the initiation program. But some people still couldn't help but be nervous for one reason or another. The nervous people were the ones who had little to no progress during the entire day of cultivation. They already knew that they were lagging behind, so it didn't take much mental power to come to the conclusion that they were likely to die in a month's time. Muni knew what they were thinking about, so he said, I know some of you have poor talent and didn't do well. To you people, I say, don't give up because all hope is not lost. As I said earlier, hard work can make up for lacking talent. In order to give you the opportunity to make good use of your diligence, I will grant you access to the market today and open the hunting grounds after you guys have acquired metacs and can use them with some proficiency. You can use the market and the hunting grounds to earn energy stones that you can use to supplement your lacking talent. That way, you won't lose out to your more talented peers. Everyone became excited when they heard that they could earn money to speed up their cultivation. Loki was also excited to explore, gain more resources, and acquire more information. But some people in the group, like Slav, sneered at their poor mates and looked down on them for being excited at the prospect of earning money. They thought that working to earn money was a waste of time when they could be spending that time cultivating. Of course, people like Slav had money. They had more money than they needed, so they didn't consider earning more money to be important. That's why Slav thought inwardly to himself with smugness and pride. If you need to work to earn money, then you've already lost. It was one thing for Slav to look down on them, but Muni himself wasn't optimistic about them. He looked at the excited people and shook his head inwardly while thinking to himself, these are the ones who will be eaten alive. But he didn't voice his thoughts. He continued to instruct them as he said, It is currently 4 p.m. You have till 8 p.m. to return to your lodgings. If you do not return to your lodgings on time, you will be punished with a fine. I don't think it is possible, but if you manage to escape, you will be captured and fed to beasts. After warning them, he led them out of the class to the market. On the way there, he told them more rules to follow, such as how the market still counted as sect grounds, so no fighting or killing was allowed. He also said that stealing wasn't allowed. Loki listened to the so-called rules with one ear and let them leave his mind through the other ear without allowing them to take root. Instead of taking the rules seriously, his mind was focused on coming up with various ways to break them to his advantage. According to Loki's observation, the lodgings and accommodations of the initiates were in a circle of land attached to a larger circle called the trainee area. The market and the hunting grounds are also circles of land attached to the training area. The training area is where they had their class earlier. As for the place where they awakened, that is in an enclosure beyond the training area. So the training area is a circle of land attached to the awakening area, while the lodging, market, and hunting grounds are attached to the training area. He calls them circles of land because they seem to be enclosed by an invisible barrier. So they are enclosures, but they are not necessarily circular pieces of land. They could be in the shape of a square. He couldn't be sure because he had not been able to explore every corner yet. But one thing he was sure of was that every enclosure was separated from the next by a gate, and one would need authorization to pass through the gates. Muni took them through the gates to the market and left them there. As soon as he left, many people swarmed the group of initiates. These people varied in size, age, sex, and appearance. But one thing they all had in common was that they were all offering a way for the initiates to earn money. Some of them were offering job opportunities such as mining, blacksmith apprenticeship, tanning skin, corpse treatment, and many more. Some were even offering to buy the blood of the initiates. But the most popular offer was the offer for loans. There were many people offering loans to the initiates. The terms they offered for the loans varied, but every offer that Loki saw made his eyes pop in shock. After getting over bus shock, he smiled and said to himself, "These people are greedy. I like it." The maximum amount that could be loaned varied from person to person. At the highest side, the amount that could be borrowed was 100 energy stones. But it had an interest rate of 3% per month or 36% per year. As if this wasn't bad enough, there were offers to loan as small as 10 energy stones with an interest rate of 10% per month or 120% per year. No matter how high or low the interest rate, all of them wanted the blood, flesh, skin, bones, and souls of the initiates as collateral. That way, if they default on a loan, the lenders will be free to take the value of the loan from their bodies. To top it off, one cannot repay the loan until after 1 month of borrowing. That means they can only repay the principal together with the first month of interest. After that, it was stated that if one couldn't repay the loan after 1 year, the principal would be doubled. This would continue for every year until the monthly interest can no longer be paid. Then the debtor will be disassembled into various parts and organs and sold off. After going through the terms and conditions of the loans, Loki didn't think he was exaggerating when he said that these people were greedy. But not everyone had the same evaluation of the lenders as he did. Many of the initiates thought that the offer to borrow 10 energy stones and pay back 11 energy stones in a month was a good offer. This was because they didn't mind the extra that they would need to repay, which was 1 energy stone. They only looked at the fact that the extra that they would need to return is 1 energy stone, not the fact that they were borrowing money at an absurd interest rate, and neither did they consider the consequence of not paying back the money. It was clearly a bad idea to take on loans so early without much information and without a secure way to repay them. This was what Loki thought about the whole thing, but he still lined up to take a loan. Slav saw this, so he raised his chin high and laughed smugly as he said, "Once a slave, forever a slave. If I had known that you were this poor, I would have offered to buy your worthless life." There was a group of people who had attached themselves to him. They laughed along with him as if he had just said the greatest joke in the world and as if their lives depended on how hard they could laugh. All of these people were older than Slav, and there were even some who were twice as old as he was. But they followed him around like ducklings following their mother. They had no shame about being led around by someone the age of their children. After speaking, Slav left with an air of superiority and self-importance. His group of shameless lackeys also left with him. But they made sure to speak loudly as they mocked Loki. But Loki didn't let this little interruption stop him from getting a loan that required him to use his body parts as collateral. Not only was he not cautious like the others and limited himself to taking the 10 energy stones loan, but he went wild and took the 100 energy stones loan. If anything, Slav's mockery had only encouraged him to get the loan. So instead of hesitating like the others, he was quick to cut himself and put his blood on the contract. The lender smiled at him and said, "Nice doing business with you. I hope you will return next month for more business. Loki also smiled at the lender and said, "Nice doing business with you." The two of them were clearly satisfied with the deal. With the first deal done, the man moved on to the second step. He took Loki to his shop to offer him more ways to earn money and items to spend money on. Loki was willing to part with his blood to earn more money, but he didn't want anything to interfere with his cultivation speed for now, and he hadn't even spent the money he got from the loan, so he shelved the idea for now. He also refused to have his whole existence examined and valued in order to raise his lending limit. He was greedy, but he didn't let his greed blind him to the extent that he would allow someone to inspect his energy well and evaluate the value of Fenrir just for money. Since he already gained money from the loan, he did not agree to do anything else to earn money. Instead, he focused on the things that he could buy to increase his strength rapidly. Of all the things that he saw, only the cloudy date, a metac that could be consumed to raise cultivation, interested him. This was because he was only interested in raising his cultivation and acquiring knowledge. Since he can reverse time, the only things that matter to him are the things he can take back with him through time. Currently, the only things he knows that he can take back with him through time are metacs, information, and the energy within Fenrir. This was why he was interested in the cloudy date. Unfortunately, the cloudy date cost 2,000 energy stones and was a consumable that would be lost after a single use. The cloudy date was a white, round fruit. Once it is used, it will raise his cultivation to the middle of rank 1 instantly. He gave up on it because it was too expensive. He didn't think it was worth it to spend so much money on the cloudy date, and wanted to try cultivating on his own first. So he left the man's shop and decided to look around a bit before going back to cultivate. The market was arranged around a lane of road that extends from the gate and makes a U-turn back to the gate. So there are two sides of the market with shops placed on both sides of the lane. As Loki went around, he saw many places where he could spend his money. There were even places for entertainment like gambling shops and prostitution houses. There were also restaurants, bars, and theaters. He was starved for entertainment, but he didn't choose to spend his money on these things. His focus was reserved for things that could increase his strength. The first thing that comes to mind that can increase his strength is his cultivation. The second thing is metacs. The third thing is weapons. He already plans to cultivate, so the next thing he can do to increase his strength is to acquire more metacs or buy weapons. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy any metacs yet because they were all expensive. Their price ranged from 500 energy stones to 1,000. This was even though they were rank 1 metacs. He also couldn't steal the metacs because most of the shops had security and were manned by people at rank 2 or at the peak of rank 1. After seeing the price of rank 1 metacs, he understood without being told that he stood no chance of stealing from a rank 2 being. The price of rank 1 metac also made him realize that the amount of money that he managed to borrow from the lenders wasn't actually much. So he looked into how to borrow more money. After asking around, he learned that aside from undergoing a thorough evaluation now, he would have to wait for at least 1 month before he could borrow more. He was told that the longer he survived in the initiation program and the better he performed in it, the higher his evaluation would be and the more he would be able to borrow. So he had to wait if he wanted to borrow more money. Since his mind was made up on cultivating, he didn't mind that he couldn't get metacs for now. But that didn't mean that he couldn't observe the market more, learn new things, and widen his horizons. He decided to return to cultivate with the 100 energy stones yet. So he went around the market perusing their wares. After checking out the metacs, he went on to check the weapons. Weapons were cheaper than metac in general. But one type of weapon was very expensive and also very interesting to him. This weapon was a large metallic humanoid structure. It had large metallic arms and legs that resembled those of a human, but it didn't have a head and had a large cylindrical body that resembled a drum, which served as its torso. The large metallic arms and legs were attached to the cylindrical drum, which gave it a humanoid form. The arms and legs were agile like a human, but they were also able to twist and turn in ways that human limbs couldn't. The front of the cylindrical drum was open and covered with an iron net and a transparent, but strong material. This allowed the person sitting in the cylindrical drum to see the outside world, and allowed Loki to see that there was someone in the cylindrical drum who was controlling the humanoid weapon with levers and pedals. This sight made Loki's light up in delight as he said, "No wonder it doesn't need a head. There is someone in it who can use their own eyes to see." The whole thing could be called a large metallic barrel with limbs, but it reminded Loki of the giant Mechs and Mechas of his past life. So no matter how ugly it looked, it was still interesting to Loki. The man in the walking barrel saw Loki watching intensely, so he switched off the mech and wiggled his way out of it through a small hatch in the back. By the time he became free of the mech, he was sweating and panting hard. It was clear that it hadn't been easy for him to get out of the mech. The man took a dirty towel from the wall and used it to wipe his sweaty face. Then he wiped his sweaty neck and arms. After doing this, he walked over to Loki and said, "Do you like what you see?" Loki nodded calmly, not showing too much excitement, and said, "What is it?" The man turned to the mech and beamed with pride as he said, "This here is my most prized possession. It is a combat armor. Specifically, it is a rank 2 combat armor. This combat armor isn't like the golems and puppets that others control with their mind. Those golems can only use their power to fight, but this combat armor can combine my power and energy with it, so that I can produce a higher power output. So the combat armor is a precious tool for the unification of man and machine. It is so good that its power increases with the cultivation of its driver. It is unlike golems and puppets, for which the power of the controller has very little impact on their power output." Even without Loki asking, the man was willing to divulge information about his prized possession. Through what he said, Loki was able to learn about golems, puppets, and combat armors. He learned that golems were mechanical beings that were capable of independent actions and didn't require controllers. All they needed was an instruction, and they could execute this instruction without much help. So golems were intelligent. Puppets, on the other hand, required active control from someone with. This made puppets cheaper and easier to make than golems. Of the three of them, the combat armor was the most expensive. This was because of the complex control system and the power core that allowed for the fusion of the power of the driver with that of the combat armor. Loki also learned that these three mechanical structures were products and tools used by the forging branch of the Four Directions Sect. Apparently, it was a main school in the sect and a field that he would have the chance to specialize in the future. After listening to the man drone on and on about his combat armor and how great it was, Loki asked him, "How much is it?" His question made the man chuckle and shake his head before saying, "I doubt you can afford it. Anyway, it will cost you 3,000 energy stones." Loki nodded in understanding before asking, "What if I want to learn it?" The man began wiping the combat armor as he said, "My skills are not for sale, young man. It is my livelihood. No one sells their livelihood when they can use it to earn more money." He was using the same towel that he used to wipe his face earlier to clean the combat armor. This didn't faze Loki because he had seen and experienced worse. So Loki skipped over the matter of the tower and chuckled as he said to the man, "You're somewhat right. It is unwise to sell one's means of livelihood when one can use it to earn money. But one can sell it if the price is compelling enough or if one is desperate for quick cash." What Loki said made the man laugh out loud. After laughing, he said, "You're right about that. Unfortunately for you, I am not desperate, and you don't have anything compelling enough to exchange with me for my skill." To this, Loki said, "I will be back." Then he turned away and left the man. As he left, the man glanced at him before shaking his head and saying, "So much hope for the future. It reminds me of my past. I wonder how long he can last before his hope is worn down." On the other side, Loki completed his tour of the market. Then he spent the rest of the day in the gambling dens. He didn't gamble at all. He only watched the people gambling and used them to gain experience. There are many kinds of things that people gamble on. There is betting on beast fights, the gambling on Metac loads, and the lottery. They are all popular but extremely difficult to earn money from. The betting on beast fights is straightforward. One only has to pick a beast to win, and whoever wins would win if their beast won the fight. But as simple as betting was, winning, on the other hand, was more difficult because the fights are not among two beasts, but can be between 10 beasts fighting for supremacy. This has reduced the chance of picking a winner from 50% to 10%. Gambling on Metac loads was even more difficult to win because the stones said to contain Metacs can be fake and are usually empty most of the time. Rarely does anyone manage to pick a Metac load, open it, and find a living Metac inside of it. What most people find in the Metac loads are usually dead Metacs or even completely empty stones. Out of 100, he only saw their people win. So the chances of success are at best 3%. Then there is the even worse lottery. The one he saw involved picking a fish out of the 10,000 fish in a barrel. Then thousands of grains are poured into the barrel of fish. The person who picked the lucky fish that swallowed the special grain will win the lottery. So the chances of winning are even less than 1%. One thing that he noticed, though, was that the poorer the chance of winning, the higher the reward for winning. For example, beast fighting has a maximum odds of 10 and is usually 5, while the reward for gambling with Metac load can be 10 to 100 times the amount used to gamble. As for the lottery, the reward can be as high as 1,000 times the cost of gambling. This is the case for picking the lucky fish out of the 10,000 fish in the barrel. Unfortunately, he didn't see anyone win this. Loki watched and learned until he had to leave the market. Then he returned home to cultivate. He went into the bedroom and sat on the simple bed with his back to the wall. Then he concentrated his mind into his energy well. It was nighttime, so it was dark outside. It was also dark within the house. But he had a small fire lamp to produce enough light for him to see. The sight that appeared to him was a slight white wall. The parts of the energy well that were white were only a thin layer on the inside of the energy well, and it was only an area that was less than 10%. According to his power identification ability, the true progress to the next stage is only 2%. Since he had to make the whole energy well white both on the inside and the outside, until the entire round ball made of what appears to be glass is completely foggy, before he could reach the middle of rank 1. The little amount of white he saw in his energy well meant that he still had a long way to go. According to Muni, the talented ones among them who have a potential of 50 and are properly diligent with cultivation, should be able to advance to the middle of rank 1 in 2 months. This is without the help of any resources like energy stones. He has 77 potential, 3 times as much, 100 energy stones, and a lot of willpower to ensure diligence, so he should be able to advance to the middle of rank 1 in a month. So he should have nothing to worry about concerning the end of the month test, in which the worst 4 will die. But instead of focusing on his energy well and trying to nurture its walls, he shifted his focus to the energy chambers in Fenrir and began nurturing them. This is because the cultivation of the energy chambers can be brought back with him when he rewinds time. Since he wants to be able to get Slav regardless of Slav's awareness of the danger and no matter what Slav does to avoid them, he needs to be strong enough to subdue Slav the moment he awakens his energy well. Another reason he is focusing on the energy chambers within Fenrir is that the energy within them is what Fenrir will use to traverse the river of time. So he needs to prioritize the cultivation of Fenrir above the cultivation of his energy well. Of course, he will still need to refine his energy well, too. This is something he has to do before he can advance to rank 2. To top it off, he has to refine both the energy chambers in Fenrir, too. So he has to do 3 times as much work as others before he can advance to rank 2. This is just for now, when he hasn't reached the limit of how many metacs Fenrir can devour and fuse with. So the number of energy wells that he has to refine in the future will only increase, not decrease. He is going to have to do a lot of work to advance to rank 2. But this much work didn't faze him at all. After all, he has a lot of time to do the work. When he thought of how much work he needed to do to advance to rank 2, he also thought to himself with a smirk, "Fortunately, I have 100 energy stones to help me, and I can always come back for more." With that said, he focused wholeheartedly on refining the energy chambers within Fenrir. He picked one of the 2 and decided to focus on it. He wanted to get this one to the peak of rank 1 first before moving to the other one. The energy within his energy well and the other chamber was siphoned to help nourish this single energy chamber. When he ran out of energy, he took out the energy stones and began extracting the energy within them to cultivate. The energy stone felt brittle in his hand. He felt as if he could crush it easily, and it did crack when he applied pressure on it. He stopped short of crushing the stone so as not to waste. After all, the energy stone might be free, but every little bit of it counts towards his cultivation, and his cultivation is of supreme importance. As he extracted the energy from the energy stones, he realized that each one contained about 100 units of energy. He also saw that once an energy stone had lost its useful energy, it would crumble into crystal dust in his hands. Thanks to the energy stones, he was able to maintain the whirlpool in the energy chamber throughout the cultivation session and didn't let it stop once. This increased the efficiency of the energy refining far more than intermittent refining. And since he was getting the energy he needed for cultivation from outside his body didn't become tired during the prolonged cultivation session. Unfortunately, nothing could make up for the intense focus needed to cultivate. After just 1 hour of cultivation, he had to stop and call it a day. But before he went to sleep, he used the power identification ability to check his progress. The power identification ability showed that he had made 2% progress in 1 hour of cultivation. This was about the same amount of progress that he made earlier in the day when he spent 8 hours cultivating. This made Loki shake his head and say, "So I wasted most of my day." He was surprised by the comparison of the progress that he made between the 8-hour cultivation session and the 1-hour one. But after making some more calculations, he realized that he had underestimated the effect of cultivating with energy stones. He thought to himself in awe, "If I can maintain this speed and do it twice in a day, I will be able to reach the middle of rank 1 in 25 days. What astonishing speed." In order to achieve this much progress in 1 hour, he had used up 16 energy stones. This meant that he would need a total of 800 energy stones in order to maintain this speed. 800 energy stones didn't feel like a lot to him after knowing that the price of a cloudy date, which can instantly help him advance, is 2,000 energy stones. This comparison makes spending 800 energy stones seem cheap. But when he thought of how much time a cloudy date could save him, he said, "Cultivating without energy stones should require 1.5 days or 45 days, while cultivating with energy stones only requires 25 days, saving me 20 days. These 20 days extra are bought with 800 energy stones. On the other hand, I can save 45 days of cultivation by spending 2,000 energy stones. So 800 energy stones might be cheap in terms of money, but it is expensive in terms of time." At the end of his deliberation, he said, "If I had the money, I would prefer to spend the 2,000 energy stones and save the 45 days. Fortunately, I have the time to do what I want." He sighed in relief to himself there at the end of his introspection. He had to sigh because he thought of how 800 energy stones and 25 days of cultivation are only for one energy chamber. His source of relief is that he already has a way to earn the money he needs to shorten his cultivation. So he felt relaxed about the ordeal he needed to go through to reach the peak of rank 1. With his mind settled, he went to bed. But before he closed his eyes, he remembered that he had seen that his skill had improved. Apparently, his skill had improved from 10% to 30%. According to what he knows of the skill parameter, it is how well he can control his internal energy and metacs. He has some inclination as to why his skill has improved, seeing as he has done only one thing to his energy well since he began this timeline, but he isn't too sure about his guess. However, he didn't think too much about it because the improvement of his skill was a good thing, and because he was too mentally tired and sleepy to think too deeply about anything else. So he went to sleep. When he woke up the following morning, he washed up, ate his meal, and went to class as usual. Muni spent 1 hour answering questions about cultivation before he moved on to another topic. Muni looked at Slav and said, "It seems our young master has advanced to the middle of rank 1 with just 1 day of cultivation." Slav smiled and said smugly, "I actually advanced to the peak of rank 1. Cultivation is for suckers." Muni's eyes twitched, but he remained calm as he said, "I see. Anyway, congratulations." Slav waved his hand nonchalantly and made no attempt to be humble as he said, "It was nothing." Loki's eye twitched when he saw this, and he gritted his teeth as he thought to himself in anger, "Of course it's nothing, you spoiled brat. If you had at least worked on the 6,000 energy stones that you used to buy the cloudy date, your breakthrough might have been worth something." But you didn't work for anything, so you can't value it. He wanted to say these things out loud to Slav, but he kept them within his heart because he didn't dare to draw the ire of Muni by saying something that might disrupt his class. He didn't want to be lashed enough to bleed, so he kept quiet. But the fact that he had to keep quiet about his true feelings only made him angrier. He wished dearly that he could punch the smug look on Slav's face and knock out some of his teeth. He knew that Slav was extremely talented, abnormal even, but he refused to believe that Slav had advanced because of cultivation. He is willing to bet his left kidney and an arm that Slav acquired his cultivation by using a cloudy date. Just thinking about it made him furious, and he became furious the more he thought about it. Not only is his talent outrageous, but he is also extremely wealthy. If I hadn't taken the rewind Metac from him, there would be no stopping him. No wonder he was smug when he awakened the rewind Metac in the first timeline. I would be too. Finally, he cried out inwardly, saying, "Is life fair? Is there any fairness in the world?" Then he remembered his situation, so he calmed down and said, "Right, I have Fenrir, so I'm cheating too. So maybe I don't have any right to complain." He was able to calm himself down quickly despite how infuriating the whole situation was. But not everyone else was as mature as he was. Many people didn't like that Slav had advanced so quickly, and they especially didn't like how he treated his progress as a normal thing that wasn't worth mentioning. This all showed on their faces if they were sincere enough about what they were feeling. The young man with the sword heart Metac, Craig in particular, was fuming. He looked as if fire would come out of his eyes as he glared at Slav. But some other people weren't so honest with their feelings. Many of them smiled at Slav and congratulated him. Slav's sycophants went the extra length in this ass-kissing ritual. The sight was bad for Loki to see because he knew that if they could kiss Slav's ass in exchange for some benefits, they would take it. So their behavior quickly became too disgusting and sickening for Loki to watch. Eventually, Muni called the class to order. Then he said, "For the next hour, I will teach you all that you need to know about metacs and the skillful use of metacs. Then you will have the rest of the day for yourself. Tomorrow I'll introduce willpower and how to train it to you. This will take up 3 hours of your time too. For this week we will spend 1 hour on cultivation, metacs, and Tao heart for a total of 3 hours every day. At the end of the week, you will then pick your first metacs and decide on your path of cultivation." Everyone was excited to hear that they would be able to start using metacs soon. Even Slav was excited despite being so rich. It made Loki, who had an important reason for wanting to gain metacs, become suspicious. He asked himself, "I saw yesterday that we can buy metacs with money, so what could be great about what Muni is offering that makes Slav, this rich second-generation young master, so full of anticipation?" He was wondering about this to himself, but had to stop thinking about it because Muni began his lecture in earnest. Muni said, "Let's start from the beginning. What are metacs?" Metacs are metaphysical objects. They are neither living things nor non-living things. In fact, I dare say that they have transcended the definition of life and death. They are the power of the world made manifest in a form that can be grasped and used. The nature of metacs is why they are called fragments of the power of the world and fragments of the great Tao. You can call metacs anything you want, but the fact remains that they are powerful objects that one must have in order to produce power. He chucked and said, "After my many years of cultivation, I have heard many fairy tales about how ancient cultivators were better than us. It is said that ancient cultivators all have longer lifespans and can easily replenish their energy from the atmosphere. But I have never heard anyone say that ancient cultivators are stronger than us." At this point, he shook his head and said, "The fairy tales might be true or false. I can't tell. But I have asked myself this question. If the ancient cultivators were so great, why did they disappear?" Many people have asked this question, and some of them have found some answers. The most popular answer is that we, the new cultivators, are stronger than the ancient cultivators. This is why the ancient cultivators faded into history despite having a longer lifespan than we do. He shook his head again and said, "I don't know if this is true, but I do know without a doubt that ancient cultivators couldn't use metacs. There is simply no record of it. Not even in fairy tales. As far as we can tell, ancient cultivators use spells, and their spells rely on environmental energy to empower them. It is only we, the new cultivators, who use metacs. I suspect that it is our use of metacs that made us stronger and capable of eliminating ancient cultivators into extinction. After he said this, he began to pace back and forth. It seemed he had become too agitated and engrossed with his lecture to stand in one position. He said, "There are different types and kinds of metacs, but they all range from rank 1 to rank 9. For now, all you need to know is that there are core metacs and branch metacs. Then there are common metacs and divine metacs. Common metacs are the metacs that most of you, if not all of you, will ever come into contact with in your whole life. Common metacs can only reach rank 5. It is what most cultivators use. There can be 2 of the same kind of a common metac." He paused at this point and pointed his finger at Craig before saying, "Take your innate metac for example. There are millions of Sword Heart metacs in the world. In fact, half of the people of the Swordway sect start out with the Sword Heart metac as their core metac. So what you have isn't special by any means." Then his voice became solemn as he said, "But divine metacs are special. Divine metacs are so special that there can only be one of them in the world at a time. If someone possesses a divine metac, another person cannot possess the same kind of divine metac. That is the law of the world." At this point, his voice became full of longing and awe as he said, "Another thing that makes divine metacs special is that they are the only kinds of metacs that can reach rank 6. They can even go up to rank 9. Since divine metacs are needed to advance to rank 6, the uniqueness and scarcity of divine metacs are why there are so few divine beings in the world." His attention shifted to Craig again, but this time he said even worse things to him. He said, "So, young Master Slav was right yesterday when he said becoming a rank 6 being is not a matter of talent. You also need luck and connections. Frankly, you barely have the talent. You don't have the luck, the connections, or a special innate metac. So it is truly unlikely that you will ever reach rank 6. Then he asked Craig with an amused expression on his face, "So what will you do, young man? Will you give up now?" Craig answered without hesitation, "Never." His reply made Muni laugh. His laughter was full of energy and boisterous. Then he said to Craig, "That is the spirit. That is the way of cultivation. Never giving up." He shifted his focus again and looked at everyone as he said, "If you don't try, you will never succeed. So you must try, and you must try your hardest if you want to succeed. If you don't have something, then what you should do is to take it." His voice was full of anger and determination as he said this. It made them realize that Muni wasn't just parroting some ideals to them. They were able to understand that he was saying what he truly believed in. Loki said to himself, if what he said about his initial potential being 45 is true, then it is no wonder he feels this way. Then he changed the topic to something he just realized. He said, "That aside, I think the uniqueness of divine metacs is why Slav couldn't possess the rewind metac after I took it, and why Craig still had the sword heart metac after I took his from the previous timeline. But why did Slav awaken a different divine metac? Why didn't he awaken a common metac? Is he that talented?" Then he smacked his lips and thought to himself, "I guess I will find out soon. If Slav is truly that talented, then I don't mind helping him realize the full extent of his talent." As he thought of this, Slav felt a faint threat coming from him. So Slav turned to him and narrowed his eyes at him. Loki ignored him and chose to focus on the lesson. At this point, Muni had calmed down from his agitated state. He coughed and said, "Let's return to the class. Let's talk about core metacs and branch metacs." Muni started by saying, "Core metacs are the foundation of the pathway to power. Each core metac point out to a supreme Tao. That is, each core metac is the first metac one must fuse with and have as their lifebound metac in order to borrow some of the power of the supreme Tao. Core metacs are why we are stronger than ancient cultivators. Branch metac can substitute for spells, but core metac can raise our state of existence and make us closer to the Tao. Branch metac are metacs that are used in combination with core metac to produce power. For example, the people of the Swordway sect use Phantom Blade Metac, a metac that creates a temporary blade out of energy, and the Sword Edge Metac, a metac that makes any blade become sharper, together with the Sword Heart Metac. The job of the Sword Heart Metac is to elevate the existence of the cultivator and help them advance while also making it possible for the power of many branch metacs to be combined into one. So both the core metacs and the branch metacs are useful. After saying this, he went to the blackboard and began drawing a diagram to illustrate what he was saying. He drew a large circle and wrote the Sword Heart Metac in this circle. Then he drew many other small circles around the large circle. He wrote words like Phantom Sword, Sword Edge, Flying Sword, and Breaking Sword in the small circles. Finally, he drew a line from each of the small circles to the large circle at the center. After he was done drawing, he turned to them and said, "So a core metac is like a spider, while the branch metacs are nodes in the spider web that the spider wove. The stronger the core metac, the stronger the spider will be, and the more branch metacs there are, the larger the web can be. In this analogy, you are also the spider. This is because the core metac will fuse with you. So core metacs can't be changed easily. You have to be careful with the core metac you pick. And you can only have one core metac." At this point, he cleaned his hands of chalk with a small hand towel. The towel was white, so it was difficult for Loki to tell if it was dirty because the chalk was also white. Muni looked at Craig again and said, "For those of you who awakened with an innate metac, you can use your innate metac as your core metac. Every innate metac can be used as a core metac. In fact, it is recommended that you use your innate metac as your core metac because it is the metac most aligned to your nature. However, if you pick the Sword Heart Metac as your core metac, you won't be able to get much help from the Four Directions sect. On the upside, it also means that no one in the sect will compete with you for the resources needed to elevate your core metac or fight for branch metacs with you." Then he said to everyone else, "As for you lot, you are in luck. The Four Directions sect has many core metacs for you to choose from. In fact, we have 5 core metac to choose from." He pointed to the image of the 4-pointed star insignia on his uniform and said, "The Four Directions sect has 5 branches. There is a branch of enslavement in the center. As far as I know, the founder of the Four Directions sect used the enslavement path to prove the Tao. So this path belongs to the ancestor. This means that you can never achieve rank 9 with it." Then he laughed and said, "Of course, that is for those who can achieve rank 9 to worry about. For us who find it difficult to achieve rank 5, it doesn't matter who owns which pathway." After having his laugh, he became serious again and said, "Anyways, there are 4 other available pathways for us to take in the Four Directions sect. There is a forging pathway, the pathway of the mind hunters, the death pathway, and the money pathway. The core metac of the enslavement pathway is the enslavement seed metac. The core metac of the forging pathway is the telekinesis metac. The core metac of the mind hunters pathway is the telepathy metac. The core metac of the death pathway is corpse control metac. Finally, the core metac of the money pathway is the contract metac. For the rest of the week, I will speak at length about the 5 pathways. I will also touch upon some of their branch metacs. At the end of the week, you will pick one core metac and a branch metac of that pathway. So prepare yourself and listen attentively." Then Muni coughed loudly to clear his throat. After he was ready, he began the main portion of the lecture. He said, "In the Four Directions sect, our core principle is controlling other things to fight for us and to gain power. Take the enslavement pathway, for example. It is clearly about controlling living things to fight for us, while the death pathway is about controlling dead things to fight for us. The forging pathway is controlling non-living things and objects to fight, while the pathway of the mind hunter is controlling intangible things like emotions and memories as weapons to fight with. As for the money pathway, it uses something as conceptual as money to fight and control others. In the Four Directions sect, we rarely fight at the forefront. We usually use other things to fight for us, and we usually fight from a distance, never directly. That is the essence of the Four Directions sect. So the choice of which core metac you will pick is actually the choice of which kind of tool you want to fight with and use to gain power." Then he began listing out specific examples of the tools and metacs that each branch uses so that they will get a better idea of what they want. He said that the enslavement path enclaves beasts like birds and fish. They also control insects, plants, and even other humans. He also stated the branch metacs for each of these possible tools. For the forging pathway, he mentioned puppets, golems, combat armors, and every other kind of weapon. He told them that this pathway was all about forging powerful tools and controlling them to fight. Next, made mention of the tools of the 3 other pathways too. He even spoke at length about all of them for 1 hour. It was through his explanation that they were able to know that those on the forging pathway can turn themselves into machines, the way those on the death pathway can turn themselves into zombies. So his class was very enlightening. By the time the class was over, Loki had gotten enough information to be able to decide which pathway he wanted to cultivate. He picked the forging pathway and the mindhunter's pathway. He picked the forging pathway because it had mechs, guns, and he loved them. As for the pathway of mindhunting, he picked it because it required the same stat as the forging pathway, being the power of the mind, and it also complemented the forging pathway. Muni had said that all pathways except the money pathway required a powerful mind. He said the money pathway required a lot of energy and a large energy well. The forging pathway only needed a powerful mind. But some of them, like the death pathway, also required powerful souls, while the pathway of mind hunting and the enslavement pathway required powerful willpower too. So there is no inherent clash in the requirement of the forging pathway and the mind hunter's pathway. In fact, the pathway of mind hunter will also be able to take advantage of his powerful willpower. However, the most important reason he picked the mind hunter's pathway is that they target the other 4 pathways and can prevent him from being enslaved and controlled by others. After learning about the capabilities of the 5 pathways, he realized that he might not be able to guard against the money pathway, but he had to pick the mind hunter's pathway because they target the very foundation of the other pathways. They hunt the mind, which other pathways rely on for their control. In order not to become a slave after becoming a cultivator and fighting so hard for his freedom, the mind hunter's pathway is a must for him. On the other hand, the forging pathway will allow him to create the kinds of weapons and tools that he wants to fight with. So the mind hunter's pathway will help him control the intangible, while the forging pathway will help him control the tangible. As for why he didn't pick more pathways, it is because he didn't need to. Plus, he didn't want to spread his time and attention too thin. After all, a jack of all trades will easily become a master of none. But if he can master these 2 pathways, then he won't mind adding extra to his plate. Of course, being able to pick 2 pathways is a privilege that no one else has. No one can pick 2 core pathways, so he kept his choices to himself. He also learned why Slav was so excited to get the opportunity to receive metacs. Muni told them that core metacs could only be acquired by joining a sect or awakening them innately. So one can only buy branch metacs outside, which is why even the rich Slav was looking forward to the selection of pathways. After class, Muni let them go to the market to find ways to earn money. As for the hunting ground, he said that it would be open for them when they could actually hunt the beasts within it. Now that Loki knew that the money pathway was an entire branch of cultivation in the sect, he wasn't surprised by the loans, the absurd collateral, and their exorbitant interest rates anymore. Almost everyone went to the market for the 2nd time, but some people didn't go. Loki didn't go because he had acquired everything he needed yesterday and because he wanted to return to cultivate. But Slav of all people still went to the market, and he went with his sycophant lackeys. Loki didn't know what Slav was going to do in the market, but he was sure that it wasn't to earn money to cultivate like the others who went to the market. When he thought about how Slav didn't need to cultivate anymore, he snorted and said, "He is probably going to the market to buy out everything they have there." Then he went to the lodgings to cultivate. He spent 1 hour cultivating before resting and cultivating again just before he went to bed. So he cultivated twice and used up 32 energy stones. His day can be said to be fruitful. He learned new, useful information and also increased his cultivation by 4%. Not many of his mates could claim to have had a fruitful day as he did. But he was human and had insatiable wants, so he still had something to complain about. He looked out into the darkness of the night and said, "I wish I had concentration pills to make my mind sharp and increase my mental energy. That way I would be able to cultivate faster." After wishing for something he didn't have, he placed his head onto his bed, closed his eyes, and went to bed. He woke up the following day, which was the third day of the initiation program, to repeat the events of yesterday. He had his bath, ate his breakfast, and went to class as usual. Muni spent 1 hour answering their cultivation questions. After that, there was a guest speaker who came to speak to them about the enslavement pathway. The guest speaker was a lady whom Loki was able to identify as a cultivator of rank 2. She belonged to the enslavement branch of the sect, so she had the knowledge and expertise needed to teach them about the branch. But she didn't spend the entire class talking. She also brought some of the beasts that she controlled and explained the use of her metacs to them. After class, he went home to cultivate. His cultivation session cost him 32 energy stones. This made a total of 80 energy stones that he had spent on cultivation in exchange for 10% progress towards the middle stage of rank 1. The following day, which was the 4th day of the initiation program, it was someone from the death pathway who came to speak to them. He couldn't tell the sex or identity of the person because they wore a black cloak that covered their entire figure. Only their raspy androgynous voice could be heard from within the black cloak. The death speaker brought zombies, bone servants, and even wraiths that they controlled to the class. The wraiths were the highlights of the class because they were spiritual beings that could pass through walls and were nearly immune to physical attacks. After class, he went home to cultivate. He wanted to cultivate twice, but he could only cultivate once before he ran out of energy stones to continue cultivating. His 6th cultivation session cost another 16 energy stones, bringing the total to 96 energy stones that he had consumed to fuel his rapid cultivation. This left 4 energy stones, which isn't enough for another cultivation session. So he decided to rewind time in order to acquire more resources for cultivation. He made this decision as soon as he finished his 6th cultivation session. So it was still daytime, and his mind was tired when he decided to return. No one was forcing him to reverse time this time around, which is something he appreciated immensely. He was thinking about this when his eyes opened again at the moment he just awakened the Fenrir Metac. He smiled and said to himself, "Let's go for another round, shall we?" After reversing time again, Loki went along with everyone else and did everything he was supposed to do without causing any trouble. He even paid attention to Muni's 8-hour lecture on cultivation. This was to ensure that he didn't miss out on anything. But things changed that evening when Muni granted them access to the market. Everyone was excited to go to the market, but he was the most excited one. As usual, Slav looked down on them for being poor, but Loki ignored him. Loki also ignored Slav's jests when he lined up to take a loan. There were some differences in the mockery this time around because Loki was the first to sign up for a loan. Slav was very creative about making fun of Loki's previous identity as a slave and how it made him inclined to sell himself. Loki continued to ignore him, but he thought to himself, "Just keep gallivanting about like some proud peacock while you still can. You might be a peacock, but you're still a fowl. So you can still be killed and turned into the main material for a soup." After getting his loan of 100 energy stones, Loki didn't return to the lodgings to cultivate. Instead, he rushed to the gambling houses with the 100 energy stones to try his luck. The game of chance that he went to try his luck on was the beast fighting game. He didn't try the lottery because he didn't see anyone win it in the last timeline. He also didn't try Metac load gambling because the reward will be metacs, which he can't use right now because he doesn't have any core metacs. To top things off, even if he picked out a Metac load with a living Metac in it, he will still have to safely bring out the Metac within it and make sure that the Metac doesn't die when the stone encasing it is broken open. So he picked the rather straightforward beast fighting gambling. The reward for winning bets in the beast fighting arena is low, but he has at least seen a lot of people win it before. And as it turned out, he was incredibly lucky, too. Every bet that he made always won, and he always increased his money, which increased the amount of money he bet on the next games. Some odds of the games were as low as 2, and some were as high as 10. However, because he always won his bets, his money quickly snowballed to a size that even his greedy nature deemed was more than enough. He only bet 4 times in a row, and he bet on games with payout odds of 2, 5, 8, and 10. So by the end of the 4th bet, he had earned 80,000 energy stones. He couldn't bet anymore because the gambling house refused to take his money. In fact, they kicked him out in anger because some people had bet along with him and made the gambling house lose a lot of money. Loki left the gambling house feeling smug. He looked at the gambling house one last time before shaking his head and leaving. Then he said to himself, "What a pity! I could have earned more if they weren't so stingy." But then he chuckled and said, "I guess I should be satisfied with what I have, because if not for the fact that killing is forbidden in the market, they would have killed me to take back their money." As he was talking to himself, he walked over to a shop nearby that sells metacs. Then he bought 24 cloudy dates at the cost of 1,800 energy stones each. They sold the cloudy dates to him for 1,800 energy stones because he asked for a discount. He asked for a discount because he values money too much. As someone who used to be a slave and didn't even own the rags he was wearing or his life, he wasn't going to let a sudden increase in his money make him lose his reverence for money. Especially now that he knew that money is power to specific cultivators. So he insisted on getting a discount, and because he was buying 24 of them at a time, he was given a 10% discount. So he only had to pay 43,200 energy stones for them, not 48,000 energy stones. Of the 24 cloudy dates that he bought, 9 are for his 3 energy chambers. He will need 1 cloudy date to go from early to middle stage, from middle to late stage, and from the late to peak stage of rank 1. So each energy chamber needs 3 cloudy dates, which makes a total of 9 that he needs currently. The remaining 15 are for the energy chambers that he will open in the future. After purchasing the 24 cloudy dates, he also bought some metacs that he was interested in. He bought 1 branch metac from the 3 pathways that he wasn't going to specialize in. His main goal for buying them was to devour them and use them to open up more energy chambers in Fenrir. And since he was sure that Fenrir would have a limit, he only wanted the best of the best and was willing to pay for the best. For the enslavement pathway, he picked the insect taming metac. He picked this because he wanted to enslave the copper armor ants whose diet is the copper metal. He thought that this was a good idea because he would be working with metals and ores when forging, so he wouldn't have to specifically look for them. To him, it was hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. For the death pathway, he picked the ghost servant metacs. This is metac for enslaving spirits. These spirits are low maintenance and won't require much in terms of feeding. Finally, he picked the money armor metac for the money pathway. This is a metac that uses money to defend him from attacks. Since he was rich and had a lot of money lying around, he thought that it was a good idea to get something like this to save his life. He was willing to splurge on these 3 metacs, but they weren't that expensive. A rank 1 metac usually costs between 500 energy stones and 1,000 energy stones. Rarely do they go above that. Of the 3 metacs, only the money armor metac costs 1,000. The other 2 cost 500 and 800 energy stones. So he only spent 2,300 energy stones on the 3 of them. This price is only 15% more expensive than the price of a cloudy date. After getting what he wanted, he quickly left the market. He was in such a hurry that he ran back to his accommodation. This was so that he could use the cloudy dates to cultivate as soon as possible. He still had 34,500 energy stones left from his winnings, but he wasn't interested in buying anything else. Not even the mech he was interested in was good enough to keep him in the market. This was partly because he couldn't use the mech yet since he didn't have its core metac. But the main reason he ignored the mech was that he prioritized cultivation above it. After all, he can't take the mech with him when he reverses time. Once he got home, he locked up his house. Then he focused on digesting the cloudy dates. When he bought the cloudy dates in the market, he had placed them in his energy well. So he saw them floating around the transparent liquid when he focused on his energy well. He first directed Fenrir to swallow a cloudy date. After Fenrir was able to eat it and digest it, it was ordered to swallow more. Fenrir ate 6 more cloudy dates before it stopped. No matter how Loki urged it, it couldn't eat anymore. Apparently, it had reached its limit. In order to increase its limit, Loki ordered Fenrir to eat the 3 branch metacs that he bought earlier. Unfortunately, Fenrir wasn't interested in them. No amount of urging could change Fenrir's mind. This made Loki say, "No wonder I didn't feel any urge to devour these metac when I saw them. But I always want to devour Slav's metac even though I can't see it with my eyes. There must be something special about core metacs that Fenrir covets. He already knew that core metacs were special. He just didn't know that their specialness had also made the exclusive diet of Fenrir. It wasn't until he realized that he was forcing the usually hungry Fenrir to eat something that he understood the importance of core metacs. After coming to this conclusion, he said, "Since I can only use core metacs to gain more energy chambers, I guess I will have to find a way to get all the core metacs of the 5 pathways. Then we will see how much Fenrir can take from there." With his job done, he decided to go to sleep. This time, he didn't have anything to wish for before he fell asleep. His mind was at peace and he was content with what he had. Meanwhile, something monumental was going on in the usually silent night. Just outside the gate to the lodging area, someone was confronting Muni. Muni had just come out of the gate and wanted to rush into the lodging area, but he couldn't do so because this man was blocking his way. The man in question was also wearing the same uniform as Muni. This meant that the 3 of them were equal in terms of cultivation. So the man had to be taken seriously. Muni frowned and asked him, "What do you want?" The man smiled a harmless smile as he said, "I just came for a stroll. I was reminiscing about the time I spent here, so I thought I would come check out my old stomping grounds. Why don't you chat with me for a while? I assure you that it will be worth your time." After the man finished speaking, he threw a pouch to Muni. The pouch contained energy stones, and by the looks of it, there were a lot of energy stones. Muni was able to estimate that there were 10,000 energy stones in the pouch. This kind of money is enough for him to buy a top-notch rank 3 Metac. The bribe made him relax his guarded stance and sigh in relief. But he was still confused, so he said, "He is just a slave. Why would you spend so much to secure the life of one slave?" The man chuckled before saying, "You may be right, but you may also be wrong. Either way, we can't allow him to continue to grow stronger. So we'll consider it an investment." Muni realized something from the man's words, so he said solemnly, "This must be because of all the money he earned earlier." The man didn't deny it. He nodded in agreement and said, "It has something to do with it. The fact that he earned so much money and bought so many cloudy dates is already bad enough. But it is his incredible luck that made the old man at home decide that we must cut off his path now. Loki has always been a lucky slave. He survived against all odds despite being born prematurely. He survived as a child of 5 years old without a mother or a father. He survived the fighting pits despite being much younger and weaker than his opponents. He also managed to break the slave shackles and escape. Then he came here and won 80,000 energy stones just 1 day into the initiation program. Do you realize how unlikely his winnings were? I'll tell you. We investigated and learned that he won with odds of 2, 5, 8, and 10. The chances of winning those 4 games in a row were 1 in 800. It should have been impossible to win like that, but he did. What kind of luck do you think that is? At this point, the man laughed and said, "If gambling were so lucrative, gambling wouldn't exist anymore because every gambling house would quickly go bankrupt." Then the man stopped laughing and became serious as he said, "With that kind of luck, he can't be allowed to continue. And if he chooses the money pathway and uses those cloudy dates to buy the loyalty of some lackeys, our hope of killing him during the initiation program will dwindle to nearly nothing. So instead of leaving things to chance, we have come to uproot the problem at its roots. I hope you can bear with us." Muni sighed and said, "I can stand by and watch, but you know the sect rules. You will still need to be fined." As someone who rose up as a slave and worked his way to the top, he doesn't like these pompous second-generation cultivators who think they can control everything. But that doesn't mean that he is going to risk his life for someone else. In fact, he is not going to risk offending the Rain family for Loki. He won't do that even if they didn't pay him to keep his mouth shut and mind his business. Now that they have paid him, he was very willing to stand by and watch. In regard to the fine that Muni mentioned, the man chuckled and said, "That's a small matter. We will handle the fines. And if there is any backlash about this, we will also handle it." The man's promises brought a smile to Muni's face as he said, "It is nice working with you." The man also smiled and said, "It is also nice working with you. If you have any needs in the future, you can come to the Rain family. We will do our best to help you. The two of them had come to a peaceful arrangement, so the person who broke into Loki's house didn't meet any obstruction. Loki didn't even notice the forced intrusion into his place of abode until someone tapped him awake. At first, he was confused by the forced awakening. But once he saw the face of the person who woke him up, all his sleepiness left him, and his eyes became sharp. He quickly scrambled back to create some distance between himself and the man. Unfortunately for him, there was a wall behind him, so there was nowhere to go. The man watched him scramble around like a startled rat with a faint look of amusement on their face. Then the man said, "Once a slave, always a slave." These words struck Loki like a hammer. But the hammer didn't make him more fearful. Instead, the hammer dispelled the fear that he was feeling and gave him courage. The man's words made him overcome his instinctive fear and remember that he didn't need to be afraid anymore. So he stopped trying to escape and stood up to look at the man in the face. Then he said calmly, "I am no longer a slave." His behavior made the man sneer and say, "And why is that?" "Because of the little money you earned today." Before Loki could reply, the man waved his hand in dismissal and said, "Your answer doesn't matter to me. What matters right now is that you have two choices. You either sign a contract that signs away your life to me, or I forcefully enslave you right now. I know you're still ignorant of the branches of the sect and the capabilities of cultivators, but trust me when I say that I can enslave you. The only reason why I haven't done that and instead gave you a chance to sign your life away is that the fines we will pay the sect for breaking into the initiation program will be cheaper if you willingly sign yourself away. It will be more expensive to forcefully enslave you. But that doesn't mean I won't do it if you decide to be unreasonably stubborn. So what do you say? Killing Loki is also an option, but it is the worst option. If they kill Loki, the fine will be much higher, and they won't gain anything. At least, by enslaving him, he will still be alive, and they will gain a new talented slave. So the man urged him, saying, "Make up your mind quickly. I don't have all night to waste with a mutt like you." The man's words made Loki laugh. It was a deprecating laughter tainted with both amusement and sadness. As he laughed, he said, "I want to have freedom, but you think that is unreasonable. How is that reasonable?" The man nodded and replied with all the seriousness he could muster, saying, "You are property. You are the property of my Rain family. So it is reasonable that we want to regain control of you." This answer made Loki's eyes become venomous as he said, "I will kill Slav, you, your elder brother, your father, your mother, and everyone else in your family." Then he activated the rewind Metac and reversed time. When he came to, it was the moment of his awakening. This time, he gritted his teeth in anger and swore to himself, "I must make all of you beg for death at least once, or I won't be satisfied." The rewind Metac saved his life, but he had to leave behind most of his possessions. He lost the remaining 34,500 from his winnings, the 15 cloudy dates in his energy well, and the 3 metacs that he wanted to devour. The only thing that he brought with him was the cultivation of peak rank 1 in the 2 energy chambers within Fenrir. Unfortunately, this cultivation hasn't made him stronger physically, and he can't use this cultivation to attack yet because he doesn't have any offensive metac. This means that he won't be able to get Slav yet. But he didn't mind this. He decided to patiently bid his time. Slav glanced at him, but Loki smiled harmlessly in greeting. His weird behavior startled Slav for a short while. But then the boy snorted and turned away with his chin held high like a peacock. Loki saw this prideful behavior, so he chuckled to himself as he thought, "Oh, to behold the joys I have in store for you." Then he used the power identification ability to check his situation and make sure he didn't miss anything. Age 19/77. Race human. Energy quantity 77 plus 77 plus 77 to 77 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 1,309. Energy density 1 to 1, 4, 4. Energy rank 1. Body 0.6. Soul 1.5. Will 4. Skill 10% to 35%. Fenrir, divine power identification. Tracking seal, devouring, rewind, sword heart. According to his observation, his skill has improved again by 5%. It went from 30% since to 35%. There is also the improvement of the energy density of the life energy within the two energy chambers within Fenrir from 1 to 4. The energy density of these two energy chambers went from early to middle, middle to late, and late to peak. The increase in density doubled the amount of energy that each strand of life energy contains. So the life energy at the peak of rank 1 possesses 8 times as much energy as the life energy at the early state of rank 1. This is why the quantity of energy he possesses has increased from 77 by 3, which was 231, to 77 plus 616 plus 616, which is 1309. Aside from these two things, there is nothing else that he missed. Just as he had guessed, the energy density within his energy well remained at level 1. So outwardly, he appeared as someone who had never cultivated. At least, Muni didn't notice anything odd about him. The subsequent events happened without any changes or unexpected developments. As usual, on the first day of the initiation program, Muni explained cultivation to them. This time, Loki wasn't much interested in listening. After all, this will be the third time he has heard it. He did try to pay attention, but he let himself sleep longer and tried even less during the cultivation session. Since he already had a way to increase his cultivation rapidly, he had 2 reasons not to take this lecture seriously. Muni didn't bother despite his laziness. After class, Muni still opened the gate to the market for them and allowed them to spend the rest of the day there. Loki proceeded to borrow 100 energy stones. But this time, he wasn't enthusiastic about it. He wasn't as excited as he was in the last timeline, so he didn't rush to sign the contracts. His behavior was as if he were bored and was just going through the motions. From there, he went to gamble. He took the 100 energy stones with him, with the plan to increase them. But this time, he didn't become greedy and reach the limit of the tolerance of the gambling house. He only gambled 3 times on games with odds of 5, 8, and 10. This increased the 100 energy stones to 40,000 energy stones. So he won just half of what he won in the last timeline. He doesn't really need this money and won't need it until he opens up more energy chambers within Fenrir. The main reason he got this amount is to test the bottom line of the Rain family and see what they will do next. He still bought Cloudy Date Metacs, though. But he only bought enough to make 1 energy well reach the peak of rank 1. So he bought just 3, which didn't make him eligible for a discount. So he had to pay the full price of 6,000 energy stones for them. He doesn't know exactly why the Rain family came after him that night, but he is sure that it must have something to do with the massive amount of money that suddenly came into his possession. After all, the Rain family hadn't come to visit him the night of the first day of initiation in other timelines. He took this test seriously, so when night came, he didn't sleep at all. He tried to stay awake as much as possible, so he was able to notice when Slav's elder brother, Simon, broke into his house. He decided to pretend to sleep so that he could ambush Simon once he came closer to wake him up. Unfortunately, Simon wasn't fooled. Simon folded his arms across his chest some distance from the bed and asked with an amused expression on his face, "What are you doing?" Loki didn't answer the question. Since he had been exposed, he activated the rewind Metac and restarted the timeline. This time, he reduced his greed even further. He only gambled on 2 games with odds of 8 and 10, so he won 8,000 energy stones in total. By the time he bought the 3 cloudy dates that he needed to advance his energy to the peak of rank 1, he only had 2,000 energy stones left. As he left the market, he said to himself, "This is 1/10 of my previous maximum earnings. They have to be okay with this or they will be going too far." Then he chuckled deprecatingly and said, "I should not be surprised if they act unreasonably. To be surprised is to underestimate their shamelessness." After chuckling to himself, he left the market and returned to his accommodation. He still didn't sleep that night. Unfortunately, his alertness and preparedness were a big waste because no one came to enslave him that night. His lack of sleep meant that he was sleepy during the following day's class. To this, Muni said, "It seems some of us have become pompous enough to disregard my class now that they have become lucky enough to win some money. Muni was glaring at him when he said this, so everyone in class knew that he was talking about Loki. But Loki himself didn't know this because he was sleeping with his head on the desk. Aside from this short interlude, the day continued as it should. Muni received and answered questions about cultivation for 1 hour. Then he spoke about metacs for 1 hour. After 2 hours of lectures, he let them go to the market. Loki didn't go this time around. He continued to sleep in class. After class, he went back to his accommodations and slept again. So, for Loki, the second day of initiation was spent doing nothing. But the third day was not like this. On the morning of the third day, he was not sleepy at all. He was clear-headed enough to ask Muni a question about cultivation during the morning question and answer session. He raised his hand to Muni to indicate that he had a question. When he was called, he said, "How do we advance to rank 2? Muni didn't like that he was already asking about rank 2, so he scoffed. But he still did his duty and answered the question. He said, "In order to advance to rank 2, you must have a core metac which you can activate with an energy saturation of 100% per second. So both your skill level and energy density must reach the limit of rank 1. Once these two requirements are met, you will have to advance your core metac to rank 2. This will elevate your existence and bring you to rank 2 too. Of course, your Tao heart must be at rank 2 so that your willpower will not be eroded by the core metac and lose control. So there are actually 3 requirements to advance to rank 2. His reply was enlightening, but it also gave Loki more questions. So Loki raised his hand again to signify that he had more questions. This made Muni groan inwardly, but he still said, "What is it?" Loki took the opportunity to say, "What is skill level and how do I advance the core metac? Also, why does metac erode willpower?" This time, Muni groaned outwardly before saying, "You're biting more than you can chew. Wait until you get your core metac before you start asking me those first 2 questions." As for the third question, the reason metac erodes will is that metacs are fragments of the world and require willpower to control. Without enough willpower, a cultivator will turn into a mad demon that will attack anyone it encounters. Some say that by using metacs, we are stealing the power of heaven and that we need to constantly prepare for the wrath of heaven. I don't know if that is true, but I do know that metacs are in no way docile. I also know that there are occasional bouts of inner demon tribulations, and if you fail these tribulations, the inner demon will take over your body. So a strong willpower is very important for using metacs. We will talk more about how to refine the Tao heart and increase willpower after you have acquired your core metacs. He spoke the last sentence with a glare at Loki. This made Loki understand that Muni had run out of patience with him, so he didn't ask more questions. The day resumed its normal course of actions after that. A guest speaker from the enslavement pathway came to speak to them about the enslavement pathway, and they brought enslaved beasts to show everyone. The following day was the 4th day of the initiation program. The guest speaker, wrapped in a dark cloak, came to speak to them about the death pathway. The wraiths also made their appearance. Next was the 5th day of initiation. The guest speaker was a cultivator from the forging pathway. This showed them flying swords and other flying weapons. They also spoke about how the forging branch needed a lot of money to start out. The following 2 days were spent with guest speakers from the pathway of mind hunting and the money pathway, teaching them about their respective pathways. By the end of the 7th day, everyone in class had learned the pros, the cons, and the requirements of the 5 pathways and were ready to pick their core metacs. After many days of lessons and lectures, Loki had learned that the pathway of forging required the least talent, but it also required a lot of money in order to forge tools. But the advantage of this pathway was that one could use it to forge tools to sell to other pathways, which was a way to earn money. He also learned that just because it required the least talent didn't mean that it was the easiest pathway to excel in. This was because forging required hard work and skill. The art of controlling weapons also required an intelligent mind, so that controlling weapons would be efficient. So the pathway of forging is by no means easy. It just had less reliance on talent. As for the pathway of mind hunters, Loki learned that it was the cheapest pathway to start with. After all, the main resources that they need are their mind. Everyone has a mind, so it can even be said that the main requirement is free. However, the pathway of mind hunting was said to have a great requirement for Dao heart in order to excel in. Of course, the power of the mind is also important, but the Dao heart is still the most important requirement for excellence in this pathway. Loki found it to his taste that the two pathways that he had picked cancelled each other out in terms of cost. He liked that one pathway was cheap while the other was expensive. That way, he wouldn't have to spend extra money to master both pathways. When he learned that the powerful mind granted by the pathway of mind hunters would make it easier for him to control weapons, his mind was made up about his choice. Concerning the other three pathways, even though he wasn't interested in them, he still paid a lot of attention to their lessons during class. After all, it was a good idea to learn the strengths and weaknesses of his peers. So he was able to learn that the pathway of money was the one that required the most talent. It was said that the power of the contract Metac relied heavily on the size of one's energy well. They were also taught that the pathway of forging required money and intelligence to excel in. As for the pathway of enslavement, it didn't require much money to start with because cultivators of this rank can enslave just about anyone they want. So they don't need money to acquire servants who will fight for them. But the pathway of enslavement also required a strong Dao heart, a strong mind, a strong soul, a high intelligence for efficient control of slaves, and some money to feed and maintain one's slaves. So this pathway had the most requirements and was the most difficult to excel in. Lastly, there was the pathway of death. This pathway didn't require much money to start. It also only required a powerful mind and a powerful soul. This made it the second cheapest pathway after the pathway of mind hunters. At the end of the 7th day, they were all asked to write which pathway they wanted in a list. Finally, on the 8th day of the initiation program, it was time to pick their core Metac from the sect and officially choose a pathway to ascend with. On this day, everyone was brimming with excitement. The usually pompous Slav was also excited. Slav always thought that he was better than everyone else. He always thought that he had the potential to achieve great things, but was being forced to roll around in the mud with a bunch of fools, plebs, and slaves. But now that he was about to receive his core Metac, he felt as if he was about to transform from a caterpillar into a butterfly. He has the danger sense Metac and can use it as his core Metac, but he hasn't done so because he always feels danger whenever he decides to do so. He knows that the pathway of luck exists and that the core Metac of that pathway is danger sense. So he is sure that if he chooses to use danger sense as his core Metac, he won't become lost. Unfortunately, he can't go ahead with this plan because, apparently, using the danger sense Metac as his core Metac will bring misfortune to him. He found it ironic, but he could only wait for a core Metac from the sect. Using something else as his core Metac means that he won't be able to use the pathway of luck. But he won't lose the ability to use the danger sense Metac. This is a price he is willing to pay for his safety. Everyone was excited to receive their core Metac, but Loki was sure that no one was more excited than he was. His eyes were shining with unbridled anticipation as Muni wheeled a large table into the class. There were several crystal spheres on the large table. Each crystal sphere contained one core Metac. A causal estimation showed that there were about 100 such crystal spheres. After he brought in the core Metacs, Muni began calling the names of each person. The people who were called came forward and were given the core Metac that they requested yesterday. Muni called everyone until it was Loki's turn. Then Loki received the telekinesis Metac. Muni called out 98 people in total. This was because 2 people out of the 100 didn't want to use the core Metacs from the sect. These 2 people were Craig and the man with the beautiful woman Metac. Craig wanted to follow the pathway of the sword, while the other man, Leonard, had made up his mind to embark on the pathway of dual cultivation. Craig made up his mind to use the sword heart Metac as his core Metac because the pathway of the sword is said to be the most deadly pathway due to its terrifying offensive potential. Many people tried to dissuade Craig, but Loki wasn't one of them. In fact, Loki had encouraged Craig to take the pathway of the sword. He was one of the few who did so, but he did so because he had something to gain from it. As for the man with the beautiful woman Metac, he picked this because he learned that there was a Metac in the pathway of dual cultivation that could be used to increase one's talent by siphoning the potential of others through sex. The allure of more power and talent made him stick with his innate Metac despite the fact that using the beautiful woman Metac would turn him into a woman. Even though he had made up his mind about this, Leonard still had a bitter look on his face when he saw that other people didn't have to change their sex for power. When Muni saw Leonard's constipated expression, he said sternly to him, "You can't eat your cake and have it. You either choose power above all else, or you accept mediocrity." Leonard saw that Muni was angry, so he hurriedly bowed his head and said, "You're right, instructor. I was foolish." But Muni wasn't done berating him just yet. Muni snorted in displeasure and said, "I wish I had the same opportunity when I started out. I would have picked it in a heartbeat. You don't know just how good you have it because you don't know the full importance of talent yet. Let me tell you, your potential will have an effect not only on the amount of energy you have within you and how long you can use a Metac, and how fast your cultivation will be, and how quickly you will regenerate your internal energy, but it will also affect just how powerful you will be at the same level compared to your peers." He finished his tirade by saying, "Why do you think I gave up everything I had just to increase my potential by a measly 5 points? If you don't know, you will surely know if you're lucky to advance to rank 2. Leonard kept silent, as he didn't know what to say, but Muni still didn't let him go. Muni glared at him and said, "Heck, if it were not impossible to change one's Metac after using it to advance to the rank 2, I wouldn't mind taking your innate Metac for myself. Actually, I am still contemplating abolishing my cultivation to start afresh from rank 2. If not for the fact that I could die in the process, and if not for the fact that even if I succeed in replacing my Metac, my enemies will take advantage of my period of weakness to kill me, I would give it a shot." This time, Leonard saw the jealousy and ferocity in Muni's eyes, so he quickly shrank his neck and scoffed away from Muni. Muni sneered at him and said, "What use is your sex when you can't control your life and death?" With that said, Muni had finally vented his frustration, so he ignored Leonard and began addressing the rest of the class. He said, "You have now received your core metacs. The next thing to do is to refine it. To refine a metac, the first thing you need to do is to drop your blood on it. Once you drop your blood on the metac, you will be able to create an energy link between you and the metac. At that point, you can withdraw the metac into your energy well, where you can baptize it with your life energy. The goal is to saturate the metac with your will and take control of it. The metac will resist this, so you will need a lot of energy and a minimum willpower of 1 to refine it." He paused and glanced briefly at Slav before saying, "In general, at the same level of willpower, the larger your energy well and the more life energy you have within you, or the more energy stones you use to assist yourself during the refining process, the faster you can refine a metac. But there are other factors that affect the speed of refining a metac. The most important factor is still the Tao heart and the level of willpower that it provides. The second most important factor is the skill of energy manipulation. The refinement of the Tao heart takes time, up to decades, and it is difficult to see a result in a short amount of time. So I won't teach you how to refine your Tao heart now. What I will teach you is the skill of energy manipulation. The skill of energy manipulation is very important since it affects not only cultivation speed, which you should have noticed by now, but also affects the control of metacs. So from today onward, we will spend 1 hour on cultivation and 1 hour on training energy manipulation. The training of the Tao heart won't begin until next month. In the meantime, those of you who refine your core metacs the fastest will be rewarded. The first person to refine their metac will be given 1 extra branch metac of their pathway. Since you've been to the market, you should know how valuable this reward is. So do your best. The second person to refine their core metac will be given 300 energy stones as a reward, while the third person will be given 100 energy stones. In 1 week, you will receive your first branch metacs. After you receive your branch metacs, the hunting grounds will be opened for you. Then, 2 weeks after that, which will be 1 month since the beginning of the initiation program, I will conduct a test of your cultivation. The 4 of you with the poorest cultivation will be eliminated." When he said the word eliminated, many people felt a chill. These were the people still afraid and concerned about their fate. Loki and Slav were not among these people. Muni's eyes roamed over them as he said, That is all. I wish you good luck. Now, let's talk about energy manipulation and the skillful use of metacs. There are many definitions for skill, but its simplest definition is the speed at which you can do something with your internal energy. This speed can be how fast you move your internal energy from point A to point B. It could also be how fast you can activate a metac. Thus, skill is absolute and can be measured in clear-cut terms. Skill is thus measured as the percentage of progress activating a metac of your rank in 1 second. So for rank 1 cultivators, your skill is how fast you can activate a rank 1 metac. If you need 3 seconds to activate a rank 1 metac, your skill will be 1/3 by 100%, which is 33%. If you need 5 seconds to activate a rank 1 metac, your skill will be 1/5 by 100%, which is 20%. So the less time you need to activate a metac, the better. Then he paused to think about something. After making up his mind, he said, "For those of you who want to advance to rank 2, your goal is to possess rank 2 Dao Heart, rank 2 Core Metac, and a skill of 100%. You can begin to work on your skill now. As for how to advance your Core Metac to rank 2, that is a secret that you will have to pay for. That aside, let us continue with the matter of refining skill. The key to increasing your energy manipulation skill is practice. As they say, practice makes perfect. But that saying is most apt for this situation." Muni spoke for an hour, and Loki listened attentively to every word of it. He learned a lot from what Muni said in class, so he was able to understand why his skill had improved unknowingly. Apparently, the process of pulling and pushing the life energy within his core was a type of training in energy manipulation. This was why his skill improved after a couple of days of cultivation. Muni gave them more targeted methods to improve energy manipulation skills, other than just cultivation. The most effective of which was practicing the usage of metacs. After his lecture, Muni allowed them to ask questions. Loki also asked a question because he had something important that he wanted to know. He raised his hand and said, "How can we get the secret to advance our core metac to rank 2? Muni replied with an exasperated tone, saying, "Every core metac has a different method of advancement. You can either buy the method for advancement from the Sect for 1,000 energy stones." This price surprised Loki, so he exclaimed as he asked, "So cheap?" His question made Muni sneer and said, "That's just for the advancement method. You will also need the materials to advance, and that can cost an extra 2,000 energy stones." Loki still thought that the 3,000 energy stones for the rank 2 core metac were cheap, but he didn't say it. He kept his mouth shut so as not to anger Muni by calling thousands of energy stones cheap. Muni ignored him and continued with his class. For the rest of the class, Loki behaved well and learned everything that he was supposed to learn like a good student. Then he went ahead to create trouble as soon as class finished. The trouble he wanted to cause was also the most unlawful one. This trouble was that he was going to kill someone for something of theirs that he had his eyes on. Ever since they were given core metacs, he has had his eyes on this other classmate of his who had been given the telepathy metac. This put her on the pathway of mind hunters as opposed to his pathway of forging. There shouldn't have been any problems between them since they were on different pathways. But Loki still went after her to kill her. He quickly killed her and devoured her new core metac. Then he reversed time even before Muni could come to punish him for his transgression. After returning to the moment of awakening, the first thing he did was to check his state of existence using the power identification ability. Age: 19/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 1,309 to 77 plus 616 plus 616 plus 77 plus 77 is equal to 1,463. Energy density: 1, 4, 4 to 1, 4, 4, 1, 1. Energy rank 1. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.5. Will: 4. Skill: 35% to 36%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking:
Cell.
devouring. Rewind: sword heart. Telepathy: telekinesis. The most important change to him is that he has gained 2 more energy chambers after devouring the telekinesis metac and the telepathy metac. This made him nod and say, "Core metacs are indeed what Fenrir wants to eat. I wonder what is so special about them that gives them so much more substance than branch metacs." This development is a good thing for him as it means more energy to use. If what Muni said about the importance of the size of one's energy well is to the power of rank 2 cultivators, then having 5 energy chambers will be a great boon to him. However, there is also some bad news with this development. The bad news is that he has reached his limit of how many metacs he can devour. Right now, he feels as if his energy well is on the brink of bursting. So this limit feels more like a bottleneck on his part. He can feel that Fenrir itself hasn't reached its limit. Still has room to grow. But his energy well has reached its limit after being forced to contain 4 other energy chambers of an equal size. This limit made him unhappy, but he couldn't complain about Fenrir. He could only blame his own weakness. After the awakening, he went with the others to their accommodations. He didn't even glance at Slav or think about stalking anyone else. This was because he had reached the limit of his appetite. Anymore, and he would literally burst wide open. So he behaved himself for the rest of the day and the following day. But when the market opened, and he got the opportunity to gamble, he went wild with reckless abandon. He gambled until he won 80,000 energy stones. Then he went to buy cloudy date metacs to increase the cultivation of his 2 new energy chambers. He didn't need as many 80,000 energy stones for what he had in mind. 15,000 energy stones would be good enough for what he mines. But since he knew that the Rain family wouldn't let him go for having this much money, he decided to go all out on winning. The 6 cloudy date metacs cost him a hefty 12,000 energy stones. This was because he didn't get any discount. The shop manager said that he bought too few cloudy date metacs and wasn't eligible for discounts. Loki didn't argue with him about this because he wasn't going to live long enough to spend the money. So he quickly got what he wanted before he rushed over to the rank 2 mech pilot with whom he struck up a conversation the first time he came to the market. When he got to the man, he said, "Can you tell me how to advance the telekinesis metac to rank 2? The man stopped what he was doing and gave Loki a once-over. Once he was done examining Loki, he furrowed his brows and said, "You don't look like a second-generation cultivator? You look more like a slave, so how did you find out about the core metac of the pathway of forging?" Loki replied, "Does it matter how I found out about it?" The man nodded and said, "You're right. It doesn't matter to me." Then he returned to what he was doing on the workbench. As he worked, he asked Loki, "But why should I tell you how to grow stronger?" Loki took out a pouch and dangled it in front of him before saying, "I have money." The sound of so many crystal stones hitting each other made the man stop what he was doing and commit his full attention to Arthur. He dropped his tools and wiped his hands with his dirty towel. Then he folded his arms across his chest and said, 10,000 energy stones and I'll tell you." His words made Loki frown and ask in displeasure, "Do you take me for a fool?" The man asked in return, "Now, why would you think so?" Loki continued to frown as he said, "Because you're trying to cheat me. I have credible information that says that it shouldn't cost 1,500 energy stones to acquire the information on how to upgrade the core metac to rank 2 and acquire the materials to upgrade it." He was lying, of course. But since the mech pilot was willing to lie, he was also willing to cheat. His lie didn't work, though. The mech pilot didn't believe him and instead threw his head back to laugh. After laughing, he spoke with an amused tone, saying, "I don't know if you're bluffing or if you truly know what you're talking about. Either way, that price is too low." Then he clapped and said, "How about this? 5,000 energy stones." Loki shook his head and said, 2,000. The man countered, saying, 4,000, 2,500, 3,500. Loki said, 3,000. This made the man sigh and say, "You drive a hard bargain. 3,000 energy stones, it is." The two of them agreed on a price, so Loki gave him 3,000 energy stones and waited for the man to give him what he paid. But the man ignored him and returned to his work on the workbench. At first, Loki thought that he was trying to pick out the materials to upgrade the core metac to rank 2. But after 6 minutes of waiting and getting nothing, he began to feel that something was amiss. So he urged the man, saying, "What's the delay?" The man chuckled and said, "There is no delay. I have just decided not to give you what you asked for." Loki's eyes widened in surprise. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "But I paid you." In response, the man shook his head vehemently as he said, "I don't recall such a thing. There is no proof that you paid. Next time, you should get a contract stating the terms of agreement clearly and have both sides sign it before the exchange of money." In response, Loki calmed down and said, "I see. Thank you for the advice." He was about to turn and leave, but the man said, "Don't leave. I have a contract here. We can use it to make the deal." As he said this, he dangled a piece of white paper in front of him. So Loki stopped. Then he said, "All right, let's make the deal." But the man stretched his hand to him and said, "This cost money. You have to pay." Loki didn't reply. He just stared at the man wordlessly for a few seconds. The man also held his stare without backing down. He looked like someone who was in the right and had no reason to be ashamed. But the man's composure cracked when Loki turned to leave. He quickly said, "Fine. Have it your way. I guess I'll have to bear the cost of using a contract." Loki decided not to leave and stopped in place. When the man saw that he was still interested in the deal, he took out a pen and began to write the terms of their agreement. He wrote that Loki would give him 3,000 energy stones, and in exchange, he would tell Loki a way to upgrade the telekinesis Metac to rank 2. Then he handed the contract to Loki for his approval. Loki read the terms before frowning and saying, "What about the materials you were supposed to give me for upgrading the core Metac?" His question made the man slap his forehead in shame and say, "Silly me. How could I forget about that?" Loki didn't speak. He just handed the contract back to the man. The man chuckled as he took back the contract and added his responsibility to give Loki the materials he needed to upgrade the telekinesis Metac to rank 2. Loki watched him intensely as he worked. When he had something he needed to add, he demanded it early on. He said, "Also, add that you have to give me the information and the goods as soon as I pay." He added more terms to the contract and was behaving like a troublesome customer. But the man didn't get angry. He continued to smile as Loki made him write more and more things. When Loki found the terms of the contract to be satisfactory, both of them signed it with their blood. Then Loki took the contract before handing over another 3,000 energy stones to the man. The man took the money and smiled at him as he said, "Nice doing business with you." It hadn't been nice to do business with him, so Loki didn't say anything in return. He remained expressionless as he waited for the man to give him what he paid for. But the man remained quiet. Not only did he not speak, but he also returned to his project on the workbench. This time, Loki snapped in a few seconds. He didn't wait for 6 minutes before realizing that something was wrong. But instead of exploding, he gritted his teeth with suppressed anger and asked, "What is wrong now?" The man replied without looking at him, "I don't know what you mean." Loki felt his anger rising to a level that was threatening to make his head explode. But for some strange, unknown reason, he was able to remain calm. The angrier he was, the calmer he became. So his face was stoic as he said, "You're supposed to tell me how to upgrade the telekinesis Metac to rank 2 and give me the materials to do so. I paid you for it." He dangled the contract in the man's face as he said, "It says so right here. Look at it. The contract says that you're to tell me how to upgrade the telekinesis Metac to rank 2 and give me the materials to do so." The man looked at the contract in his hands and snorted before saying, "You can't cheat me, young man. That's not a contract. That's just a piece of paper." He even became angry as he said, "If you think you can get some random piece of paper, write whatever you want on it and use it to fleece me, then you're dead wrong. Change your ways, young man." This time Loki laughed. As he laughed, he said, "I see. My bad then." Then he turned to leave. But before he could leave, the man smiled and said, "If you are actually sincere about making a deal with me, I have a real contract here with me that we can use." Loki couldn't believe what he just heard. But he was curious, so he turned back to the man and said, How am I supposed to believe you this time around? Facing Loki's rebuke and distrust, the man didn't feel any shame at all. He presented the new contract to Loki and explained patiently, saying, "Touch it and see. If it is a real contract, you will be able to put your internal energy into it. That's because a real contract is a metac, not an ordinary piece of paper." Loki received the piece of paper and tested it. A simple test revealed that he could activate the paper like a metac. So he performed the same test on the previous contract. What he discovered was that it was truly a piece of paper. This made his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The man saw his face, but ignored it and said righteously, "Only when the contract is a metac can it be confirmed to be real. So what you have in your hands can't deceive me." There were other things that he was hiding about contracts, but he felt that he didn't need to tell Loki those things. So he kept quiet about the fact that a piece of paper, like the one in Loki's hands, can also be turned into a real contract. He also didn't mention the fact that he was the one who used the piece of paper to cheat Loki, not the other way around. He continued to act like the innocent party as he took back the contract from Loki and began writing down the terms of their agreement. As he wrote, he didn't wait for Loki to correct him. He wrote down the exact terms in the previous contract from his memory while humming a little tune to himself. Meanwhile, Loki's eyes had frosted over. There was only frigid ice, death, and darkness in his eyes. It was as if his experience had killed the life in his eyes. He watched the man's actions with a quiet and cool countenance. Anyone who saw him wouldn't suspect that he had just been cheated twice. In fact, Loki expects to be cheated again. This is because he believes that if something happens once, it is a coincidence, but when it occurs twice in a row, it is intentional. He expects the man to cheat him with this new contract and won't be surprised when it happens, but he is still willing to go through with the deal if only to learn. After all, experience is the best teacher. As he watched the man work, he thought to himself, "He is much different from what I know of him. I didn't think he was capable of doing something like this, especially not after we shared the same love for Mechs. It goes to show that you can't judge a book by its cover. He was probably being pleasant to me back then in order to fleece me. But then he remembered something. So he thought to himself, then again, he doesn't know me. To him, I am just someone who came up to him and asked for a deal. He doesn't know me because he can't remember our previous encounters. The version of him that knows me is dead. I guess this makes me the true living being in the world." This is the reason why he became calmer the angrier he became. It was because deep down, he realized that he was superior and would eventually have the last laugh. Meanwhile, the man continued to work diligently. After the man was done with the new contract, Loki took it and gave it a once-over. He said to the man, "So your name is Tommy. I'll remember it." Then he used the still bleeding cut on his thumb to press his fingerprint on the contract. Tommy did the same. When Loki received the contract to keep as proof, he gave Tommy the 3,000 energy stones. As he did so, Loki said, "Just tell me if you're going to honor the deal or not. Let's skip the foreplay and go straight to how you will fuck me over. Don't waste my time. It is the least you can do." Tommy received the money and smiled a radiant smile. Then he patted his chest with pride and said, "What do you mean by that? Of course, I'll honor our deal. I, Tommy, never cheat people." Loki didn't believe him, so he remained unimpressed as he stared at Tommy. Tommy saw that he wasn't going to get any reaction out of Loki, so he said, "So boring." Then he said, "Just go and pray. When you do that long enough, your telekinesis metac will be upgraded to rank 2. As for the materials you need to upgrade it, I have some here." After speaking, he picked up a piece of stone from his table and threw it at Loki. Then he returned to working on the workbench. Loki caught the stone instinctively. He looked at it closely before saying, "This is not what I paid for." In response to Loki's complaints, Tommy snorted and said, "Of course it is what you paid for. You wanted a way to upgrade your telekinesis metac to rank 2. I gave you a way. It just wasn't the correct way. It is not like you asked for the correct way, so I didn't cheat you. You cheated yourself. Next time, be clear about what you want. As for that stone, it truly is the material you need to upgrade the telekinesis metac. I just didn't give you a lot of it. Before you complain, I must remind you that you didn't ask for a particular quantity of the material in the contract. You only asked for the material itself and I gave it to you. So I didn't cheat you." As he spoke, he didn't look up from his work. It was clear that he didn't take Loki seriously. But he stopped what he was doing and looked up when Loki said to him, "Why did you do this? Is it because of the money? If it is only about the money, I assure you that it won't be worth it." As Loki spoke, he tossed the stone in his hands nonchalantly. His voice was calm, and his face was expressionless. Only his eyes showed any indication of his true emotions, and what Tommy saw in those eyes made him understand that Loki was very serious about his threat. But this didn't make Tommy cower. Instead, Tommy dropped what he was doing and scoffed at Loki before saying, "Bah! Don't threaten me, boy. I don't know how you knew about the core metac of the pathway of forging, but the fact that you don't know how to upgrade it means that no matter what your source of information is, it can't threaten me." Then he glared at Loki as he said, "As for why I did what I did, it is not only because of the money. It is also because you are on the pathway of forging, which makes you my enemy." His eyes showed naked intent to kill as he said, "I really want to kill you. At first, I only wanted to make you suffer a loss and give up, but the more you remained calm after I cheated you, the more I realized that something was wrong and the more I wanted to kill you." But no matter how he glared at Loki, Loki remained calm and continued to toss the stone in his hands nonchalantly. Loki remained calm as he asked, "So you want to kill me? Why haven't you yet?" Tommy replied, "Isn't it because the rules forbid killing you?" Loki said, "Oh, I see." Tommy didn't like his indifference at all. This was because Loki's expression made him feel a chill in his heart. Loki wasn't behaving like a slave who didn't have any backing, so he realized that he might have made a mistake and was beginning to regret what he did. But he refused to back down or show any fear or remorse. Instead of apologizing, he scoffed and said, "I was hoping that you would get angry and attack me. Then I would be justified in retaliating. Unfortunately for me, you're a weak man in body and mind. You were cheated again and again, but you refused to fight for your rights. I guess I shouldn't have expected more from a slave." Loki ignored his obvious barbs and said, "You can't kill me because it is against the rules, but cheating me is allowed. I wonder why that is the case." His words made Tommy sneer and say, "I didn't cheat you. You're slandering me." Loki acted as if he hadn't heard him as he looked into the sky and said, "What I want to know is why you could do this to me while the other shops didn't try to cheat me, even though I had bigger transactions with them." Tommy continued to sneer as he said, "I guess we will never know." Then he returned his attention to what he was doing on the workbench. As he did so, he said, "If you don't have any more business, please go away. My place is for serious business only, not wasteful chit-chat." Loki smiled at him with cold, unfeeling eyes as he said, "Aren't you going to try to get me to stay so that you can fleece me again?" Tommy ignored him and didn't respond. This made Loki sigh and say to himself, "Maybe this is why Muni didn't tell us to go and ask others how to advance our core metacs. The people who will know how to advance our core metacs are probably those on the same pathway as us, so they will be our enemies. I guess I can only wait for Muni to tell me how to upgrade the telekinesis metac. But this was not a waste of time or money. I have learned a lot." As he was saying this to himself, he had turned away from Tommy and left. Tommy didn't call him back or ask him to stop, but he did watch Loki leave out of the corner of his eye while contemplating what the source of Loki's confidence could be. A few minutes of walking later, Loki had returned to his lodgings. He began to cultivate immediately he got home. Actually, what he was doing was truly cultivation. He was just pretending to use the cloudy date metac to cultivate as a normal person would. The truth is that he had already begun to use the cloudy date metac ever since he left Tommy. After his experience with Tommy, he realized that he was surrounded by enemies and someone like Tommy could become desperate enough to kill him. If Tommy decides to disregard the rules and kill him, then he would have wasted the cloudy date metac that he bought. So as soon as he left Tommy, he began using the cloudy date metac by feeding them to Fenrir. Unlike other people who have to treat their energy well with care, he doesn't really need to slowly use the cloudy date Metac to nourish his energy well. Fenrir doesn't need him to be in a quiet place with a calm state of mind for it to devour the cloudy date Metac. So a few minutes after getting home, he was done using up the 6 cloudy date Metac. Then he activated the rewind Metac. He didn't want the Rain family to come after him before he knew to leave. So he quickly activated the rewind Metac for a graceful exit. When he opened his eyes again, it was at the moment when he awakened. The first thing he did after awakening was to think about his experience in the last timeline. What he thought about made him smile and say, "To be honest, I was indeed ignorant about contracts, so that can be said to be money spent well on learning." He was smiling, but beneath his smile was the sharp edge of the blade of vengeance. This is something that his unsmiling eyes might be able to deduce. The blade of vengeance made Loki squint his eyes and say, "My core metac is actually Fenrir, not the telekinesis metac. Fenrir encapsulates for other core metacs, so will the normal way of upgrading a core metac work? I doubt the normal way will work, but there is no need to worry. I bet if I devour a rank 2 telekinesis metac and fuse it with the rank 1 that I have in Fenrir, it will surely be upgraded." The more he thought about this method of upgrading his core metacs, the more he thought that it was feasible. The best part of this method is that it will allow him to have his revenge on Tommy. Even if the method doesn't work, as long as he can have his revenge on Tommy, he will be satisfied. But if the method works, then the fact that he won't need to jump through hoops in order to upgrade his core metacs in the future will be the icing on the cake for him. After thinking about this for a while, he switched his focus to his level of cultivation. So he used the power identification ability to check his state. This can be said to be the second thing he did after reversing time. Age: 19/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 plus 616 plus 616 plus 77 plus 77 is equal to 1463 to 77 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 2541. Energy density: 1, 4, 4, 1, 1 to 1, 4, 4, 4, 4. Energy rank 1. Body: 0.6. Soul: 1.5. Will: 4. Skill: 35% to 36%. Fenrir: divine power identification. Tracking:
Cell.
devouring. Rewind. Sword heart. Telepathy. Telekinesis. When he saw his new and improved state of the quantity and density of his internal energy, he nodded in satisfaction. He liked to see the improvements in his power, so he thought about devouring another core metac to add a 5th energy chamber in Fenrir. A 5th energy chamber raised to the peak of rank 1 will increase his total internal energy by 616, which will be a 24.24% increase. This will be a significant increase, so he wanted to find a way to achieve it as soon as possible. But he quickly remembered that he had reached his limit of energy chambers. This made him give up on the idea. Then he glanced at Slav and asked himself, "Should I kill this boy or not? If I kill him, what core metac am I willing to replace with his danger sense metac?" Unlike everyone else, he possesses a core metac, and it is one that can be used to attack and kill. This core metac is the telekinesis metac. As long as he can get Slav within range of the telekinesis metac, which is currently 1.5 meters due to the strength of his soul, he will be able to exert the power of his mind on Slav. So even if he can't kill Slav with it outright, he will still be able to use it to prevent Slav from escaping and fighting back while he gets to work with his sharp wooden knife. All in all, he should be able to easily kill Slav if he can get close enough to Slav. Unfortunately, getting close to Slav to kill him is going to be a very difficult thing to do. In fact, simply entertaining the idea of killing Slav already made Slav feel uneasy. Slav glanced at the source of danger, which was Loki, and became wary. This made Loki sigh and say, "There goes my chances of ambushing him, so it is not necessarily a bad thing that I still can't take core metacs. I guess I'll have to wait until I grow stronger and make more room within myself for more core metacs. I bet that I should be able to crush Slav. then even if he knows that I'm coming for him. Even if he gets Slav now, he still can't change the fact that he can't take more core metacs. So if he gets the danger sense metac, he will have to give up one of the previous 4 metacs in order to make room for the new one. This isn't something he wants to do for several reasons. The most important reason why he doesn't want to give up any of his 4 metacs is that Slav didn't use the danger sense metac as his core metac in their last life. He noticed that Slav had also requested a core metac from the Sect. While he is aware that this could be a plot to fool people into thinking that his core metac is something else, Loki doesn't think it is true because he also saw Slav being very excited to receive core metacs from the Sect. It could be that Slav was pretending to be excited in order to fool nosy people like him, but if there are reasons why the usually pompous, filthy-rich second-generation cultivator doesn't want to use the danger sense metac as his core metac, those reasons cannot be good things for him. The second reason he doesn't want to give up any of his 4 core metacs for the danger sense metac is that all 4 are important to him. Even the least important one, the sword heart metac, is far more useful to him than the danger sense metac. From what he knows about the danger sense metac so far, it will help him avoid danger, and if he had it in his possession in the last timeline, it would have helped him to avoid being cheated by Tommy, the scummy mechanic. This is great and all, but he can't value it much when he has the rewind metac. It is true that he won't be able to avoid danger with the rewind metac, but it is also true that thanks to the rewind metac, nothing can kill him permanently, and everything that fails to kill him will only make him stronger. With all of these considerations in mind, he decided not to go after Slav for the time being. But Slav didn't know this. All Slav knew was that Loki was somehow willing to and capable of killing him despite the rules forbidding murder. So Slav didn't stick around after the awakening. The teenage boy ran away from the Sect grounds as soon as he could. Loki watched him leave with slight amusement in his eyes. Life returned to normal for Loki. As usual, he went to gamble, but he only earned 8,000 energy stones. So the Rain family didn't come after him. Without anything to worry about, he went about his day like any other initiate. But he still managed to draw attention to himself, and it was not a good kind of attention, all because he didn't pay much attention during their classes. He couldn't pay attention because he already knew everything that Muni was talking about. So what he used most of his time to do was to cultivate. He focused on cultivating his energy well personally instead of using cloudy date metacs to cultivate it, because he wanted to train his energy manipulation skill. He was willing to prioritize increasing his energy manipulation skill above increasing the cultivation of his energy chamber because he wasn't lacking in energy, thanks to his other 4 energy chambers, and because he could inherit his energy manipulation skill after reversing time, which is something he can't do with the cultivation of his energy well. With the goal of increasing his energy manipulation skill in mind, he also practiced using the telekinesis metac. He used the telekinesis to push, pull, levitate, and rotate objects of various sizes and shapes in the air. He practiced with the telekinesis metac because Muni had told him in the last timeline that practicing the manipulation of metacs was the most effective way to increase the skill of energy manipulation. He was diligent about his quest to increase his energy manipulation skill and spent most of his awakened moments either cultivating or practicing. This caused him to expend a lot of mental and internal energy. Both cultivating and practicing cost a lot of mental and internal energy to do for extended periods of time. Fortunately, he was rich and could afford the cost. The energy stones in his possession made up for his intense energy needs, while the purchase of the concentration metac, a metac in the pathway of mind hunters, helped to restore his tired mind to its peak state by expending his internal energy. The concentration metac also used up his internal energy, but this wasn't a problem because he could easily replenish his internal energy with energy stones. So the combination of the concentration metac and a lot of money worked well to keep him in top state, both mentally and physically. The combination worked so well that he didn't need to sleep anymore. This was despite the fact that he had increased the number of times he cultivated per day from 2 to 3 and was practicing energy manipulation in between the 3 sessions. He was working hard all day, every day, for 7 days in a row. This kind of dedication should be praised, but since Muni didn't know what he was doing, the best that Loki could get out of Muni was being ignored. Muni didn't like that he was paying attention and was constantly using him as an example to warn the others not to be truants. But Muni didn't punish him, which was enough for Loki. 7 days of initiation went by like this. On the 80th day, Muni gave them their core metacs. Loki had chosen the telekinesis metac because he wanted everyone to think that was his only pathway in this timeline. As for Slav, he picked the pathway of money. This was the same decision he made in the previous timeline. It didn't surprise Loki then, so it couldn't surprise him now. He just snorted and said with the best sarcasm that he could muster. So the rich young master picks the pathway of money. How original. How unexpected. How surprising. He said what he said out loud so that other people could hear him, especially Slav. So everyone turned to him with varying expressions of surprise and shock that he would make fun of the richest one among them. Slav didn't like what he said at all, even though he shouldn't have any reason to be ashamed. He just didn't like the fact that Loki dared to make fun of him. So the look of excitement that he gained from receiving his core metac quickly transformed into a scowl, which made him look as if he had been forced to swallow something unpleasant. He had it in mind to berate Loki and was not willing to hold back while doing so. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Muni stepped up to interfere. Muni already didn't like Loki, so when Loki dared to create trouble in his class, he quickly became angry. He took the whip tied to his belt and struck Loki with it as he roared in anger. "Silence, you miscreant. If you don't want to pay attention and learn in my class, you are free to do so. But to interfere with the learning of others is an unforgivable crime." He lashed and whipped Loki 3 times for good measure. Slav was very satisfied with this, so his scowl turned into a smile of satisfaction. As for Loki, he took the beating without crying. He had used his arms to protect his face and eyes, so the whip had cut 3 deep, bloody grooves into his arms. This kind of beating and pain is not a stranger to him, so he was able to receive it without much emotional fluctuation. And since he was no longer a slave and didn't need to pretend to be hurt so as to make the beating stop, there was no change in his expression. But Slav didn't like this. The smile on the rich young man's face soured when he didn't see the expected cry of pain from Loki. So he snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Just what I would expect from a slave. He is probably used to this kind of thing." What he said was right, but it was wrong to say something so provocative in Muni's class. After all, Loki was just beaten for doing the exact same thing. But Muni didn't punish Slav. He just said, "Enough talking. We have a lot of work to do." No one was surprised by this. It wouldn't be the first time that Muni was showing preferential treatment to Slav, and it wouldn't be the last time. So they were used to it. Many people thought that Muni's preferential treatment was unfair, though. The fact that it was normal didn't mean that it was pleasant to see. For someone like Loki, the preferential treatment hurt him far more than the bloody cuts on his flesh. But both the physical pain and emotional pain only served to strengthen his resolve to acquire more quickly and at all costs. Meanwhile, Muni resumed his class. He spoke to them about how to refine a metac. Then he taught them about the skill of energy manipulation and how it is increased. Loki paid attention to this lecture because he had only heard it once. Muni thought that this change in attitude was because Loki had just been beaten, so Muni was satisfied with himself. Muni also spoke about the rewards for those who refine their core metacs the fastest. Loki is obviously the first to refine his core metac. He was so fast that he refined his core metac in the past, way before he received any core metac. With his speed, if anyone is to be rewarded for how fast they refine their core metac, it should be him. But he didn't step forward to claim the top prize. He also didn't step forward during class on the 8th day or any other day later because Muni would have to check their energy well to confirm that the core metac had been successfully refined. He didn't think that an extra branch metac was worth the exposure of Fenrir, so he kept his genius to himself. Slav also didn't take the reward. No one doubted that Slav was the fastest to refine his core metac. So they thought that Slav didn't try to claim the reward because he didn't care for it. Muni also thought so, which made him jealous of Slav's background even more. Only Loki knew the true reason why Slav didn't want his energy well examined by someone else. But he kept this information to himself to be used later when necessary. That week was spent on refining their core metacs and Muni lecturing on energy manipulation skill. The person who was officially recognized to be the fastest at refining their core metac was Leonard. He succeeded after 3 days of hard work. Leonard claimed the first prize because Loki and Slav passed on the reward, and because Craig wasn't eligible for it due to his using his innate Metac as his core Metac. So it wasn't because he was the most talented or the richest in class. The rest of the class refined their core Metacs during the rest of the week. After the first 2 weeks, when the refining of core Metacs had been concluded, they were divided into various classes based on which pathway their core Metac was in. So from the 3rd week onwards, everyone had 2 hours of class with Muni before they were to separate into classes to have practical classes with the instructors for their pathway. This continued to be the case until the end of the month. At the end of the 4th week of the initiation program, they were given a cultivation test. As soon as the day began, Muni made everyone line up in a straight line before an energy reader. Then he asked them to input as much energy as they could into the energy reader. The energy reader will measure the total amount of internal energy that they can produce. The weakest 4 were to be eliminated from the initiation program. This was to be the test. The energy reader is a round and translucent white crystal. The more energy in it, the more rings of light appear within it. And the higher the quality of the energy put in it, the higher the color of the rings of light, from red to violet. As everyone placed their palm on the energy reader and input their internal energy into it, Muni stood by the side and took a record of their performance. Everyone, including Loki, took the test seriously. After all, their lives were supposed to depend on it. Even if Loki's life didn't truly depend on the outcome of the test, he still took it seriously. Muni was very happy with their performance. He had a big smile on his face as he watched everyone take the test. But if he was being honest with everyone and himself, he would admit that he had a more selfish reason for being happy. Everyone took 1 minute to complete the test. So it took 1 hour and 40 minutes before everyone could complete the test. Muni didn't keep them in suspense before he announced the 4 who were going to be eliminated. The 4 people fell to their knees and cried for another chance or more time to cultivate. Muni didn't even listen to them. He was in such a good mood that he grinned as he subdued them. He used blue chains made of water to bind all of them. Then he dismissed the class before he took the 4 of them away. Muni's destination was the market. He went there immediately with the 4 eliminated initiates without wasting any time. When he got to the market, he found many people already there waiting for him. The sight of so many people made him smile and say, "Don't rush, people. This is just the first batch. It is the appetizer. We will have more in the following month." He said that they shouldn't rush, but this didn't reduce the anxiety of the people nearby. However, no matter how anxious they were, no one could go over to snatch the 4 from Muni. Not only was he stronger than them, but he was also on Sect grounds. Since Muni had arrived, the auction could be started. The auction started with various items from many people. But the main items for sale were still the 4 eliminated initiates. 3 of the initiates were sold in parts. That is, some people only wanted their skeletons while others wanted their blood and their souls. So the 3 of them were dissected right there and then in front of everyone. The 3 of them were split into various parts in order to satisfy the various demands. They weren't dissected in front of everyone for some sick pleasure. They had to be dissected there in order to prove that the materials gained from them are fresh and authentic. Only one of them was sold whole. She was a lady and a pretty one too. She had survived because there was a big spender who ran a prostitution business and was interested in her beauty and wanted to keep her alive. Of course, it is not yet certain if a quick death is worse than being forced into prostitution. She was to be enslaved with a Metac, so it is unlikely that she will be able to escape the way Loki did. This means that death could end her tenure of forced servitude. So only time will tell if she got the better end of the stick. Muni received the money from the auction with a large smile on his face. The thought of how much money he would earn after he paid taxes to the sect and paid off the people who loaned him some money made him happy for the first time in a long time. This auction is why he took the job of an instructor for the initiation program. The sect isn't paying him to do the job. Whatever money he will earn from it will depend on how valuable the weakest initiates are. His job is to do his best to create the best initiates for the sect. Of the 100 initiates, the best will go to the sect, while the remaining will be rightfully his to do whatever he wants with. So the better the overall performance of the group of initiates, the more he will earn. This is why he encouraged them to do their best even before they awakened. It is also why Loki's load-back attitude has been such a sore point for him. He wants every initiate to pay attention and do well because the fact remains that no matter how much they excel, at most only half of them will survive. The remaining half of the excellent initiatives will be his source of income. So he doesn't want someone like Loki spoiling everyone else by infecting them with laziness. The most worthless initiate is worth at least 1,000 energy stones. This is why he didn't bother to risk his life to protect Loki after he was paid 10,000 energy stones to turn a blind eye. They had literally paid him 10 times the worth of a slave, so he didn't dare complain. If the failed initiates are pretty like that girl who was sold into prostitution, they are worth at least 2,000 energy stones. And as the initiation program progresses and the initiates become better, their value will increase. At the end of the year, it won't be out of place for him to sell an initiate for 4,000 energy stones and earn an average of 2,000 from every failure. So by a conservative estimate, he can earn 100,000 energy stones from 50 failures and 75,000 energy stones after taxes. As someone who had to scrap for everything he has accomplished, 75,000 energy stones are a big deal to him. Especially since he will be earning so much in just 1 year, not slowly over the course of a few years. Loki watched the auction from the beginning to the end. He had followed Muni to see the fate of the 4 failures, and what he saw didn't disappoint his suspicions. He wasn't the only one who was watching. There were others in his group who had followed Muni or gone to the market for something else. Many of them had pale faces as they watched the 4 who used to be their peers being treated like livestock. Muni saw them, but he didn't mind that they saw what he did. In fact, he was hoping that the gory sight would spur them to try harder, which was why he didn't forbid them from entering the market today. After counting his money, he whistled as he left the market. He went to pay his taxes while everyone else had to find a way to deal with what they just saw. Many of them couldn't handle what they just saw. Some began to vomit their guts out all over the floor, while others broke down and began to cry. The sight was especially impactful to those who used to be friends of the 4. Loki didn't feel any difference between when he didn't know what Muni was going to do with the 4 and when he learned of the fate of the failures. As he looked at the people vomiting, he wondered why that was the case. He asked himself, could it be because I have witnessed this exact same thing many times as a slave, or because I'm confident that this will never happen to me again, or because all of these wouldn't have happened once I reverse time? As he was wondering to himself, Slav happened to walk by. As usual, he was followed by a small entourage. He didn't come to watch the auction because he knew exactly what was going to happen to those who failed the initiation program. This kind of thing cannot have any impact on him since his family's business is practically based on it on a large scale. So when he passed by and saw people weeping for the dead, the only thought in his mind was to mock them, not to empathize or encourage them. He sneered and said, "Don't be sad. Those failures have been put to good use. I don't know for sure about the usefulness of their other body parts, but I know that their energy wells will be treated and refined into Cloudy Dates metacs. I have taken 3 Cloudy Dates metacs, so you can trust me when I say they are very useful. If you believe me, then you can be assured that even though they were trash when they were alive, they will be much more useful to important people like me in their death." After saying this, he laughed loudly as if to rub salt into their wounds. His entourage laughed with him and flattered him for his great words of wisdom. Slav didn't linger with them. He raised his chin proudly and left them to wrangle with their emotional turmoil. Meanwhile, Loki watched him as he thought to himself, so that's why Cloudy Metacs can raise the energy density of the rank 1 energy well by 1 level. If what Slav said is true, does that mean that I have eaten 12 of my peers? Then he shrugged and said to himself, unconcerned, "It won't be the first time, and it probably won't be the last." After thinking of this, he looked in the direction that Muni left and thought to himself, is this what Muni meant when he said we could either burn brightly and achieve greatness or turn into kindling and fuel for someone else's fire to burn brightly? Or could there be something much worse ahead of us? He has eaten the flesh of a human before. At that time, he had done it for survival. He was at his limit and needed to eat or he would have died. So he can say that the experience of using the cloudy date metacs was far more pleasant than the first time he ate human flesh. The fact that he didn't know that he was eating another human when he used the cloudy date metacs also made the experience less disgusting. But now that he knows exactly what cloudy date metacs are made of, he still has no intention to stop. This is because he has realized a long time ago what it means to be a fire with the only choices of burning brightly or being used as fuel for another fire. He realized this very early on in this world. Some might say that it was by luck that he managed to survive as an orphan slave in this world. But that won't be the truth. Luck surely had a hand in his survival, but the numerous painful and disgusting sacrifices that he made along the way also played a part in his survival. Now that he is on the cusp of gaining his freedom and has the means to do so, he is not going to give up because of some moral dilemma. This is because he has made up his mind to burn like a great fire, even if he has to use the whole world as the kindling to his flame. He concluded his session of introducing introspection with an affirmation of his determination for greatness and supremacy. Then he left the market for his lodging so that he could continue cultivating. As he left, he didn't notice that he was changing. His state of mind was sharpening little by little. Whether it was his experience that night when Simon somehow managed to break into a place where the rules of the sect explicitly forbade violence and attempt to enslave him, or the time Tommy fleeced him again and again, or the times Muni whipped him but pardoned Slav, or the fact that he has been awake for a month now honing his skill and cultivation, or the sight of the fate that will befall the losers as they were auctioned off like cattle, they all have their impacts on his state of mind. All of these experiences were like hammer blows and the fire of a forge striking his mind. Their impact might be a little or a lot, but slowly and surely, they were refining his mind into something purer with fewer impurities. The following day, Muni gave each of them a branch metac according to their requests. Leonard received an extra branch metac as his reward for refining his core metac the quickest. After he distributed the branch metacs to them, he decided to speak to them about the dangers of losing control and the importance of Tao heart. He didn't mention the events that happened yesterday and treated them as if they didn't happen at all. As usual, Muni spoke to them in an earnest voice. His voice was full of seriousness and a plea for them to take him seriously. If they didn't know any better, they might even think that he truly cared about them. But if anyone had this delusion before, they surely don't have it anymore after the events of yesterday. Muni said to them, "As you acquire more and more metacs, you have to become wary of losing control to the metacs. Some of you with weak willpower are probably already struggling with the impact of more than one metac in your energy well. Even if you can't feel any mental impact, it is always a good idea to refine your Tao heart, because not only will a stronger willpower prevent you from losing control, it will also help you control your metacs better and cultivate faster. So the refinement of the Tao heart is very important to you." At this point, he went to the blackboard and began writing some words on it. He wrote the words 4 Directions Sect, Sword Way Sect, Martial Body Sect, Nexus of Wisdom Sect, and Myriad Phenomenon Sect. He wrote them from top to bottom. Then, in front of the 5 sects, he wrote control, morality, emotions, knowledge, and anchor. After writing, he turned to them and said, "What is Tao heart? Tao heart is essentially how much your heart is set for the Tao. That's where the name comes from. But in more practical terms, Tao heart is the source of willpower. Therefore, Tao heart is defined as the degree of purity of one's obsession and the hardness of one's determination for the Tao." He turned to the blackboard and began to write again. This time he drew some things. What he drew was a large circle and one small circle. Beneath the 2 circles he wrote ocean and stone, respectively. Then he pointed at the 2 circles and said, "These 2 things are the breadth of the mind of 2 people. One is as big as an ocean, while the other is as small as a stone. The larger the breadth of one's mind, the more it can contain and the more mental energy they will have to think and do mental things like controlling puppets and slaves. Knowing this, it is easy to say that the mind as large as an ocean is more powerful than that of the mind as small as a stone. But this will only be half true. I can tell you without a doubt that even though the person with a mind as large as an ocean has a more powerful mind, they won't be able to enslave the mind as small as a stone. If you doubt me, Just picture the outcome of the clash between some water and a stone. After saying this, he paused to let them think about what he just said, particularly about the mental exercise that he just gave them. When he thought that they should have gotten their answer, he said, "The winner of that clash will be the stone, no matter how small it is. The only way that the ocean will be able to defeat the rock is after thousands of years of wear and tear as the water in the ocean slowly erodes the stone." He pointed at the two circles again and said, "This is the difference between mental energy and willpower. It is the difference between the breadth and density of one's mind. No matter how much butter you have, it just won't be able to withstand a perpetually hot knife. The hot knife will always be able to cut through the butter. Even if the knife is blunt, it will still be able to cut through the butter, and even if the knife is cold, the butter still won't stand a chance." That is another example of the difference between mental energy and willpower. As for mental power, for now, that is directly dependent on the power of your soul. If you're lucky, you will be able to raise the power of your soul or make the power of your mind not entirely dependent on the power of your soul, so that you can raise it alone. But willpower is something everyone can refine without much luck. He pointed to the 5 sects he wrote earlier and started from the bottom as he said, "The myriad phenomenon sect is the sect of formation masters. The goal of their sect is to replicate all of the phenomena of the world using formations. Their goal is a grand and ambitious goal that requires controlling a lot of metacs. In order not to lose their minds, they use a mental construct called a mental matrix to anchor their minds. This method can be called the most powerful in the universe, but it is also the most difficult method to use to refine Tao heart. This is why the myriad phenomenon sect tests the intelligence of their prospective disciples before accepting them." He moved on to the next word and said, "Next is the nexus of wisdom sect. The goal of the members of this sect is to know everything there is to know and learn everything there is to learn. In order to achieve their goal of becoming all-knowing, they use what they have learned to stabilize their minds. So, the more they know, the stronger their minds will be. As long as what they know is an undeniable truth, unless what they know is proven to be false, it will be very difficult to subdue their minds." The third option to refine Tao heart belongs to the martial body sect. As a sect of warriors and blockheads, they don't like to think too much. So, in order to refine their willpower, they chose to burn all of their distracting thoughts and use the fire to refine one singular thought that they will focus on forever and ever. As simple as the method of the martial body sect, it has granted their disciples a very powerful will. In fact, any attempt to influence their minds and control them usually helps to refine their willpower and make their Tao heart stronger. Then he pointed at the fourth name and said with a smile on his lips, "Of the 5 methods, perhaps the method of the sword heart sect is the most interesting. This is because it relies on morality. The disciples of the sword way sect divide morality into black and white, which are good and evil, respectively. Then they choose to focus on one of them and sacrifice the other to what they have chosen. A disciple of the sword way sect that has chosen to do good must always do good, while the one who has chosen to do evil must always do evil. It might seem simple, but there is a reason why disciples of the sword way sect are the ones who suffer from a broken Tao heart the most and become demons easily. I dare to say that relying on morality for one's Tao heart is folly because the definition of good and bad is relative. In fact, even using the same definition of good and bad, something that you did not do in the past that used to be evil might actually be helpful to someone else, which is good, and something that you did in the past that used to be good can easily become the bad thing to do over time. Take, for example, the swordsman who went to kill a monster who was forcing the people of a village to sacrifice humans to him. The swordsman couldn't stand this and went to kill the monster because he thought that the monster was evil. He killed the monster and thought that the villagers would be grateful for the good deed that he did. But the villagers cursed him because, without the monster to protect them, other monsters could just waltz into the village and eat whatever they want at any time. As it turned out, the monster was taking human sacrifice as payment for the services that it rendered. The monster never forced the villagers to sacrifice to it, and it never cheated them after it got paid. It was the villagers who struck the deal with the monster. So the monster was a hard-working being, and what the swordsman did was evil. What sealed the deal was that many people died because of the actions of the swordsman. Far more people died than the human sacrifice that the monster ate once in a while. When the swordsman heard this, his Tao heart shattered, and he became a demon. At this point, Muni couldn't stop himself from laughing. As he laughed, he said, "There are many such stories. Like the time the swordman who condemned a pig monster for eating an entire village of people was condemned by the pig monster for raising pigs in captivity, fattening them, and eating like some depraved person." His laughter increased when he thought of something and said, "Or the evil swordsman who wiped out an entire forest of beasts and left the carcass to rot in the forest because he thought it was an evil thing to kill more than one needs and let things waste, only to find out that by wiping out the beasts in the forest, he had reduced the load of predators in the forest, which helped herbivores to survive and prosper. Later, he heard that by letting the carcass rot in the forest, he let nutrients enter the soil, which benefited the trees in the forest and which, in turn, helped the herbivore population to bounce back. At the end of the day, his actions helped the forest prosper, so it was good, not evil. So his Tao shattered." He spoke at length of many more examples of swordsmen whose Tao heart broke because they misjudged the situation or went too far, such that their evil actions became good and their good actions became evil. This went on for a long time, with him laughing the whole time. After he stopped laughing, he said, "My point is that morality is too fickle. The standard for good and bad for the same action changes from person to person and from race to race. So it seems foolish to rely on morality for something as important as Tao heart. But that's probably just me being ignorant, which I won't be surprised is the case. After all, their sect's founder was a Tao lord, and the Swordway sect has managed to stay afloat after more than 100,000 years since it was established." He shook his head and said, "What can my point of view compare with that of a Tao lord, especially one who established a sect that has survived for so long? Besides, the disciples of the Swordway sect still have the highest offensive power, so they must be doing something right." Finally, he coughed and said, "And that brings me to us. We in the Four Directions sect like control. In order to refine our Tao hearts, we train ourselves to control ourselves better." At this point, he began to draw on the board again. He also drew a large circle this time around, but he split the circle into two with a vertical line. On the left half of the circle, he wrote conscious and logic, while on the right half of the circle, he wrote unconscious and emotions. Then he turned to them and said, "In the Four Directions sect, we believe that the mind is split into two main parts, and that these two parts are the parts controlled by conscious thoughts and logic or unconscious thoughts and emotions. We know that willpower can come from both parts of the mind. But we also know that in order to refine willpower and increase the density of the mind, we must purify it and let the mind be occupied by only one part. The people of the martial body sect also believe the same thing, but they chose to prioritize the unconscious and emotional part of their mind. They even go further by taking a conscious thought and transforming it into an unconscious thought. Then they sacrifice every emotion and thought to that unconscious thought. But we in the Four Directions sect choose to prioritize conscious thoughts and logic. We refine our Tao heart by increasing the area of the mind controlled and occupied by conscious thoughts and logic while decreasing the area of our mind controlled by unconscious thoughts and emotions." After saying this, he dropped the chalk and wiped his hand with the clean towel. As he did so, he said, "There are many ways to refine Tao heart. If you ask me, controlling one state of mind is more reliable than morality as a tool to refine Tao heart. But that's just me. However, no matter how divided we are on the matter of refining Tao heart, everyone can agree that there are 9 ranks of Tao heart just as there are 9 ranks of cultivation. From weakest to the strongest, these ranks are steam willpower, water willpower, ice willpower, wood willpower, and stone willpower." Then he chuckled and said, "As for the rest, I don't know what they are called. If you find out, please make sure to tell me." He became serious again as he said, "If you notice, you will realize that as the willpower gets stronger, its density increases. So if there is only one thing that you will learn from my lecture today, it should be that Tao heart is the density and hardness of one's mind." Then he grinned maliciously at them and said, "For the rest of your initiation program, I will help you refine your Tao heart. I will tell you now that it won't be a pleasant experience. But then again, anything worth having should not be easy to acquire. Loki saw Muni's face as he told them about how refining Tao heart was going to be painful, and he didn't doubt Muni at all. His trust lay in the fact that Muni won't intentionally do something that will harm them just for the sake of it. If anything, he can trust Muni to try his best to make them stronger. After all, the stronger they are, the better for Muni. So if training Tao heart is going to be painful normally, he can be sure that Muni will make it extra painful so that it can be extra effective. Many people also thought the same thing. What they thought made them shrink and pale with fear. In order to encourage them, Muni said, "From now on, you will be tested every week, and the poorest one will be eliminated. You will be tested in cultivation and total internal energy, skillful energy manipulation, and the power of your Tao heart. That makes a total of 3 tests and 3 chances for you excel. Your scores in each test will be tallied, and the worst in all 3 will be eliminated. If you do very well in one test, it is unlikely that you will be eliminated. Since Tao heart and energy manipulation don't require special talent, your survival won't be entirely reliant on potential for cultivation anymore. You can take advantage of your grit and hard work to pass the energy manipulation test and the Tao heart test. This is just my humble advice. You can choose to take it or not." Muni claimed it was his humble advice, but no one dared to disregard it. Everyone quickly accepted his advice as if their life depended on it, which it did. So everyone was encouraged. Unfortunately for them, no matter how determined and encouraged someone is to do something, the value of their determination won't be worth much until they begin to do that thing and realize just how difficult it is. In his past life, Loki had heard a saying about how everything was more difficult than it looked. In this case, the refining of Tao heart was far more painful than Loki expected. For their first step of training Tao heart, Muni called a healer for them. Then he began cutting their limbs, starting from their fingers. The healer's job was to keep them alive during the training and help them reattach the cut appendages once they were done. Muni said to them, "The goal of this step is to acclimate yourself with pain and eventually overcome it." Then he cut off the finger of an initiate within a single swish of a water blade. The initiate in question cried out in pain. Muni didn't stop him from crying, but he did frown and say, "Don't let your emotions control how you react. You need to realize that while pain is real, it is not the master of your mind. You need to become the master of your mind. So register the pain and let it go." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off the whole arm at the wrist. The pain that the poor girl experienced was far more than usual because there were still 2 fingers left on her arm, and she expected him to cut the fingers, not her whole arm. So no, she couldn't execute Muni's instructions at all. The pain was just too much for her to let go. Any will to control her pain was quickly overwhelmed by the shock of losing her arm. Muni didn't force anyone to undergo the painful process. He would only cut off the limbs of those who were willing. He shook his head and said, "I won't force you to go through this because forcing you to do something will make the training less effective than you willingly coming up to suffer. The goal of the process is for you to control yourself and master your mind. What can be better than controlling yourself to step forward for a painful experience despite knowing how painful it is?" So they had a decision to make. On one side was failing the test and being eliminated, while on the other side was subjecting themselves to a very painful process. This decision should have been very easy for them. After all, short-term pain is objectively better than being eliminated. But the sight of their peers writhing on the ground in agony and screaming in pain made the short-term pain appear too much to bear. There was no blood to be seen thanks to the effort of the healer who stopped the bleeding, but the agony was plain to see. The visible agony even made them feel second-hand pain, so they were reluctant to step forward to experience the first-hand pain. But no matter what they thought, everyone became inclined to go through the pain just because Slav stepped forward to have his limbs cut a little at a time. The fact that Slav was willing to subject himself to so much pain was impactful because Slav was already the best in terms of cultivation. So there was no need for Slav to worry about being eliminated. Despite the lack of danger, Slav still allowed his limbs to be cut. If Slav was willing to go through the painful process, then they had no right to be picky. Loki also went through the training. He went before Slav, but his decision to suffer didn't elicit much response from his peers because he was unremarkable. Despite how powerful his mind already was and despite all the pain he had gone through in his life, this process was still very painful. He roared in pain and cried until his face was full of snot just like everyone else. The only silver lining was that Slav also cried. In fact, Slav cried worse than everyone else. His pain made Loki amused, which made his suffering a little bit more tolerable. Slav even cried for his mother. He clutched his amputated arm as he cried out, saying, "My mummy!" The poor boy gave up very early in the dismemberment. Part of the reason for giving up early was the pain. The other part was the embarrassment of calling for his mummy. He quickly asked for his arm to be healed. Then he ran out of the class as if his house was on fire and he needed to put out the fire. As Loki watched him go, he thought to himself with some amusement, "He is just a boy after all. He has also been sheltered all of his life and has never experienced pain. So one shouldn't expect much pain tolerance from him." Slav's current behavior seems so weak in comparison to that of his father and two elder brothers. But when Loki thought about what had happened yesterday and how Tommy had ripped him off, he became solemn and stopped underestimating Slav. He said to himself, "If everyone in the sect went through this initiation program, it would explain why they are nonchalant about human life. After all, if they can do something so inhumane to themselves, there is no reason to hold back from doing it to others. In fact, they will be more willing to subject others to anything that will benefit them and make them more powerful, just so that someone more powerful won't subject them to something more painful. If Slav can withstand this process, then it is to be expected that he will become a predator like his father and elder brothers. I might not be able to contend with Slav in terms of background and connections, but there is no way that I can let him beat me in terms of tolerance to pain." He snorted to himself and said, "If such a thing can happen, and if a rich young master can even beat me in pain tolerance, then my years of suffering as a slave must have been in vain." He was in pain like everyone else, but he was perhaps the only one who still had the presence of mind to scheme and worry about how others were doing. For the rest of the class, the pain was just too much to think about anything else. The pain was all they could think about. Only he could become distracted with schemes. This is something that sets him apart from others. Muni noticed his occasional absent-mindedness, so his eyes gleamed and he muttered to himself, saying, "Interesting." For the rest of the month, Muni did terrible things to them. He practically treated them as a slab of cheap meat because not only did he cut them, but he didn't care how he cut them at all. His only concern was to keep them alive. As for anything else, that was for the initiates to worry about. For the second month of initiation, all Muni did was torture them. He went from cutting their limbs to skinning them. Then he switched to sticking needles into their body. The needles were called fire ant needles. This is because they secrete a potent toxin that causes a pain so severe that a single needle is capable of making the subject feel as if they are being bitten by fire ants all over their body. He cut their limbs in the first week of the second month. Then he skinned them and tortured them with fire ant needles in the second and third weeks, respectively. For the fourth week, he lashed them with his whip into a bloody mess. Muni didn't care much for the first three means of torturing them, but he quite liked whipping them. This was clear by the looks of disappointment when anyone quit. He didn't care if someone refused to undergo more skinning, but his face would turn into an ugly scowl whenever someone refused to let him continue to beat them. He took great pleasure in watching their skin explode under the ministrations of his whip, so he performed the act with a little too much enthusiasm. The repercussion of this was that the whipping was too painful, so many people quit. The fact that many people quit only made him angrier. Then his anger made the whipping more painful for those who were still willing to be tortured by him. So more people quit, which in turn made him angrier and whip harder. The whole second month was pure torture for them. Perhaps what made the whole experience worse was the fact that they still had to cultivate, train, work in the market, and hunt in the hunting grounds after being tortured earlier in the day. But the fact that they had to cultivate quickly became something to look forward to after a few days of physical torment. Everyone became more eager to spend their time on anything else that was not hurting them physically. That month, 4 of them were eliminated again. One of them was eliminated every week, and each week, Muni took the eliminated party to be auctioned. With each passing week, the chances of them being eliminated became greater and higher. After all, they were reducing in number. This encouraged everyone to train harder and do better in the tests. In the third month of the initiation program, Muni started what he called psychological warfare for the training of their Tao heart. In this training, there was very little physical pain. But there was a lot of mental pain and trauma to go around for years. For psychological warfare, Muni put them in the same room and didn't let them eat, sleep, wear clothes, or have any privacy. If he allowed them to sleep, they were only allowed to sleep in mud while naked, and if he allowed them to eat, it was to eat each other's feces. The experience was brutal. It forced them to ignore the state of their bodies and to stay within their minds for most of the time. The training forced them to prioritize the state of their minds above the state of their bodies. Some people couldn't handle the torture and slowly began losing their minds. It started with useless ramblings, at which Muni would send them away for treatment. Muni didn't force them to undergo the process, and he always stopped those who had reached the limit of what they could take from going further, so he couldn't be blamed. But even those who remained completely sane after the program were never the same again. In the fourth month, Muni began drilling them on impulse control. He asked them to cut themselves instead of him cutting them. As if that wasn't bad enough, he made them hold a hot coal for as long as possible, even though it was burning their hand. The goal of the training was to make them overcome the body's instinct of self-protection and self-preservation. So for the rest of the month, Muni encouraged them to self-harm. At this point, someone completely lost their mind. They couldn't be saved because they lost the will to live, too, and committed suicide in the privacy of their room. In the fifth month, Muni began using the tactics of empathy removal. He asked them to torture other living things. At first, they were to torture animals to death. They started with rabbits and moved to monkeys. Then he asked them to torture other humans. The humans that he made them torture were slaves. So the process didn't have any impact on Slav since he grew up doing it, while it was especially impactful to Loki and many others who used to be slaves. In the sixth month, Muni turned them into cold-blooded killers. He did this by making them kill children, pregnant women, and even babies. Muni always came up with something new and novel that would either do despicable things to them or make them do despicable things to others. The things he came up with were bad enough, but what made them most effective was the fact that he didn't force them to partake in it. There was the constant weekly reminder of what would happen to them if they were eliminated, so they didn't lack for encouragement. They had to do whatever they could to survive. Being willing to do anything to survive was exactly what he had asked them to do the day they were awakened. So no one could say that he didn't warn them. Month after month, their state of mind was sharpened. Everyone could be smiling or laughing, but underneath the facade that their faces put on was a mind like a well-oiled engine running with uttermost precision. If they wanted to feel pain, they would feel pain. If they wanted to feel joy, they would feel joy. Their experience didn't make them immune to emotions, but it made it more and more difficult for emotions to affect their decision-making. They went from crying for their mother when they lost an arm to only flinching despite the immense pain. This was because they had made up their mind not to cry, so they didn't cry after their arm or leg was cut. Not even a session of skinning could make them shed tears. Physical and emotional pain stopped being able to dictate their reaction and actions. No one was sure if this was because they no longer felt pain or because their minds had gotten used to this kind of pain. What they knew and were content with was that their willpower was constantly improving. Training continued like that for 12 months. In those 12 months, Muni fulfilled his promise of molding their bodies and minds into tools worthy of the Four Directions Sect. At the end of the training, only 34 of them remained alive. 52 were eliminated by Muni. The remaining 14 either killed themselves, were killed by beasts in the hunting grounds, or killed each other. The remaining 34 could be called the best of the initial 100. Just like that first day when they came for awakening, Muni arranged them into a formation and gave them a speech. He said with a melancholic sigh, "To think that just 1 year ago you lot were clueless and naive. Now you've turned into grown men and women that I can be proud of. You disgusted me when I first saw you. It wasn't because you were still weak. Your state of mind was just too loose. But that has changed now, thanks to my hard work and dedication." Then he shed a fake tear and wiped his eyes with a handkerchief as he said, "You're still weak, but I am proud to call you the junior brothers and sisters of my sect. I am proud to have you as members of my sect because I know that I don't dare to turn my back on you. With what you've become, I can expect you to stab me in the back at the earliest opportunity and raid my corpse for benefits. It makes me feel so emotional just thinking about it. It is like watching my children all grown up. I feel like a father who has raised his children well." He shed more fake tears before dabbing his eyes one last time and saying, "I'll miss you." If anyone had any doubt about Muni before, his current pretense was enough to confirm that he was a sociopath. No one present could be fooled by his show of emotions after they experienced him torturing and selling them every week. Muni must know this, but for some reason he still chose to pretend that he cared about them. After shedding crocodile tears for a while, he ended his act. Then he smiled at them and said, "I have nothing left to teach you. What is left is the end of the program competition. Then we will call it a day. Throughout the initiation program, I have only tested your Tao heart, skill, and cultivation. I have never tested your fighting prowess. That was because it wasn't important in raising your value. It didn't matter all along that you could fight because I couldn't sell your fighting prowess. Only your skill with energy manipulation, the strength of your Tao heart, and the refinement progress of your energy well were valuable and could be sold. But that's changed now that you're going into the world." He patted his chest and said, "Frankly, your fighting prowess has nothing to do with me. In fact, the weaker you are, the easier it will be for me to kill you when we meet outside the sect. So I won't encourage you to be good at it. But your fighting prowess is important as it will determine which society in the sect you can join. Take it from me, someone who failed to enter a society. Societies are very important as they will expand your connections and make it easier for you to acquire resources. If you want, be laid back about this competition. But if you want to achieve something great and don't want to turn out like me in the future, where you will need to raise a bunch of noobs and sell them for profit, make sure to do well in the competition and catch the eye of powerful societies. At the very least, your society will help you get the special and rare branch metacs that you need. Plus, they can help you gain access to the restricted materials that you need to upgrade your core metacs. So joining a society is very important." Then he began to tell them about the different kinds of societies that they could join. He spoke of the strongest and the most suitable societies for various pathways. He said a lot of things about societies that enlightened them. One thing that he didn't tell them about was how the societies had paid him to advertise their societies and make them look good to the recruits. But his selfish motives aside, what he said about societies was insightful. At the very least, they got to know that societies are groups of people who band together with the goal of helping each other grow stronger. They were able to learn that societies control nearly every aspect of the sect. So if they don't join a society, they will forever be outer sect disciples of the sect without access to the inner workings and privileges of the sect. After he was done advertising, he said, "That is all I have to say about societies. As for the competition, it will be held in 1 week, so you have 7 days to prepare. If you win the competition or come in the top 3, even if you don't want to join a society, you will be rewarded with energy stones and branch metacs. That is a tangible benefit that you can fight for. I wish you good luck." With that said, he sent them back to their lodgings. Along the way, Loki was thinking about how to get a rank 2 core metac. This is because he needs the rank 2 core metac in order to advance to rank 2. He has a lot of money and can buy any rank 2 branch metac. Unfortunately, he can't buy the rank 2 core metacs that he wants because no one is selling them. As for using the normal process to advance his core metac to rank 2, he has already paid for the secret method of advancement and has brought the materials needed to upgrade his core metacs. The problem is that those methods don't work for Fenrir at all. The method to upgrade the telekinesis metac is to fuse a special stone called magnetite to it and raw iron metal with it. When the core metac reaches its limit, he is to fuse it with another branch metac called the living armor metac. He paid 1,000 energy stones to acquire this information. As for the material and metacs that he needs for the upgrade, they go for 2,000 energy stones. He also paid for them. Unlike with Tommy, Muni didn't cheat. He received exactly what he paid for, and he didn't even need a contract for it. Unfortunately, all the money he spent on these things was a waste because the recipe is a method for upgrading the telekinesis Metac, not a recipe for upgrading the Fenrir Metac. So his only chance to upgrade Fenrir is to make it a rank 2 version of at least one of the core Metacs that it has eaten. He doesn't mind that he has to feed a rank 2 core Metac to Fenrir. In fact, he likes this method because it is simpler and shouldn't have any risk of failure, unlike the normal upgrade process of core Metacs. So he was quick to find a way to get the rank 2 core Metac from other people. His quest has also been successful since he already knew someone with the rank 2 core Metacs that he needed. From there, it was easy to get up to the target to kill them. Since he was ambushing them, he was able to overcome the gap in their strength to kill them. Thanks to planning and ambush, he has been able to kill Tommy many times. Not even Tommy's last-ditch effort to foil his plans by self-detonating all of his metacs before death was able to stop him. He can prevent the metacs he has his eyes on from exploding by using the seal ability on them. Since he could only produce one mark at this point, he could only protect the core metac this way. Anytime he tried to kill Tommy, he would lose the other branch metacs in Tommy's possession because of the self-destruction. He didn't mind this because he was mainly after the core metac. So the problem was never about how to kill Tommy or how to protect the rank 2 core metac within him. The problem he hasn't been able to solve is that he has never been able to have enough time to devour the rank 2 core metac within Tommy. The rank 2 core metac has begun to germinate throughout Tommy's body. It has merged with the energy well and grown a large network of vessels throughout the host. This situation is why core metacs stop being changeable at rank 2. But it also means that it will take a long time for Fenrir to drag out the core metac from Tommy's body and devour it. He has never had that time to devour the rank 2 core metac because the surrounding people will always interfere with him and stop him from enjoying the fruit of his labor. He has tried many things to solve this problem, such as taking Tommy somewhere discreet to kill him. Unfortunately, Tommy won't follow him anywhere, so he has not been able to solve the problem. Right now, he is thinking about using some branch metacs on the Mindhunter pathway to affect the minds of everyone in the market and make them ignore him. He has asked around and learned that there might be a way to achieve this. Unfortunately, he has not been able to find the branch metac capable of this. This is what he was thinking about as he left the assembly for his lodgings. As for the matter of the competition, he doesn't care about that at all. If they were offering a rank 2 core metac as a reward, he would be very interested in the competition. Unfortunately for him, they can't offer such a reward because core metacs rapidly degrade after the death of their host, even if their host doesn't intentionally destroy them during their death. Only branch metacs can survive the death of their host and don't need a living body to sustain their existence. That is, of course, if the host doesn't intentionally destroy them while they are dying. Since he can buy any branch metac he wants, and since he can't take branch metacs with him when he reverses time, he can't care about the reward for the competition of the things that the societies can give him. He has more important matters to deal with, and anytime he uses the power identification ability, he sees this glaring problem that needs to be fixed, so he can't care about less important things. Age: 19/77 to 22/77. Race: human. Energy quantity: 77 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 2541 to 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 plus 616 is equal to 3080. Energy density: 1 4 4 4 4 2 4 4 4 4 4. Energy rank 1. Body 0.6. Soul 1.5 to 1.6. Will 4 to 5. Skill 36% to 100%. Fenrir, divine power identification. Tracking.
Cell.
Devouring. Rewind. Sword heart. Telepathy. Telekinesis. Branch metacs. 1. Mind hunter pathway. Mind stab. Mind shield. Hypnotize. 2. Forging pathway. Liquid metal. Body lever. Living armament. Gatling gun. Knife box. 3. Sword pathway, sword break, sword edge, sword dance, sword steps. A quick look at his power will show that he has improved in nearly every aspect. The energy density of all 5 energy chambers, including the main energy well, has reached the peak of rank 1. His skill has also reached 100%. This means that he can advance to rank 2 once he gets the last thing he needs. Aside from these 2 things, his willpower and even soul have increased too. He has even gained 12 branch metac belonging to 3 different pathways. Anyone who sees his state of existence will say that he has done well with himself. He also believes that he has done well. But he has also become more urgent about how well he does because he noticed that his age has increased far more than it should have. He started the initiation program at the age of 19. Now that it has been a year, his age should be 20. But his age is 22, an extra 2 years old. What else he has noticed is that even if he reverses time, the extra 2 years will follow him. This is because his age doesn't decrease when he reverses time. He noticed that he continued to age despite reversing time several times, so he is sure that if he dared to reverse time now, it would be an extra 3 years of age that would follow him into the past. So his age at the point he awakens will be 22, not 19. He noticed that his time and age were flowing forward despite the reversal of time when he saw that his age at the point of awakening was 20 years old, not 19. That was 2 years ago when he noticed this. Since the time he noticed that his age doesn't decrease, his age has only increased, and it only increased by the total amount of time that he has lived and experienced, including the time that was lost when he reversed time. This made him realize that he can't reverse time forever and that he will die one day when he reaches the limit of his lifespan. So it became of the utmost importance for him to increase his lifespan. This is why the most important thing for him right now is to advance to rank 2 as soon as possible. This is just the closest goal in the long-term goal of reaching rank 6 as fast as possible, so that he can prolong his lifespan. Unfortunately, despite his desperation and hard work, he has not been able to get the rank 2 core metac that he needs. After thinking long and hard about his problem for so long, he could only sigh and say, "I think I'll just buy a whole rank 2 cultivator outside. If I can't buy one, I'll kill one." Since he can't get what he wants now, he can only wait until he leaves the Sect grounds and gains access to the wider world out there for what he wants. As he was thinking, his peers were all talking about the competition. Whenever they spoke about the people who were likely to win it, they couldn't help but mention Loki. This is because he has always been the best in the tests. Right from the second month, he was the best in the strength of willpower and the skill of energy manipulation because of his powerful soul and powerful Tao heart. This is despite holding back from using his full power. As for the matter of cultivation, Slav was always able to win it. Loki didn't compete with him for this, even when the cultivation of his main energy well reached the peak of rank 1, because Slav had more potential than him, and he would need to use the energy in his other 4 energy chambers to beat Slav. He didn't even use the full energy capacity of his main energy well to compete with Slav. He always stopped short of 50 units out of the total 77 units capacity of his energy well because he didn't want to expose the fact that he awakened an innate metac. So he always lagged behind Slav, Craig, and Leroy in the matter of cultivation. As for the other 2 tests, he was always first, even with his half-hearted effort. This made him the overall best. This is why they have to mention Loki whenever they mention the people who could win the competition. Even if he rarely fights, so they don't know how good he is at fighting, they still have to count him as a top contender. What they didn't know was that he didn't care about the competition and wouldn't compete with them for the benefit they wanted to fight for. This made a lot of people care a lot about his performance in the competition. The one who cares the most about his performance is Slav. In fact, Slav was glaring at him while everyone talked about who would win in the competition. There were 4 people following Slav now. His entourage has reduced from nearly 30 to just 4. This is partly because some of them stopped being his lapdogs, but mostly because the rest of them were eliminated and killed. As it turned out, those who stopped being his lapdogs were the smart ones, even though some of them died because these 4 that are still alive wish dearly that they had left when they had the chance to. At least 3 of them regret sticking with Slav. The 5 of them walked together and followed Loki to the accommodations. They didn't follow Loki to his lodgings, though. They left him and went to Slav's lodgings after they reached the accommodations. Slav gritted and ground his teeth in frustration all the way to his place. When he couldn't continue to hold back, he spat on the ground and said with bitterness, "I can't believe that a slave can be better than me." His face was scrunched up as if he had just tasted the most sour lemon. So if they didn't know that he was angry before, they knew for sure now. In order to prevent him from taking his anger out on them, they quickly spoke to appease him. The one on his right said with a smile, "He couldn't beat you in cultivation, which means that his potential is nowhere near yours. Coupled with your background, no matter how hard he works, he can never compare to you, and his achievements will never amount to much." He spoke with confidence as if he were stating a fact. This made his words more believable. The one on Slav's left quickly added with a fawning expression, "Besides, he could only beat you in terms of the skill of energy manipulation and Tao heart. Those things can be made up in time. He only has an advantage in them now because he is older than you and has a stronger mind." The third one nodded and said in agreement, "That's true. Those two things only require effort. In time, you will be able to make up for these deficiencies. But he can never make up for his deficiency in potential." The fourth one also encouraged Slav. Their words were so good to hear that even though they were his slaves, they were able to soothe his anger and appease him. But the appeasement wasn't nearly enough to make him forget his anger. He won't take out his anger on them, but something has to be done to remove the source of his anger permanently. So he said to them, "He must die." His words were like the decree of a king. The four of them had to take it seriously and think of ways to execute his decrees. But what he was asking for wasn't something that could be achieved easily. The four of them looked at each other in dismay before one of them gritted his teeth and tried to calm Slav down. It was the one on the right who spoke. He summoned all the strength and courage that he could muster as if he were going to war or fighting for his life, and said, "We have tried to kill him many times, but we have never had the opportunity to. He never goes to the hunting ground, so we can't ambush him there." The lackey on the left saw the opportunity and quickly took it as he said, "No matter how we lured him, asked him, or tempted him with benefits, he never entered the hunting ground. If he doesn't enter the hunting grounds, how can we kill him?" Slav replied with a snarl of anger, "I can't wait for him to enter the hunting grounds, and I don't want him to leave the sect grounds for an opportunity to attack him. I want him dead now, and I want him dead at all costs." He glared at them and asked, "Do you understand me?" At this point, he has had enough of Loki. He literally can't let Loki continue to live anymore. The main reason he came to participate in the initiation program this early was to get rid of Loki from within. He has tried his best to sabotage Loki at every turn. Unfortunately, Loki has been slippery and has always been able to survive his schemes. He could have asked his brothers for help, but Loki has always been low-key and has never appeared to be worth the cost of breaking the rules of the sect. His father and brother have decided that they will act directly to kill or subdue Loki when their initiation program ends and they leave the sect grounds. But he doesn't want that to happen. He wants to be the one to kill the wayward slave. This is another reason why he hasn't asked his elder brothers to come to the sect grounds to kill Loki. However, wishes don't come to pass simply because one wants them badly. He has failed at every turn to kill Loki, and now he is running out of time, so he has become quite desperate. His desperation showed on his face, so even though he hadn't explicitly told them how exactly they should kill Loki, they already understood what he wanted from them. So they nodded in reply to his question. Their nodding satisfied him. So he calmed down a little bit as he said, "I will give you 1 day to solve my problem. Either you do that or all of you will die. If you can't offer me timely solutions when I need them, then you're useless to me, and there is no need to keep you around. If you do well, my father will save you and reward you. If you don't, then all of you can forget about living." Then he snorted and turned away from them. He continued on his way to his house while the four of them stayed behind to rack their brains on how to kill Loki. After they came up with a solution, the four of them picked lots to determine who would execute their plans. The unfortunate responsibility fell upon the shoulders of the lackey who used to stand on Slav's right. The unlucky man's shoulders slumped, and he sighed in despair. But he didn't argue with the other three. He could only say to himself, "It is my fault for selling myself to Slav." The other three said some words of encouragement to him, but their words did little to uplift his spirits. This wasn't their fault because nothing could make him feel better about what he was going to do. After a round of encouragement that ended in failure, the man turned in the direction of Loki's accommodation and began walking. The other three followed him, but from a large distance. This man is on the forging pathway, so when he got close to Loki's house and took out his weapon, what he took out was a large hammer. The hammer has a head that is bigger and heavier than his whole body. The handle of the hammer is also longer than he is tall. All in all, the hammer is something that a giant should wield, not what a normal man should be able to carry. The reason he can carry it is because of the telekinesis core Metac and the living armament Metac. The range of telekinesis at rank 1 is very short, and its power is weak, so it is not a good tool to use to fight on its own. The best way to utilize the power of the telekinesis Metac is to use it with one or more branch Metacs. The living armament Metac is a Metac that allows non-living things to move on their own by infusing them with the will of their owner. Of course, the cost of the movement in terms of energy will be borne by the person who used the living armament Metac. In this case, he is using the living armament Metac to make the hammer lighter. By combining this effect with the power of the telekinesis Metac, he can easily move the large hammer. In total, he is combining the power of his internal energy through the living armament Metac, the power of his mind with the telekinesis Metac, and the power of his body to produce a powerful means of attack. This combination of power puts his total power output at 1 cultivation rank times 0.5 body plus 0.9 telekinesis Metac plus 1 living armament Metac times 0.90 skill amplification, which is 2.16 units. An output of 2.16 units seems small, but it becomes much larger if this output is compared to the normal power output of non-cultivators, which ranges between 0.1 and 1 units. For example, if he didn't have any cultivation, his power output would only be 0.5 body. After all, it is only because he has cultivation that he can use metacs and manipulate his internal energy. So, compared to not using cultivation, his current power output is 4.32 times what he can achieve with only his body. This is why he can lift a hammer that only a giant should be able to lift with ease. This kind of power is why he has been able to survive for so long. It is also why he is confident in killing Loki. The reason why he is unwilling to kill Loki like this is because of the consequences of his actions when he successfully kills Loki. Slav said that his father will save him, but he has seen too much and can't naively believe that promise. Unfortunately for him, he has no choice in the matter. He either does this for a faint chance of survival, or he will die at Slav's hands. So he exhaled and summoned his strength. Then he smashed down the front door of Loki's house with his hammer. The wooden door caved in and collapsed with a single hit. His power was so great that even a wild bull would blush in shame. With the good opened, he rushed in to kill Loki. What he found was a prepared Loki waiting for him while wearing full body plate armor. Loki was aware that someone was close to him without seeing them because he could see their mind. This is a benefit for those on the Mind Hunter pathway. The telepathy Metac lets him perceive and interact with the minds within the range of its power, so even though there was the door and wall of his house between them, he had become aware of his enemy's mind when the person got close and had begun preparing for battle before his wall was broken down. When he became aware of the enemy, he jumped out of his bed where he was cultivating and activated the liquid Metac. This caused a liquid like mercury to flow out of his energy well and encapsulate his whole body. Then the liquid metal flowed according to his will to form the shape of plate armor on his body. Next, the liquid metal solidified and encased him in solid plate armor that is tough enough to block a bullet. From there, he activated 2 more liquid metal metacs and used them to create a large tower shield and a large claymore. This much weight on his body is too much for him, so he activated the living armament metac to lighten the load of the armor, the tower shield, and the claymore. Finally, he activated the body lever metac, which is a metac that enhances the strength of the body with his internal energy. It does this by creating a net of metal around his body like an exoskeleton or an extra layer of muscles, which reinforces his body and makes his body feel stronger than it. With his body producing more power than it normally should, he can use the power of his body to carry everything alone and not need to use the telekinesis metac and the full power of his mind to lift. He didn't use the telekinesis metac to carry his weapons and armor because he wanted to free up the power of his mind for the metacs of the Mindhunter pathway. If he uses the telekinesis metac now, he won't be able to use the telepathy metac anymore. He let his body briefly bear the load instead of his mind at the expense of more energy consumption. What he used the power of his mind to do was to attack his enemy's mind. He used the telepathy metac and the mind stab metac to attack his enemy. This was an invisible attack that only mind hunters within the range of the attack could see. Since his enemy was a forger, he remained completely oblivious to the attack until it was too late. The mind stab attack struck his enemy's mind with so much power that his mind ground to a halt, and all of his thoughts were overwritten with pain. His face went from shock that Loki was ready to fight him despite the surprise attack to being contorted in pain. The immense pain made him howl, drop his hammer, and clutch his head in pain. He completely disregarded the threat that Loki posed to him and became defenseless. Loki took the opportunity to swing the claymore across his enemy's neck. The sword heart metac took effect and made the claymore flow in sync with his body like water on a rock. The power of his body and the body lever flowed into the claymore and created so much power that he managed to sever both arms that the man was using to clutch his head and separate his head from his body. The scream of the man was abruptly cut off as soon as it started. His head fell to the ground and rolled around for a while. Then his body fell backwards to the ground. The combination of mental and physical attacks made it very easy for him to defeat and kill his enemy. This outcome didn't surprise Loki because this won't be the first time he has used this combination attack or the first time he will be fighting this particular enemy. The power of the mental attack he used was at 1, Cultivation rank, times 1.6, Mind, plus 1, Telepathy metac, times 5, Mind stab/willpower, which is 13 units. This much power is too much for a normal person with a mind ranging from 0.1 to 1 and a Tao heart of level 1 to bear. In the case of this particular enemy, whose mind was at 0.7 and a Tao heart of level 2, his total mental power without the enhancement of any metac is 0.7 times 2, which is 1.4. So the power of that mental attack was 9.286 times more than his limit. This made it as if his mind was butter and Loki had stabbed it with a sharp and hot knife. Even if Loki had let him go after that single attack, his mind would have been terribly injured and would have been in danger of fracturing for good. That's why he felt so much pain and forgot about the fight. Then Loki took advantage of the situation with the power of his physical attack at 1, Cultivation rank, times 0.6, Body, plus 1, Body lever, plus 1, Living armament metac, times 5, Sword heart, which was 13 units. Compared to the power he could produce with only his body, this power is 21.667 times greater. This kind of absurd power at rank 1 was produced because of the Sword Heart Metac. The Sword Heart Metac replaces his skill amplification, which is at 100%, with the level of his Tao Heart, which is at level 5. It is similar to how the Tao Heart enhanced his mental attack using the Mental Stab Metac. This kind of power is why it is said that disciples of the Swordway sect have the highest defensive capabilities and why he was able to kill rank 2 cultivators despite being at rank 1. It is all because the Sword Heart Metac makes him fight with the power of his Tao Heart, not the power of his skill. So as long as he is determined enough to cut someone down, it is possible for him to disregard the difference in cultivation and cut down the enemy. He didn't even use the branch metacs of the sword pathway. Yet, the power of the swing of his claymore was such that even if he hadn't used the mental attack to cheat, he would have still won by a landslide. If he had used the branch metacs of the sword pathway, the power of his attack would have been far more deadly. However, he didn't use them because he didn't need them, because he couldn't use them, and because if he used them it would be obvious, and the fact that he possessed more than one pathway would be exposed. He couldn't use the branch metacs of the sword pathway even if he wanted to because there is a limit to how many metacs he can use at once. The limit of how many metacs a cultivator can use is the product of their Tao heart and the power of their mind. In his case, the limit is 5 times 1.6, which is 8. since he used 3 liquid metal metacs, 1 living armament metac, 1 body lever metac, 1 telekinesis metac, 1 mind stab, and 1 sword heart metac, he had reached his maximum limit. There is also the immense energy cost of using 8 metacs at once, but he can easily bear it. So even if he wanted to use the branch metacs of the sword pathway, he couldn't. And if he could, he had to make sure that he wouldn't be exposed after using them. After the fight, he looked around for other enemies, but didn't see anyone. Neither his physical nor his mental senses perceived anyone nearby. This made him snort and say, "So they sent one person after me. They must think I'm easy to take. Have they grown cocky now that their cultivation has reached the peak and they have a lot of metacs?" Since there was no one else to fight, he deactivated his metacs. Then he turned to look at his dead foe. As his armor, shield, and sword liquefied and returned to his energy well, he smiled and said, "Another one bites the dust." He didn't feel proud that he defeated his enemy. After all, this wouldn't be the first time they were battling. He had gotten used to his victories after their many fights. He can't even be proud of this victory when his very first fight had ended in victory. So his victory was expected. The only thing he felt was faint amusement that another one of Slav's lackeys, who used to mock him, had died for their master. He was thinking about this and feeling somewhat superior when the body at his feet exploded. The corpse exploded into a large fireball that submerged his body and crushed it. The power of the attack was so bad that his frail body was quickly broken and burned. If he had been wearing his armor when the explosion happened, he would have been able to bear it. Unfortunately for him, it should be too late for regret now. As it turned out, Loki still had time to be regretful even though he was killed by an explosion. He truly died, but thanks to the rebirth Metac, he woke up 1 month in the past. Right now, all that his cultivation can manage is to bring him 32 days into the past. Fenrir can only travel this far into the past with 4 energy chambers at the peak of rank 1. When he woke up, he was in his house on his bed, cultivating and practicing. This is practically what he did with most of his time. He was sitting on the bed with his back to the wall, and there was a small liquid sword in his hand. The sword was turning along its length as well as revolving in a large orbit around the palm of his hand. To top things off, various branch metacs were activating onto the small sword once in a while. A quick count showed that he was using living armament, body lever, and sword edge all at once on the sword. Together with the liquid metal metac that made the sword in the first place, the telekinesis metac that was making it turn, and the sword heart metac that was making it turn well according to his wishes, he was a total of 6 metacs at the same time. When this wasn't enough to put pressure on his mind, he decided to activate the sword dance metac. This branch metac caused the small sword to split into 3. One of the swords was real while the other 2 were fake. The 3 swords began to rotate and mingle with each other in a way that made them appear as if they were dancing with each other. Their movement was like that of synchronized dancers. It was mesmerizing to behold. But if he were to use it to attack, his enemy wouldn't think it was so beautiful because they wouldn't know which of the 3 swords is the real one. His enemies will need to know which sword is the real one so that they know which one to block. If they try to block the fake swords, they will fail because the fake swords will pass through most obstructions, strike them, and cut them. So the fake swords should be avoided if there is no specialized way to block them, such as the sword deflect metac. To anyone who doesn't have this kind of special metac, they will have to avoid the fake swords, and they will most likely do it in an awkward way that makes them look like they are being forced to dance. He wasn't doing this for the fun of it. No matter how bored he is, he won't waste his time watching sword dance when he can be doing something more productive with his time. The reason he is doing this is to train his energy manipulation skill. By using as many metacs as possible and pushing his mind, he can better control his internal energy and metacs far more than just swirling his internal energy around in his energy well during cultivation. He was doing this when his eyes suddenly gained clarity, as he had just woken up from a dream. This dream is the experience of the following 2 months, which will end with him being killed by an explosion. The sudden infusion of memories in his mind made him lose control of the arrangement that he had made with the short sword. The 2 fake swords disappeared, and the short sword liquefied into liquid metal in his hands. He saw this destabilization of his control, but he didn't care because he had reached the limit of skill that he could have for rank 1. Until he advances to rank 2, he won't be able to use his internal energy to overload metacs. So he stopped practicing and instead focused on the matter of his death. This was a more important matter since the explosion had cost him 2 months of his lifespan. He gritted his teeth as he said, "Those fools! When did they begin to explode corpses? It seems I underestimated them. They were ready for my death even if that guy dies. No wonder they sent only one of them to fight me." The more he thought about the situation, the angrier he became and the more he wanted to go and slaughter Slav and every one of them. However, he didn't do it now because he had done it in the past, and it didn't lead to a good outcome for him. There just wasn't a tangible benefit to be gained from killing them. He would only get killed when Muni comes over to punish him. He has also tried to avoid punishment by bribing Muni to turn a blind eye, but Muni wouldn't listen to him and would rather kill him to take all of his wealth instead of part of it as a bribe. So the smart thing to do is to swallow his anger and keep a low profile. He knows this and is willing to do it, but this smart thing only makes him angrier because he has the power to seek revenge, but he is unable to swallow it because of the unfortunate circumstances he is in. At the end of the day, he could only snort and say, "Just you wait until we finish initiation and leave this place. I will have my revenge many times over." After promising to have his sweet, sweet revenge in the future, he was able to calm down a little. Then he decided to use his anger to refine his Tao heart. The Tao heart refining technique of the 4-direction sect is the sky-raising technique. It is a visualization technique in which he must visualize himself as a giant holding up the sky. Every day that he lives, the sky becomes heavier, which is because the sky in his mind is an amalgamation of all of his experiences and emotions. The sky puts pressure on the giant that refines the giant. So as the sky becomes heavier, the faster the giant carrying the sky becomes harder and stronger. In a way, it can be said that the older the person practicing this technique is and the more experiences, especially traumatic experiences, that they have experienced, the more effective this sky-raising technique will be for refining their mind. This makes the sky-raising technique easy to use to refine the mind. Combined with the fact that this technique is also easy to learn, one might call it the best technique for refining one's mind. However, no one calls the sky-raising technique the best Tao heart refining technique in the world. Not even the disciples of the 4-direction sect, who should be proud of their sect, call it the best technique for refining the Tao heart. The best Tao heart refining technique goes to the mental matrix technique of the myriad phenomenon sect. It is difficult to start it, but there is no chance of ever losing control or experiencing a backlash with it. As for the sky-raising technique of the 4-direction sect, it can't be the best because the sky in the mind can become too heavy for the giant and crush the giant. This is a backlash that will lead to the breaking of one's Tao heart and the immediate loss of control. If their Tao heart breaks, their willpower will fall, and they will lose control of their core Metac. Then their core Metac will take over their body and make them kill every human that they encounter. This is what's called a demon. It is a cultivator who has lost control and whose mind is filled with only the slaughter of every human being. This kind of fate is definitely a bad outcome. But the disciples of the 4-direction sect are still proud of their refining technique because it is much better than the white and black Tao heart refining technique of the Swordway sect. Disciples of the Swordway sect refine their Tao heart with actions that align with their chosen morality. The reliance on morality makes their Tao heart easy to raise but too unreliable and easy to break. So, no matter how bad the sky-raising technique is, the disciples of the 4-direction sect are proud of it because it isn't the worst technique. At least, Loki can't be picky about which technique to use since he only knows one technique, and because one can only use one technique even if they know more than one. He is refining his Tao heart because it is the only thing that he can still improve within the sect grounds. His goal is to reach level 6 of Tao heart as soon as possible. Actually, his Tao heart is not the only thing that he can improve. He can also increase the strength of his body, the strength of his mind, and the strength of his soul. Unfortunately, he can't bring any of those 3 things back to the past when he reverses time. If he reverses time to a period when he hasn't trained them, he would have to retrain them again. Since he has been reversing time a lot because of Slav's numerous attempts to kill him, any progress he makes in his body, mind, and soul are always lost. so he hasn't bothered to waste his time on them. He has asked around, so he heard that the next rank of Dao Heart might be the Iron rank. Right now, the giant in his mind is made of stone. If the next rank is the Iron rank, the body of the giant will transform into iron. From what he has heard, the rank 6 Dao Heart is so mystical that those who possess it will always be able to awaken their memories of their past life when they are reborn after death. They call such powerful beings reincarnated beings. He doesn't know how true this is, but he hopes it is true so that if he dies of old age, he will be able to remember everything that he did in his last life and not rely on chance. This thought went through his mind as he focused on the giant in his mind and tried to make his form and shape clearer and sharper. The anger he was feeling currently was the blade that he used to carve out the giant. The clearer the giant's form, the easier it will be to refine. The giant is just like any other material in that one needs to be able to see it and touch it to refine it. Emotions are the best tools for him to use to make the giant become tangible and clearer in his mind. So the angrier he becomes, the clearer the giant becomes, and the faster he will be able to achieve a rank 6 Dao Heart. Even though they said that a rank 6 Dao Heart is impossible to achieve without a lifetime of experiences and training, he didn't stop adding one detail after another. He didn't let the comments about how aiming for level 6 Dao Heart is daydreaming for people like them because those thoughts would breed fear and despair within his heart, which would weaken the giant, and let the weight of the traumatic experiences that Muni put him through crush the giant in his mind. He said to himself as he refined his Dao Heart, "Only old age can kill me, so as long as I have a breath in me, there is nothing to fear. As long as I keep living, I will keep fighting." This mantra is the core of the giant in his mind. If one day this mantra becomes unable to bear the weight of the sky or falters, his Dao Heart will shatter, and he will become a demon to be hunted and killed by everyone. Due to his hard work all of these years, the giant in his mind went from an image with a resolution of 240p to an image with a resolution of 720p. So for 3 years of hard work, the giant has become 3 times sharper. Progress has become slower now, but he is willing to spend another 30 years on it if he has to. His dedication is all thanks to his core mantra. Thanks to that mantra, he knows that he will always be rewarded for his hard work, no matter how long it takes. Since not even being killed can put an end to his path, he can always have a long-term goal unimpeded by the possibility of being killed. He spent the remaining 1 month of initiation lying low like this. He didn't attend any class and only spent his time refining his Dao Heart. The only thing he couldn't miss was the 3 tests. He had to go to class for those, and as usual he passed the tests with flying colors. Muni didn't like his behavior of not attending classes and made mention of it every chance he had to admonish Loki. And even though Loki passed the test without any problem, Muni would still berate him for being a truant and a bad influence on others. Loki didn't care about Muni's complaints. He just kept his mouth shut and kept to himself. He never gave Muni a chance to punish him for showing others that they can be lazy and still do well, so Muni could only swallow his anger. This continued until the last week of the initiation program. On the first day of this last week, Muni called an assembly and spoke to them about how proud he was of them. Muni also made mention of an unruly child of his, which everyone knows to be Loki. But he didn't complain about Loki too much this time around. The main topic of the assembly was still the societies and the upcoming competition. Because of the digression about Loki's lazy and unruly nature, Muni's speech took longer than usual, but he eventually finished his speech and dismissed them. As usual, the remaining survivors began talking about who would win the competition on their way back, and they mentioned Loki's name several times. This didn't please Slav at all. In fact, their actions displeased him. Slav quickly became angry until he gave his 4 lackeys an ultimatum to get rid of him. The 4 of them picked lots to determine who would do the unpleasant work of going to kill Loki. The person who took on the unlucky work was still the forger. The man sighed and carried his heavy hammer over to kill Loki. This time, Loki was more than ready for the attack. He quickly killed the man and distanced himself from the corpse while still wearing his armor. As expected, the corpse exploded a few seconds later. The explosion took down half of Loki's house and set the rest on fire. Loki was outside his house and a far distance by the time this happened, so he was completely safe and would have been unharmed even if he wasn't wearing his armor. As it happened, the place he ran to was closer to the other 3 lackeys, so the telepathy Metac was finally able to see them. From there, he used his physical eyes to spot them, and he saw them hiding behind a wall and looking at him with expressions of surprise on their faces. When he saw them, the anger he had bottled up over the course of many timelines flared up and made his eyes turn bloodshot red. He became so angry that only the feel of their hot blood on his face could calm him down. But he quickly reined in his violent emotions and controlled his impulse to kill. Instead of letting them control him, he bottled them away to be used to refine his Tao heart. He exhaled loudly before deactivating all of his metacs. As soon as he did this, Muni arrived. So if he had gone over to fight the 3 remaining lackeys, Muni would have caught him breaking the rules. The outcome for that won't be good at all. He bowed to Muni and said, "Instructor, one of Slav's slaves came to kill me. I managed to defeat and kill him, but it seemed that someone had planted a corpse explosion metac within him. So when I killed him, he became a bomb that would surely take my life. Fortunately, I survived all of their schemes, but I want you to help me seek justice, or Slav will just keep sending his slaves to kill me." Just as he said this, Slav appeared nearby. Apparently, he had also been watching the progression of events right from the start. The young master walked over to them slowly while clapping his hands and saying with an amused expression, "What an imaginative lie. You called him over to your house, and you killed him in cold blood. Then you destroyed his body in order to remove any evidence that would show that you attacked him first. After you did all of that, you decided to put the blame on me and say that I sent him to kill you. If I didn't know for sure that I didn't send him to kill you, I would have believed you. Your performance was just that good." Then he said to Muni, "Instructor, don't believe him. He is lying. It is just a slave to lie so shamelessly." When Loki heard what Slav said, he became stunned for a short while. When he recovered, the first thought that came to his mind was to become angry and deny Slav's accusations vehemently. But he didn't do any of that. Instead of becoming angry, he calmed down. He was like a dough of flour that was shrinking instead of rising after live yeast was poured into it. His eyes narrowed in thought, and he let the logical part of his mind take over his decision process. After thinking about the situation for a while, he came to the conclusion that he shouldn't bother with Slav at all. So he turned to Muni and said, "There are 2 possibilities. Either I approached one of Slav's slaves and called him over, and the slave came over to my house, even though the hatred between me and Slav is common sense, and I killed him, or Slav sent one of his slaves to sacrifice their worthless lives by coming to kill me. Which do you think is more likely to be the case?" Slav also said to Muni, "Yes, instructor. There are 2 possibilities. Either you believe this lying slave and offend my family, or you believe the truth of my words and gain the favor of my family. Which do you think is more likely to be true?" Loki's heart became colder when he heard what Slav said. Even Muni's eyes flickered. Even if Muni were an idiot who thinks with his butt, he would be able to come to the conclusion that Slav sent his lackey to kill Loki. After all, the hatred between the Rain family and Loki is common sense at this point. But now that Slav had rephrased the situation as the option between siding with a slave or siding with the Rain family, everything changes. The decision stops being a choice between the truth and the lie. Actually, it would be a good thing for Loki if Muni thinks with his butt. This is because Muni would be too stupid to sense the threat and coercion in Slav's words. But since Muni is very intelligent, he understood what Slav was saying. He also understood what Slav meant when he said that the explosion had destroyed every evidence of who attacked first and how the fight happened. This means that it is up to him to decide how the fight happened. The more Muni thought about the situation, the more he was sure that Slav was responsible for the attempt on Loki's life. So he felt a chill down his spine as he thought to himself. First, there was the attempt to kill Loki with a brute. If that doesn't work, then the explosion will finish the job. If that still doesn't work, there is still the option to put the blame on Loki. Just how many layers of schemes does this boy have? While he was still thinking about what to do, Slav encouraged him by saying, "Instructor Muni, Don't forget that Loki has been unruly most of the initiation program, so I believe it is reasonable that he did this. If you were to set the record straight, I believe that this will be an opportunity for you to punish Loki for his year-long unruly behavior. Muni's eyes lit up when he heard this. He would have surely sided with Slav with just what Slav had said before. But now that Slav has mentioned how he can get Loki's body, the body of a top performer, and use it as compensation for all of the people that Loki influenced to be lazy over the years, he gained an extra, more attractive motive to go along with Slav's plan. So he nodded to Slav and said, "What you said is right. I think it is more reasonable to believe that this unruly slave is the one who murdered the young man and destroyed the evidence with fire." His reply made Slav smile and say to Muni, "Then Loki should be apprehended and punished according to the full extent of the law." Muni nodded in agreement and took action immediately. He used his water ropes to attack Loki. His goal was to bind Loki up into a bundle fit for auctioning. He was even being careful about how he bound Loki. After all, he didn't want to damage the merchandise and reduce its value. But Loki didn't appreciate his gentleness. His behavior only made Loki sigh in defeat and activate the rewind Metac. When he woke up later, it was a few seconds after he recovered his memories of the future in the last timeline. So the short sword that he was training with and returned to his energy well, and he had just made up his mind not to go and kill Slav and all 4 of his lackeys. This time Loki laughed and said, "I have to give it to him this time around because he got me good." He even clapped and said, "Well done with the schemes. Very well done. I am impressed." He was laughing and clapping, but his eyes were chilling and sharp as the edge of a cold blade. "I already knew not to think that the rules would protect me. Failed before, so it can fail again. But I didn't expect that the rules would be used against me." He chuckled with his chilling eyes and said, "So not only can't the rules protect the victim, but it can even be used to punish the victim. This world is quite something marvelous." He doesn't consider himself a saint or a spotless innocent. He knows that he has broken the rules many times and would still break the rules many more times if not for the repercussions of doing so. The reason he hasn't gone on a killing spree is that he can't get away with it. But someone like Slav can break the rules, get away with it, and even use the rules that he broke to punish the victim. This makes Loki both angry and jealous of Slav. He, too, wishes he could manipulate the rules to his favor, not just break them when it is favorable. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a powerful family to make his words more compelling. After praising Slav's ingenuity for a while, he stood up from his bed and said, "Since you've made up your mind not to play by the rules, I won't make things easy for you." Then he left his room. His destination is the market, not to kill Slav. He is going to the market to buy metacs for training his body. Since he is already training his body, he decided to train his mind too. He has never cared for things that he can't take with him when he reverses time, because if he dies 2 months from now, all the effort he put into training his body and mind will go to waste. But he wants to train his body and mind now because he needs a more powerful body to increase his chances of survival in 1 month's time. He is also planning for the endless hunt of the Rain family once the initiation program is over. After all, if Slav can go to such an extent to kill him during the initiation program, it is just common sense for him to expect worse attempts on his life after the Sect grounds stop protecting him completely. He went to the market to purchase body-refining branch metacs of the forging pathway, and only for the forging pathway because this is the only pathway that he can show openly on his body. The sword pathway also has its body-refining branch metacs, but he can't use them, as it will make it obvious that he possesses at least 2 pathways. The branch metac that he got to refine his body was the copper body metac. It is a branch metac that transforms the body into a durable and strong metallic body. It cost him 1,500 energy stones to purchase, which is 50% more expensive than usual. This is because the copper body metac is a rare metac that adds permanent power to cultivators, which they can use without internal energy. All he will need to use this branch metac is a lot of internal energy and a lot of copper. The copper body metac needs the internal energy to work, and it will need the copper to transform its body. The total amount of copper that he will need to upgrade his body to the peak of rank 1 will cost a maximum of 500 energy stones. It might even cost less than this since his body is already above average at 0.6 units. This amount of money isn't worth mentioning to him at all. Even if it cost 5,000 energy stones, he would be able to afford it. So it will cost him 2,000 energy stones to strengthen his body. As expensive as this is, it will be worth it because the metallic body will increase his survivability. He didn't care much for the strength of the body because he could always increase it with a branch metac like the body lever metac. He has a lot of internal energy and rarely fights, so he didn't consider the energy expenditure of the body lever metac to be significant. But now that he is preparing to be pursued endlessly by people who want to kill him, any little bit of energy that he can use for other things has become very important. There is also the fact that he can always use the body lever metac to increase the strength of his body. And with his improved body, the explosion that killed him in his previous lifespan won't be able to kill him so easily. All in all, if he wants to increase his chances of survival and stop dying so much, it is a good idea to increase the strength of his body now, while he has the chance to spend money to increase his power. Since he is increasing the strength of his body, he decided to increase the strength of his mind too. With the current strength of his mind, he can produce a mental attack capable of taking down the mind of a rank 2 cultivator with a mind of 2 units and a Tao heart of level 3. Such a cultivator will have an innate mental resistance of 2, cultivation, times 2, mind, times 3, Tao heart, which is 12 units. He can produce 13 units of mental attack, and this will be enough to injure the mind of the rank 2 cultivator with an innate resistance of 12 units. The damage won't be as pronounced as the one he was able to do to the lackey that was sent to kill him. So he won't be able to gain as much advantage against a rank 2 cultivator, and he definitely won't be able to harm the mind of a rank 3 cultivator like Muni. Since he expects the Rain family to be shameless and send rank 2 beings after him, he decided to up the ante against them. The kind of power he has as a rank 1 being is impressive. After all, he can already tussle with the best minds at rank 2. But this also means that it will take a lot more to increase the power of his mental attack at rank 1. Especially since the power of his mind is already 60% above what he should possess at his rank. If he wants to increase the power of his mind, now he can only rely on a rank 2 metac. A rank 1 metac can only increase his power to the limit of 1 unit, while a rank 2 metac can reach 2 units. There is no restriction on the rank of metac that can be used, so he can use a rank 2 metac despite being at rank 2. The reason other rank 1 cultivators don't entertain the fancy thought of using rank 2 metacs is that they are expensive to purchase and also highly expensive to use in terms of internal energy. The energy expenditure of rank 2 metacs can be up to 5 times or even 10 times compared to their rank 1 counterparts. So any rank 1 cultivator who dares to use rank 2 metacs will only be barely able to use it before they run out of internal energy. But as someone with 5 energy chambers, he can dare to use rank 2 metacs. And since the rank 2 metacs he wants to use are branch metacs that will permanently increase the power of his mind and the power of his body, their energy expenditure won't matter when he is in a fight. He can sustain all the energy costs right now that he has some leisure time. And if his internal energy won't be enough, he still has the opportunity to use energy stones to make up for it. This will help prepare him for the time he has to fight for his life while being on the run. The metac of choice for increasing the strength of his mind was the broad mind metac. It is a branch metac that doubles the power of the mind in relation to the power of the soul by inflating it a little bit. As usual, he needs a lot of internal energy to use it and some materials to transform his mind permanently. The material he needs is the flesh of jellyfish. When he wanted to buy it, he learned that the broad mind metac can only increase the power of the mind to the limit of the rank that the mind already is. That means that a mind between the range of 0.1 to 1 units can only be raised to 1 unit, a mind between the range of 1.1 to 2 units can only be raised to 2 units, and a mind between the range of 2.1 to 3 units can only be raised to 3 units. Apparently, there was nothing available to raise the power of the mind from rank 1 to rank 2 or from rank 3 to rank 3. So there was nothing to raise the power of a mind from 1 unit to 1.1 up to 2 units, or something to raise a mind from 2 units to 2.1 up to 3 units. He learned that this was because the mind was too fragile to mess with at this stage, that even increasing its power could cause it to break. He was told that this would remain the case until he reached rank 4. The same was the case for the soul. but the soul would remain fragile until rank 5. Since the broad mind Metac was going to be of limited help, he decided not to buy it. He decided to buy something to improve his soul directly. Then he bought the double mind Metac of the Mind Hunter pathway. What he bought to improve the power of his soul was the Spirit Pill Metac. This Spirit Pill Metac is a consumable like the Cloudy Date Metac. It will be lost after use and doesn't have any restrictions on the pathway to use it. Just like the Cloudy Date Metac, the Spirit Pill Metac was made from raw material sourced from another human. In this case, it was made from the souls of rank 2 beings. Each Spirit Pill Metac is a rank 2 Metac that costs 4,000 energy stones each. He bought 2, so he had to pay 8,000 energy stones for them. The 2 Spirit Pills raised the power of his soul from 1.6 to 2.0. Since the power of his mind is currently dependent on the power of his soul, the power of his mind also increased to 2.0 units. This increase to the power of his mind raised the power of his mental attacks from 1, Cultivation, times 1.6, Mind, plus 1, Telepathy Metac, times 5, Mind Stab, which is 13 units, to 1, Cultivation, times 2 Mind, plus 1, Telepathy Metac, times 5, Mind Stab, which is 15 units. Aside from the increase to his raw mental offensive power, the increase to his mind also led to the increase to the limit of how many metacs he can control from 1.6 by 5 to 2.0 by 5. So he can control 10 metacs at the same time now. He also paid 2,500 energy stones for the rank 2 double mind Metac. He bought this Metac to create an extra copy of his mind. This extra copy will allow him to use the telekinesis Metac and the telepathy Metac at the same time. This way, he will be able to use his mind to enhance the power of the Mindhunter pathway and the Forging pathway at the same time. Of course, the double mind Metac is a rank 2 Metac and will cost a lot of energy to use, so he won't use it until he has to. This will make the double mind Metac a trump card of sorts. Finally, he bought the rank 2 Iron Body Metac for future use. It is the rank 2 version of the Copper Body Metac, so it is a body refining Metac. He decided to buy the Iron Body Metac since the body wasn't as fragile as the mind and soul, and could be raised way higher than one's base level. If not for the fact that the limit of Metac in the market was rank 2, he would have also bought the rank 3 version. The rank 2 Iron Body Metac costs 3,000 energy stones, so it costs twice as much as the rank 1 version. The materials needed to use it also cost 1,000 energy stones. This makes it a total of 4,000 energy stones to acquire a strong rank 2 body. Together with everything he bought earlier, he was spending 2,000, 8,000, 2,500, and 4,000 energy stones. This made a total of 16,500 energy stones. But he also bought some random metacs from other pathways that he isn't using in order to confuse anyone who is keeping track of what he is spending money on. By anyone, he means the Rain family. Ever since Slav's elder brother Simon came to enslave him, he had confirmed that they were keeping tabs on him, so it has become a habit to confuse them about what he is really doing. The pathway he is supposed to be on is the Forging pathway, so he shouldn't be able to use metacs like the Double Mind Metac. This makes it a prudent decision that he doesn't drop hints here and there that he has more than one pathway. All in all, he spent a total of 25,000 energy stones. A discount of 10% reduced it to 22,500 energy stones. So it can be said that he was paying a lot for power. After he got everything he needed, he went back to his lodgings. Then he closed himself off from the world and focused on cultivating. He didn't go to classes, but he still had to attend the weekly tests though. This was just like the last timeline. However, Muni didn't complain about him this time around because Muni saw the visible fruits of his labor on his body. His body went from fair and white to reddish-orange of copper and finally to the gray of iron, so Muni saw that he was willing to spend money on Metac to make his body stronger, and couldn't say that Loki was being lazy. While the strength of the body doesn't matter for survival in the initiation program, the fact that he was willing to go so far for power encouraged his peers to take their studies and training seriously. There was also the fact that those who spend time and money on developing their bodies will cause their cultivation to lag behind and make them more likely to fail their tests. Muni liked this very much, so he didn't complain about Loki all the time.